Hey there, you beautiful treasure hunter. I am glad that you found this video because it is about one of the most valuable things that you can come across right in that old coin jar, and that's wheat pennies. Wheat cents were started out in 1909 and went through 1958. They have that beautiful wheat stock reverse, but most importantly, they can be worth really, really good money. I've covered every single one of them in individual videos for each year and each mint. I've also covered a ton of different errors for all wheat cents across a ton of videos. So you can check those out if you want to. Let's get into all the values of every wheat cent from 1909 to 1958. The story begins with the 1909 VDB cent, the very first Lincoln cent. It was designed by Victor David Brenner. This MS64 red and brown shows a mintage of just under 28 million. The VDB initials appear boldly at the base of the reverse, a detail that caused so much public controversy, the mint actually removed them mid-year. Collectors chase these early strikes for their sharp definition and that vintage charm in history. Now, a collector insight, this is a budget-friendly way to own a piece of history. Expect similar examples to bring around $50 to $75 in the current market. This one sold for $59 and was graded by Annex. Next up, we have a stunning full red MS65 by NGC. It sold for $154. This 1909 VDB has brilliant surfaces and satiny luster, which makes this grade a level most collectors want, right before prices jump into the investment territory. PCGS and NGC examples in MS65 red have been trending between $140 and $170 in 2025. So it shows a steady market strength, and it shows quite a bit of gain from the $100 mark from just the last year or two. We have a twin to the last coin, another 1909 VDB, but this one's PCGS graded MS65 red, and the blue label premium shows. The surfaces on this piece glow with a really beautiful full mint red, a near perfect strike, and original cartwheel luster. PCGS MS65 red examples consistently outpace NGC by around 15 to 20%. So these usually can reach around $200 at auction. This one's selling for $204. We have another gem red, same grade, but a reminder that eye appeal is really the thing that drives everything. This coin sold for $159, and it showed a slightly lighter toning around the rim. Among common 1909 VDBs, color balance and strike sharpness are really what decide whether a coin sits around $150 or more like $250. That condition within the grade really matters. We have the famous 1909S VDB. There were only 484,000 of these minted. It makes it one of the most sought-after key dates in all US coinage. I think all of you probably know about this coin. This one is a 1909S VDB graded XF40 through PCGS, and it sold for $1,200. Why did it get such a great price? This example shows strong definition in Lincoln's hair, a big factor, and in the wheat stalks. This also has a very, very nice and warm brown patina to it. Any collector can tell you we love the patina. Prices have held steady around $1,100 to $1,300 for these when they're problem-free. Mid-grade coins like this, a foundation piece for any Lincoln set. Another 1909S, but back in the beginning of the video, I mentioned they removed the initials. This one is going to be without the VDB initials, graded VF25 by NGC. These had 1.8 million struck. It's far scarcer than the Philadelphia issue, but accessible to really any collector. This one sold for under $120, so it's an affordable coin that you can add to your collection and not so bad of a grade. It's a nice entry-level key for under $150, but just be aware of any added mint marks. Authentication is crucial. These are one of those coins that gets faked pretty often. This is a 1909 S that shows strong details but environmental corrosion. Still, it brought nearly $70 at auction despite that damage, and damaged coins can still carry collectible value as long as the date and mint mark are still clear, often appealing to budget collectors wanting a genuine S mint mark and to fill out sets. This one was graded by NGC. It's still a gorgeous coin, but you can let me know in the comments what you think. We have another 1909 S Lincoln, graded AU, but it has been cleaned. Even with the problem designation, demand for the 1909 S cents keeps prices elevated. This one sold for $180 despite being cleaned. You want to expect AU detail examples to run around $150 to $200, a way to own a scarcer date without spending four figures, of course. This is a 1909 S over horizontal S, graded MS65 red through PCGS. This repunch mint mark is clearly visible under magnification, and high-grade examples like this MS65 red are really tough to find. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous error coin. Recent PCGS MS65 red coins have realized over $900 regularly, a variety every serious Lincoln collector loves and should track down. This is no exception. It's a beautiful coin, and it's sold for $1,020. It's a beautiful 1910 Lincoln cent graded MS65 red by NGC. Over 146 million of these were struck, but the majority toned or darkened long ago. Finding one that still holds that full original red mint luster, especially at gem level like this beautiful coin, is much harder than the mintage number suggests. At heritage auctions, this example brought $154, a healthy result that reflects steady collector demand for early red Lincolns in gem condition. Next up, out of the San Francisco mint, the 1910 S. With just over 6 million struck, it's the scarcer branch mint of the year and consistently popular among collectors that are going to build date and mint mark sets. This coin, graded MS63 red and brown by PCGS, sold for $149, and while it doesn't have the blazing red color of the previous piece, it still displays strong detail and solid mint luster. So early S mint sets, even modest red-brown pieces in mint state, continue to perform well and sell for over $100 easily. Now here's where things start to get special. A proof 1910 Lincoln cent, graded PR65 red and brown by PCGS with CAC approval. Only 2,405 proofs were struck that year, all from carefully polished dies with a mirror-like finish. This one is among just 29 of them, graded PR65 RB by PCGS, with 16 finer at the time of this video. It makes it a desirable coin in today's market. It sold for a great amount of money, $1,560, a strong price that underscores the continued collector enthusiasm for Lincoln proofs. Graded PR64 brown by PCGS, this coin displays smooth fields and is really eye-appealing despite that darker tone. Proofs like this are often overlooked compared to the red counterparts, but I think serious collectors know how scarce attractive brown proofs really are becoming. Only 56 coins are graded PR64 brown by PCGS, with 47 finer. This example sold for $630, quite solid if you ask me, for a single color proof in this grade. A 1910 S Lincoln cent graded MS66 red. This is among the top examples known for the date and the mint mark, so I felt like it was a great coin to round out the list. San Francisco cents from 1910 are notorious for soft strikes and spotty color, making a true full red gem really tough to find. This one checked every box and soared to $1,440. For a date that typically trades under $200, this kind of premium shows just how much color and quality really matter with these. Let's set the scene. By 1911, Lincoln cents had been circulating for just 2 years. The U.S. Mint was refining its processes, striking millions for everyday commerce, while producing small numbers of special matte-proof cents for us collectors. The result? A fascinating split between common circulation coins and incredibly elusive proofs that showcase the artistry of early 20th century coinage. The standout of this group, sold in April of 2025, it's a 1911 proof Lincoln cent graded PR66 Plus red by PCGS. This also is CAC approved. This is from the Tom Bender collection. It realized $16,800. It's a matte proof, struck on specially prepared dies that leave a fine satiny structure instead of the mirrored finish seen on later proofs. With razor-sharp details, full copper gold luster, and virtually no flaws visible, even under magnification, this coin represents basically the absolute peak of 1911 proof production. Population reports show that just 17 graded in PR66 red, with only 6 receiving the plus designation. That's why collectors chase these pieces, nearly impossible to upgrade from. We'll swing to the other end of the spectrum. On September 9th, 2025, a 1911 Lincoln cent graded MS65 red and brown by NGC sold for just $222. It's a beautiful mint state business strike, no proof dies, no special preparation, but still well preserved. The key difference here isn't the design or the metal, it's the purpose. Proofs were made to showcase perfection, while business strikes were made to circulate. This one's a reminder that even modest condition coins can be collectible without breaking the bank. 1911 proof, graded PR66 red and brown by PCGS, that sold in August 2025 for $2,640. It's not quite full red like the Bender coin from just a minute ago, but it still displays sharp definition and that unmistakable matte texture. Only about 1,733 proofs were struck in total that year, so even these mid-tier examples are exceptionally scarce. Proof red and brown pieces like this one balance rarity with that affordability. Now, affordability being still in the thousands of dollars. Next, we have from the Tulane collection, a 1911 proof graded PR64 red and brown. This one sold in June of 2025 for $972. While it shows some light toning and minor field chatter, it's still a very strong example of early matte proof craftsmanship. It's a sub-$1,000 coin, graded really well. These PR64-65 range coins often carry incredible visual appeal, and if you ever come across one in your hand, the granular matte surface almost sparkles in your eye. It's a 1911 S Lincoln cent graded MS64 red and brown by PCGS, and it brought $750 in September of 2025. With just over 4 million struck, the San Francisco issue is far scarcer than its Philadelphia counterpart. For collectors chasing those early mint mark Lincolns, this one fills a tough spot in any set. And at this grade, it's about as nice as they come without crossing into the multi-$1,000 range. Proof coins were struck multiple times with polished dies to bring out every microscopic detail. Meanwhile, business strikes were made for everyday use, often showing those bag marks, the weaker details. Add in a red color designation, which fades over time as copper oxidizes, and the price difference starts to make more sense. A fully red proof with CAC approval is essentially the perfect storm of rarity, condition, and eye appeal. The 1912 Lincoln cent from Philadelphia marked one of the final years before the addition of the VDB initials return to the reverse design. Struck in large numbers, over 68 million pieces, most have long since toned brown or worn down from circulation. But every so often, a blazing red survivor surfaces like this one. This one graded MS65 red by PCGS and housed in an early Rattler holder sold in September for $528. Collectors value these early holders because they often contain coins conservatively graded by modern standards at the time. A chance to own both history and a potential upside. While MS65 reds aren't rare in absolute numbers, eye appeal and originality still drive the premiums here. And this coin shows that high grade, early Lincoln cents remains strong in today's market. Next, we move west to the Denver Mint, only its third year striking Lincoln cents. With a mintage of just 10.4 million, the 1912D stands out as a tougher semi-key for early wheat collectors. An example graded MS63 red and brown sold in September 2025 for $288. And I think this shows just how desirable even mid-range mint state examples are. Finding a Denver issue with clean surfaces and original color like this is a real challenge. Most come weakly struck or heavily spotted, so certified pieces in stable red-brown condition often bring spirited bidding. And this was seen here with this coin. For collectors building a full 1909 to 1958 wheat set, the 1912D fills an important early brand mint slot. It's affordable, but still challenging enough to make that hunt worthwhile. Next, we have a 1912 proof. While millions of business strikes left Philadelphia, just 2,145 proofs were made that year, each struck on polished planchets with special care. These early proofs were not mirror-like like modern proofs. Instead, they featured a soft, beautiful matte finish, highlighting Lincoln's portrait in almost a sculptural relief. A stunning 1912 proof graded PR64 red and brown by PCGS realized $690 in July of 2025. That price reflects not only scarcity, but collector demand, especially for coins that retain any trace of their original red coloring. With fewer than a few thousand struck and many long since lost or mishandled, a well-preserved 1912 proof like this is a window into a very short-lived chapter of mint craftsmanship. Now let's stack these coins up side by side. The 1912 Philadelphia has a high mintage, but premium for color and early holder. The 1912D is scarcer and still underappreciated in mint state, but has great value. And that 1912 proof, tiny mintage, specialized, and historically significant. It will always have really great value. While each tells a different story, though, they all reinforce the same thing. In numismatics, details matter, and history rewards those who pay attention. The 1912 Lincoln cents bridge an important transition, I think, from the early matte proof era to the growing maturity of the wheat cent series and its popularity today. Whether you're chasing those red examples, semi-keys like the 1912D, or rare proofs, each one of those reflects a time when craftsmanship met history in copper form. The 1913 Lincoln cent from Philadelphia. It's graded MS63 red by NGC. This coin had a mintage of 76 million and some change, pun intended. Plenty of survivors, yet only 23 are listed in the NGC census at this grade. Now, for collectors that are watching this, you know that, of course, it goes up to 70. It's the Sheldon grading scale for coins. If you're new, I'll put a link to my website where I break that down. Now, that scarcity paired with strong original red color makes this thing really, really cool. It's really beautiful and a collectible piece. It sold for $154 in September of 2025, so not long ago from this video, and collectors loved it. It was clean, it has a great strike, and a solid eye appeal. Now, it also weighs 3.11 grams and is composed of 95% copper. This is way before they changed up what Lincoln cents were made of in the 1980s. Now, if you want to reference this, you can look on NGC. I'll put links to it. For collectors, this coin represents the intersection of basically accessible coins and rarity. It's not too expensive, it's in the low 3 digits, and is a really great coin that you can get a solid early Lincoln for your growing collection. Next up is the 1913D Lincoln cent from Denver. This thing's a real showstopper. It's graded MS65 red and brown by PCGS, and this coin had a mintage of only 15.8 million, so a very small amount. Even scarcer and high grade, only 40 of these exist at this level according to PCGS population reports. It realized $504 in 2025. It really reflects both condition and collector demand. The red and brown designation shows the coin retains partial red color, while developing a natural brown patina, which us collectors love. It makes it really visually striking. You can also reference this one on NGC or Gray Sheet. If you're chasing early Lincoln cents, this Denver issue proves that grade and preservation can dramatically boost value. The 1913 S Lincoln cent out of San Francisco. This one had a mintage of a tiny amount, 6.1 million. This one is PCGS genuine, it's uncirculated, but unfortunately, it's been cleaned. Watch my one kind of crazy, one regular videos about cleaning coins. This impacts its collector appeal, of course, and explains why the lower price of $129 happened in August of 2025. Even though the coin is technically uncirculated, the cleaning prevents it from achieving an MS grade, but it remains a notable piece for type collectors and early Lincoln cent enthusiasts, I think. It's still a really cool coin, and it's worth over $100 easy and will gain value. The coin that defines the date, the 1914D Lincoln cent. This one's graded AU58, so super high, with CAC approval. Struck at the Denver Mint from a small mintage of 1.19 million, this coin remains one of the greatest key dates for the Lincoln cent collector. This one sold in October of 2025 for $2,640, and for really good reason. It's nearly mint state condition with full design details. It's really, really beautiful with a rich chocolate brown toning to it. The CAC sticker adds that further credibility, confirming its quality within that grade, with only trace wear signs on it, right on Lincoln's cheek and his jawline. This is the kind of coin that tops any collector list. Next, let's move to something really extraordinary, the 1914 Proof Lincoln cent out of Philadelphia. These are extremely rare. This one's graded really high too, PR66 red by PCGS, again with that CAC approval. This piece sold back in August of 2025 for $6,600, and it's one of the finest known matte proofs ever. It's brilliant orange, the luster's gorgeous, it has full cartwheel flash to it, and no carbon spotting. It's a true registry level gem. It's absolutely beautiful. Only 27 of them exist in PR66 red, with just 11 finer. The 1914 proof out of Philadelphia, that beautiful matte proof, there's only like 300 or 400 of them known to even have survived. It's composed of 95% copper and 5% tin and zinc. This proof is it's not just rare, it's visually breathtaking. When you hold something like this, you are holding early 20th century mint art at its peak. Next is the 1914 S. It's another semi-key date and great Lincoln cent to look for. But I feel like this one often flies under the radar a little bit. This one's graded MS64 red by PCGS, and it's sold for $2,600 in May of 2025. It had a modest mintage compared to Lincoln cents. It's only a little over 4 million. It's much scarcer in full red mint state condition. This one comes in a vintage Generation 3.1 green label holder. So old school, adding historical charm. The other thing with green label holders, if you don't know, generally it has a little bit of room for upside. There was a little looser grading scale back then and grading requirements. So typically you can send these in and sometimes they come back a bit higher. Now let's move on to the next one, as not all 1914Ds are going to bring four-figure prices, but even circulated pieces have collector power. This 1914D, graded VF25 by PCGS, is an example that sold for over $300, but it was a little while back, meaning it probably has raised in value since then. It shows that even V.E.R.A, with strong legends and dates like this, represents something that collectors are going to still acquire for good money. So even a beat-up 1914D can sell for really good money. The 1914 Philadelphia issue, graded AU58 through PCGS, I wanted to close out with just the standard old Philadelphia version of the 1914. This one sold for $74. It is the most common year. It has a huge mintage, 75 million of them. Still, in near mint condition though, it represents a really good baseline, I think, for comparing rarer branch mint issues. It's also a reminder, not every old penny is valuable. Certain dates, they can still command a great premium over that 1 cent face value. And this one is a copper coin, so it already holds a little more than face value. But $74 is a really good value for a 1 cent face value coin. Now, when we put these in a head-to-head comparison, you know I like to do that. Each 1914 cent is going to tell a different story. From the rare 1914Ds that define the series to the proof and the S mint coins that keep collectors really chasing after the high-grade ones. If you're building a Lincoln set, 1914 is one of the most exciting years to collect. So let's start off on the West Coast with the 1915S graded MS64 red and brown by PCGS. Struck at the San Francisco Mint from a mintage of just 4.8 million. This coin sold in September of 2025 for $780, so a huge amount for a 1 cent face value coin. In this grade, it has vibrant color, it has a great strong strike, it's a semi-key that bridges affordability and scarcity. Collectors appreciate that original copper patina, I think. You can let me know in the comments if you like that patina as well. High-end 1915S cents in full red are super rare, but even red-brown examples like this one continue to see a really good rise in demand and price. It's a perfect example of an early San Francisco coin with beautiful craftsmanship and the copper preserved on it to its best. Next up is the 1915D Lincoln cent, a piece that proves even common ones can surprise you with value. This coin out of Denver is graded MS63 red and brown by PCGS. It's a coin that's sold in September of 2025 as well for $129. Now this has a much larger mintage. A little over 22 million of them would be made out of Denver, but not many would survive in such a high grade. This example shows a mix of that fiery copper red color with a little bit of subtle brown hues. It's really good looking. It's the kind of natural toning that comes from decades of careful storage. It's the sweet spot, I think, for collectors who want a visually appealing coin, but one with history as well without the $1,000 price tag. And while higher grades command multiples of this price, when you're talking higher MS grades, even an MS63 red and brown remains one of those solid long-term holds in the Lincoln cent series and in the market. We have the crown jewel of these three, the 1915 matte-proof Lincoln cent, graded PR66 brown by PCGS. This coin sold in August of 2025 for $3,600. Now, only 1,150 proofs were struck that year, and among those, CAC-approved ones like this are just a fraction of them. The coin's deep chocolate tone really gets it a good look, frosted textures really help out, and a razor-sharp detail reflect the precision of early 20th century minting. Matte proofs from 1909 to 1916 are a collecting specialty of their own, I think. They're struck with unique sandblasted dies that create that beautiful granular finish that makes them really cool looking and really valuable. This example stands as one of just 22 certified in PR66 brown. There's only 3 finer, making it one of the top survivors for 1915. This is a museum level quality coin. It's a great example of the high tier condition you would be looking for that really shows that artistic value to Lincoln cents from this time period. By 1916, the Lincoln Cent was only 7 years old, still a relatively new design, and it already had some problems. Victor David Brenner's portrait of Abraham Lincoln had replaced the Indian head cent in 1909, which many of you may know, marking the first time a U.S. coin would feature a real person. But the mint was already preparing for change. The design's famous VDB initials had caused public outrage back in 1909, forcing the mint to remove them, and 1916 would be the final year before the design began evolving again. So a lot of exciting things were happening. In total, 3 mints struck cents that year: Philadelphia, Denver, and San Francisco. Philadelphia struck the lion's share, over 131 million coins. Denver produced around 35.9 million, and San Francisco struck a modest 22.5 million. They were made of 95% copper and 5% tin and zinc, weighing 3.11 grams. These, of course, in the 80s would be lowered down to 2.5 grams and change the metal composition. These are the classic bronze alloy used for decades. But here's where things get interesting. Even with those high mintages, true gems from the 1916 coinage are almost impossible to find today. Why? Because these were workhorse coins. They circulated heavily throughout the Great Depression and 2 world wars. Unworn survivors, especially those blazing red pieces, are now museum level. They're super rare, they're super valuable. Let's break down the 1916 cent through 4 remarkable examples so you can see just how wide its value range can be. An everyday survivor, the 1916D Lincoln Cent, this one graded MS64, red and brown by PCGS. It's sold in 2025 for $192. The Denver Mint would produce 35.9 million of them, but only a fraction remain in collectible condition. In MS64 red and brown like this one, the coin shows warm copper hues fading into a really beautiful deeper chestnut color. It's a great example of how these early cents age. They're honest, they're attractive, and they're still affordable for a really quality piece. A collector tip is, for the D-Mint 1916, focus on Lincoln's cheek and jawline. The stronger the strike here, the better overall condition and grade you can expect to have. Let's jump to the last year of the matte proof, the 1916 proof Lincoln Cent. This one graded PR65 red and brown. It sold for $5,040, and it had an extremely low mintage. Only 1,050 proof cents were made in 1916. This would be before the mint would stop producing proofs entirely until 1936. This PR65 red and brown is really stellar. It glows with shades of emerald, lilac, and a plum color. It's really a masterpiece of early 20th century mint craftsmanship. Each coin was struck multiple times for these proofs, so they had specially prepared planchets that gave them a really rich looking surface and an almost sandblasted texture. If you ever see a proof like 1916, look for the matte, almost velvety finish. It's a dead giveaway. These are the last of their kind. They're great to pick up. They're super rare and can be really valuable. Now let's jump to the crown jewel. This is the 1916 Lincoln Cent, the sole finest known. The only MS68 red certified by PCGS or NGC. So imagine a coin that survived for over a century without a single noticeable mark. The surfaces shimmer with waves of those beautiful copper tones. Under light, it looks almost alive, I think. This exact coin came from the Whispering Pines Registry set, one of the most elite Lincoln Cent collections that has ever been assembled. And because it's the only one of its kind, the auction went absolutely wild. The last hammer price was $36,000. Even a 1-point jump in grade can multiply the value exponentially on any coin. MS67s from this year might sell for around $1,500 or $2,000, but jumping up to this MS68, it's like a 20 times jump. The Western Mint workhorse, the 1916 S Lincoln Cent. This one graded MS65 brown. It sold early in 2025 in January for $372, and I think is a great example of another workhorse coin from this year. The San Francisco Mint produced 22.5 million cents. It would be the lowest mintage of the year. In gem condition, they're really tough to find, and they're harder to find than their Philadelphia counterpart. This MS65 brown example has a really rich chocolate toning and minimal surface marks. That's what really matters here, is the color and toning on this coin make it absolutely pop. It's the perfect representation of what an honest S Mint survivor should look like. It's the top-end condition that you're looking for on these cents. Always check the reverse on S Mint coins. Weak details in the words 1 cent or worn wheat stalks are really common. A full strike would mean that it's a premium coin to hold on to. By 1917, the United States was officially at war. The Lincoln cent, barely 8 years old, had already become a symbol of American resilience. Victor David Brenner's portrait of Abraham Lincoln remained unchanged, though subtle improvements to the dies made for sharper strikes for that year. The Mint produced coins at all 3 facilities, Philadelphia, Denver, and San Francisco. These all had quite a bit struck compared to the previous year. Philadelphia, 196 million, Denver, 55 million, and San Francisco with 32.6 million struck. Now these were all made from that classic bronze alloy, 95% copper, and a little bit of tin and zinc making up the other 5%. They all weighed 3.11 grams. So while the mintages were high, few 1917 wheat cents escaped heavy circulation. They passed through millions of hands during the time when every penny mattered, from factory floors to soldier pay envelopes. That's what makes high-grade survivors really rare and really valuable. So let's break down the 1917 cent through 5 really good sales examples that reveal the full spectrum of the rarity, the color, and the history of this great coin. So let's start with the Mile High Workhorse, a 1917 D Lincoln cent graded MS64 red and brown. It sold for $480 in October of 2025. These again had a mintage of 55.1 million. It was struck at Denver, and this cent represents the hard-working heart of the West. So with that red and chestnut toning, this MS64 red and brown really shows how even circulated looking pieces can shine in collector grades and really sell for good value. A little collector tip would be that Denver issues from 1917 often show a softness on Lincoln's beard and the jawline, so a crisp strike can add serious eye appeal and, of course, value. The next one is the Philadelphia Gem, the 1917 Lincoln cent. This one graded MS65 red. It sold for similar price, $468 in October of 2025, with a mintage of 196 million. From the main US Mint, this brilliant coin really has a beautiful, beautiful red tone to it. It's an example that glows with an original luster. It would be great in any set. It's the way these coins looked fresh off the dies more than a century ago. It's living proof that even high mintage coins can be treasures when perfectly preserved and in really good condition. Collector tip would be that the 1917 Philadelphia cents colors really everything. You can see that in lots of different sales of these. Deep, even red with no brown spotting is the difference between a $50 coin and typically a $500 plus coin. The next one is the San Francisco Survivor, the 1917 S Lincoln cent. These are scarcer than most realize, I think. Even with a questionable color designation on this one, this piece shows the charm of San Francisco bronze. I thought it was a great example for this video. It still sold for $149 in September of 2025. Although it has darker toning, was created from a noticeably worn die, and contains and shows that great history. This coin is a really beautiful one and worth being in any set. Many 1917 S cents show uneven coloration due to moisture and storage over the years. Focus on strike quality rather than color when you're buying these. The next one is the double die obverse. I thought this would be a great coin because I want to touch on an error for this year to really show you everything to look for. This coin sold for a crazy amount, $19,200. This is a 1917 Lincoln cent out of Philadelphia. This is the famous FS101 double die obverse. It has really beautiful, bold doubling on both the date and the words "In God We Trust." Only a handful exist in gem red condition, and the CAC approval makes this one the finest known. This one has lemon gold and lilac tones. It's really, really beautiful. It has really lustrous surfaces. It's proof that even copper can radiate to the eye. On genuine 1917 DDOs, doubling is sharpest on the number 9 and the number 7 of the date, and on the letters God and the word God. Always verify with magnification, a loupe, or really a microscope to ensure that you really have one of these. But you can also reference a lot of different books, a lot of different websites. And if you think you do have one of these DDOs, then you might just want to fork out the money to get it graded and certified. The ultimate survivor. It's tied for finest certified. It's a 1917 Lincoln cent, graded MS68 red. This is it, the best of the best. Only 2 are known at this level, both tied for finest certified at PCGS. Every line in Lincoln's hair, every grain in the wheat stalks, it's razor sharp. The coin glows with this uninterrupted mint red luster. It is beautiful. It's untouched by time or handling. MS68 reds are virtually impossible to find. If you see a flawless, spot-free cent with deep red brilliance, it looks like original surfaces, it may be one of those few registry level pieces in existence, you want to get it graded, even if it were to come back lower than MS68, MS67 still sell for the thousands sometimes. This coin sold for $29,900. Crazy thing is, that was back in 2012, and it still holds that spot till this day. Now to the story of the 1918. It was a year of transition, the final year of World War I, and a turning point for U.S. coinage. By now, the Lincoln cent design was pretty established. Victor David Brenner's portrait of Lincoln had been circulating since 1909, but the mint was still perfecting its production quality. Striking inconsistencies between mints were really common, especially in Denver and San Francisco, meaning true gem survivors are really few and far between. 3 mints produced cents for this year. Philadelphia with almost 300 million of them, Denver with 47.8 million, and San Francisco with 34.6 million. All were made from that classic bronze alloy, 95% copper, 5% tin and zinc, all weighing 3.11 grams. And though mintages were high, what truly matters for collectors today isn't how many were made, but how few survived. So let's explore 4 examples that define what makes the 1918 cent so fascinating, from affordable gems to that once-in-a-lifetime rarity. Let's start with the everyday gem. With a mintage of near 288 million, most 1918 cents are well worn, but this MS65 red and brown shows just how beautiful a century-old bronze cent can look. From the RHP collection, this coin glows with deep copper brown surfaces, accented by flashes of the original mint red color. When buying 1918 Philadelphia cents, focus on surface preservation over that redness. Many coins labeled red and brown offer richer toning and a better long-term stability in the market than their bright red counterparts. This MS65 sold in January of 2025 for $204. A 1918 Philadelphia Lincoln cent MS68 red, which sold for a whopping $78,000 back in 2023. It is a pure showstopper. It's among the 288 million coins struck, which only 3 examples have ever been certified MS68 red by PCGS. This isn't just a gem, it's one of those once-in-a-generation survivors. It has luster that ripples across the surface like a molten gold color. The strike is really razor sharp, capturing every line in Lincoln's hair and beard. This coin was described by PCGS as the finest they have ever offered. This specimen bridges the line between coin and art, I think.
At this level, one grade point can mean tens of thousands of dollars in value. An MS-67 red might bring in $3,000 to $4,000, but this MS-68, it's total elite tier. It's a population of 3. Next up, we have the Mile High Mint Gem. It's a 1918D Lincoln Cent, graded MS-65 red. It sold for $4,200 in April of 2025. The Denver Mint had a ton of challenges in 1918. Inconsistent pressure, weak strikes would just plague production. This coin itself defies pretty much all those odds. Fully struck from rim to center, it displays a really great orange luster with crisp wheat lines and detailed facial contours. It is really spectacular. Its pedigree traces through multiple major heritage sales. One of the sharpest 1918D examples ever known. Weak strikes from the Denver Mint are the Achilles heel of early Denver minted cents. When buying, you want to check the word Liberty and Lincoln's jawline. Both are often softly impressed on lesser coins. We have the Western workhorse, the 1918S Lincoln Cent. This one graded MS-64 red and brown through NGC. It sold on April Fool's Day of 2025 for $384, a heck of a price for a penny. The San Francisco Mint would produce just over 34 million cents that year, and survivors in high grade are really tough to find. They're way tougher to find than their Philadelphia cousins. This MS-64 red and brown example, also from that RHP collection, shows a gorgeous color balance. It's warm, it has chestnut hues, and flashes of that original mint red. True red 1918S cents are really rare. Even red and brown pieces will command premiums when the reverse details, especially the wheat stalks, remain fully struck like this coin. So why is condition everything? I think it's pretty obvious that's the big factor. The 1918 Lincoln Cent is one of those textbook examples of how condition drives value. A circulated example might fetch a few dollars, but step into mint state, any mint state grade, and prices climb quickly. Lower mint state, you can see selling for $50 to $100 all day. MS-65s or higher go for over $200. And when you get into the high end, 67, 68s, you're talking thousands to tens of thousands of dollars. Collectors know that color and luster are really everything. Bronze tones darken over time, and coins with original mint red, especially if they have a CAC approval, are going to command the most value.
By 1919, the Lincoln Cent was pretty well established, as you probably know. A familiar design showing Abraham Lincoln on the obverse and wheat stalks on the reverse. This would remain that way all the way into the 50s. All three mints, Philadelphia, Denver, and San Francisco, would make a ton of these. Philadelphia would mint 191 million, Denver 58 million, and San Francisco 33.5 million. They would all be made out of 95% copper and 5% tin and zinc, and they all weigh 3.11 grams. Now, while mintages were large for 1919, high-grade red examples, really good condition coins from this year, are really scarce. Many coins circulated heavily in the post-war economy after World War I, and it left a few survivors out there worthy for us collectors. By today's standards, it's a year where premium gems will always dominate collector interest, but even the regular, lower-graded 1919 Lincoln Cent can be worth hundreds of dollars. Now let's talk about three crazy sales for them. The first one is a 1919 Lincoln Cent graded MS-68 red with CAC approval. It sold in the early parts of 2025 for $14,400. This one's from the Bender collection. This coin is virtually flawless. It's really beautiful. It has a deep copper orange center that fades into kind of this rose gold margin. It really has a vibrant satin luster to it on both the obverse and reverse as well. And while the 1919 is really plentiful in lower grades, MS-68 reds are exceptionally rare, with only 20 known and just one finer.
When you're looking through these, you're going to want to focus on coins with smooth, even surfaces and a really nice natural red-orange toning. These are the ones that are generally going to come back at high grades and are going to be worth good money. The next one is a 1919 D Lincoln Cent, graded MS66 Plus through PCGS. This one also CAC, and it sold for $19,200 in January of 2025. Now, red examples of the 1919D are really uncommon in higher grades. This coin is one of 7 reported MS66 Plus reds at PCGS, and it's CAC endorsed. It makes it one of only 4 premium gems with the coveted green bean sticker of CAC. Rich copper red color on this one in orange hues that highlight a really sharp strike on both sides. There's 2 tiny pedigree specks that really do nothing to diminish its appeal. In fact, they kind of help trace its provenance. Denver strikes are really challenging in this year, so anything that looks really, really clean, you're going to want to hold on to. The third coin out of the last mint, the 1919 S Lincoln Cent. This one graded MS66 red, and it sold for a crazy amount, $43,200 in 2025. The 1919 S is really the ultimate rarity of this year. Only 6 MS66 red coins exist, and this is the sole CAC approved specimen. This one is blonde gold. It's really pretty. It's really satiny, has a great luster, it's smooth, and it has a spotless design on both sides. This one has been part of numismatic history for decades, though. It has a pedigree that dates back to Central States auctions in 2001. The S Mint, high red, really good red color, are virtually impossible to find. So if you ever come across a 1919 S Lincoln Cent with that beautiful original mint red luster, you're going to want to hold on to that. Now, as you can see, condition matters a lot. 1919 cents demonstrate why grade drives value. A common 1919 is usually worth a few bucks. They're still worth over face value, but in the $10 to $20 region for well-circulated examples. But MS65s or higher can bring in thousands to tens of thousands of dollars. The first one is a Philadelphia true masterpiece. It's a beautiful coin, graded MS67 Plus red with CAC approval through PCGS. It sold for $16,800 in the beginning of 2025. This Philadelphia coin really shows one of those high-end examples from a coin that had 310 million of them made. It's one of only 4 in that grade, with none finer. It has this beautiful fire orange, kind of gold and pale rose color that blends into that sharp strike. It has a great luster as well, which is a big factor when it comes to grade and condition of a coin, and it's on the obverse and reverse. It really puts it in a top tier. The coin surface is also nearly flawless, but it does have a faint mark on the letter T in the word cent. A tip is that MS67 reds or higher are the ceiling for this year. So even though this coin commanded a huge amount of value, you can see ones in lower MS grades from MS60 and higher still commanding hundreds or even thousands. The next one is from the Denver Mint, a 1920D graded MS66 red. It sold for $15,600 in January of 2025, and this Denver issue is known for soft strikes and dull toning usually. But this one, being in a full red gem kind of prestige in that upper MS66 red condition, really is kind of mythical. This coin is from the Bywald Whispering Pines provenance, so that adds to some of that value. It's one of just 10 MS66 reds that are certified. It has a great luster, it's really intense, and one of the biggest eye appeal and draws to this coin. You'll notice when you look up 1920D Lincoln cents that red, brown, or brown examples are going to sell for far less. However, when they're still graded pretty high, they're going to sell for the hundreds or even thousands pretty regularly. The third coin is out of San Francisco, and I think it's a bit of a sleeper. This one sold for $3,360 in the middle of 2025. It's graded MS64 red, and it's an absolutely beautiful coin. I think that these San Francisco minted coins are often overlooked. Even mid-tier grades can sell for hundreds of dollars. This MS64 red really glows with that gold and copper brilliance that you see on a true red coin. And despite being 2 points lower than the others, it really has a scarcity in the color department and is a real standout. You'll see values really skyrocket with 1920 S cents if they have a good eye appeal. A clean, fully red MS64 can outperform a duller MS65 or 66 on the market pretty regularly. So why do I think the 1920 stands out? It really reveals a fascinating truth. Even common date wheat pennies like this can become elite collectibles. It's not really about the mintage that defines the rarity, it's really the condition. 1921 wasn't just another year for the Lincoln cent, I think. It was really a test of endurance. The US Mint was really struggling with worn dies, low production demand, and an inconsistent striking quality overall. The result from this, coins that looked ordinary on the surface were really concealing a quiet rarity. Today, most collectors overlook the 1921 series, I think, because until they discover what a full red 1921 S cent can be worth, they're not really interested. We're going to dive into 3 different examples. There was no Denver Mint Mark pennies for this year, so that's something to keep in mind for 1921, so don't be confused if you don't hear one in this segment. Now, the early 1920s were a recovery period. It was following the post-war slowdown, demand for the 1-cent coins had dropped, and the mint's focus was just shifting towards larger denominations. So as a result, the dies used for cents were often overused and under-maintained, leading to weak details and really dull surfaces for this year of Lincoln cent. At the Philadelphia Mint, over 39 million cents were struck, which was a moderate total. But San Francisco, just 15.2 million were struck, marking one of the lowest mintages of the decade. This combination, I think, of low production and weak strikes has really made high-grade, high-condition examples of especially 1921 S cents among some of the toughest to find in the era of wheat cents. So let's talk about those examples. We have one out of Philadelphia. It's a 1921 Lincoln cent, of course, and it sold in October of 2025 for a really good price, $119. Now, this one represents the heart of the 1921 series. It was graded a solid mid-MS grade at MS64 red and brown through Annex. Sometimes PCGS can hold a little bit higher premium when it's seen selling in auctions comparatively, but Annex, of course, is a great grading company. And at first glance, it's a simple Philadelphia strike, but it has a warm brown and reddish hue. It's really pretty, but when you look closer, you'll see subtle cartwheel luster to it and a clean surface that makes this grade a really difficult one to achieve, I think. With more than 39 million struck, these are common in circulation still, even with that lower mintage. The red-brown survivors in mint state like this are really gaining traction, and I think for under $150, it's a coin that can be added to any collection and is going to gain value noticeably over the years to come. Next, we head over to the San Francisco Mint, which is home to one of the most challenging Lincoln cents ever produced. This PCGS MS64 red and brown is an example that shows how tough it is to find a really clean, original luster, a bit of that red toning left from the mint on an S mint from 1921. Weakly struck wheat ears, mushy details in Lincoln's hair and jawline, and inconsistent color are really common for this year. Yet this coin breaks that mold definitely. The red-brown tones display faint orange in them in this really pretty rose accent. A balance that I think gives collectors a good taste of what full red might look like, but isn't breaking that $10,000 price tag mark. This one sold at $432. It's a strong reminder that eye appeal can really outweigh some other factors.
Lastly, I wanted to touch on one that sold for a crazy amount of money. It's a 1921 S Lincoln Cent that was graded MS65 red, and it sold in January of 2025 for $36,000. So here it is, this beautiful coin out of the Whispering Pines collection. It has a great grade of MS65. It's among the finest known examples of this year of Lincoln Cent. Only 5 certified with the CAC approval. Q. David Bowers even wrote about this coin, saying, "Connoisseurship combined with patience is needed to land a truly choice prize like this one." And that statement really could not be truer when it comes to this golden copper and sun orange lustered coin here. It's completely free of carbon spotting. It's near the high end of what could ever be expected of one of these coins. It's just 25 pieces in MS65 red with none finer, and this coin stands as really a pinnacle of the 1921 S collecting realm. The $36,000 auction price wasn't just for the beauty, it's for the survival, the history, and really the perfection in a year where all 3 were nearly impossible. I think if there's anything that 1921 teaches collectors, it's that rarity isn't always about how many were struck. It's about how many survived in a brilliant condition. 1922 No D Strong Reverse Variety. This one is graded MS64 red and brown, and it sold in January of 2024 for $72,000. Now, it's really easy to see why. It's designated as die pair 2 or FS401. This coin comes from the exact die pair responsible for the most famous version of the missing mint mark. The strike shows a really strong reverse design with fully formed lettering and really strong Lincoln details. This is a dead giveaway that this isn't a weak D, but it's a genuine no D strong reverse. So this example is from the Peter Scherer collection and displays a really beautiful fiery brick red color. There's really no marks on it, it's CAC approved, which confirms its originality. There's just a handful that exist in near gem condition, making this one of the most desirable Lincoln Cent varieties ever minted. Next is a standard 1922 D Lincoln Cent. This one sold in November of 2025 for $564. This comes out of that mintage of just 7.1 million, and it's not rare by count, but truly original mint stake examples like this are really tough to locate. So even at MS64, the standard Denver 1922 Lincoln Cent can command really good value. I think collectors prize these coins with even natural red-brown coloration and that strong central detail. Most 1922 D cents will have really soft strikes, primarily on Lincoln's jaw and his beard, so finding an example with crisp devices like this one is really rare. While not as famous as the No D, this coin shows what a properly struck Denver cent can sell for in really good condition. Then there's the weak D. It's a transitional error between the standard D and the fully missing one. This MS62 brown through PCGS sold back in October of 2025 for just over $500. This represents what happens when the mint mark is barely visible due to that excessive die polishing. The obverse shows Lincoln's features really clearly, but a really ghost-like D below the date. So it's a trait that's fooled countless collectors. The true weak D coins still display remnants of the mint mark under magnification, unlike the strong reverse varieties where it's completely gone. It's an essential piece in completing the variety trio. Now let's talk about even circulated examples that tell a story. This VF25 brown no D strong reverse sold in 2025 for $960. And it's going to really show that bold reverse striking and clean obverse designs can really command good value even in circulated conditions. It's a mid-grade specimen that has that appeal to collectors who want to have a genuine no D coin without venturing into a 5-figure territory.
I think as demand for certified early Lincoln cents continues to go up, even modest grade strong reverse examples like this one are going to double in value over the next decade. Really good condition 1923s of any type are worth holding on to. Now let's get to those three coins that tell us the story. We'll use three auction examples to show the range. An attainable MS64 red brown found in circulation, a once-in-a-decade MS68 red that's absolutely beautiful, and a high-quality San Francisco MS64 red brown. Let's start off with the bread and butter mint state for 1923. It's a good strike, it's solid fields, warm red-brown color. In many ways, this is that entry point for collectors who want an original, unaltered 1923 mint state Lincoln cent without paying the registry prices. The coin has decent cartwheel luster to it. It's really beautiful. It goes from the center to an outward rim color of a nice modest red. It proves the point to these. You can own a true mint state 1923 for regular money. It sold in November of 2025 for $109. Now a tip is, really look for evenly distributed color and minimal contact marks on these years of Lincoln cent. The next one is an exceptional coin. This coin is the counter argument to that common date. Out of 74 million, only 3 have reached MS68 red at PCGS. This Whispering Pine specimen is a top-of-the-world registry tier piece. It's vivid, it has a fire orange center, blending to a rose gold margin. It's absolutely beautiful with its satiny mint luster, and it has a razor sharp strike. That combination of strike, color, and surface perfection is really what makes this MS68 red effectively priceless compared to the average 1923 we spoke about a moment ago. This one sold in January of 2025 for $24,000. At this level, provenance and pedigree really matter. Small, unique pedigree marks, a speck on the wheat ear, a tiny edge mark, really help distinguish one MS68 from another. And those identifiers travel with the coin throughout auction catalogs. Let's round things out with the San Francisco 1923 that's scarcer and harder struck than its Philly cousin. This one sold in February of 2024 for $1,446. This CAC approved MS64 red brown proves really why CAC matters. It confirms the coin's originality and above average eye appeal. The PCGS plus that CAC combo really got bidding going for this coin. That color is natural on the coin, and the surfaces are premium for the grade. For S mint mark examples, you really want to look at the wheat stocks and the reverse details. S dies often produced weaker devices. A strong reverse strike and fully defined wheat stocks are really what defines a premium coin for this year. Let's talk why condition drives value. Most 1923s in circulation are worth the average, about $2 or $3 in decent shape. But graded coins, and as the grade line goes upward dramatically, it tightens the population and the prices go really skyward. MS64 red browns sell in the low hundreds. CAC approved MS64Ss climb into 4 figures, and like that MS68 red, 3 are only known, so they're in the mid 5-figure range. That steep value curve really shows how survival and originality will trump that mintage. We begin in Philadelphia, where over 75 million Lincoln cents were struck in 1924. Most rolled out in ordinary fashion, with little fanfare, but one coin rose far above the rest. This 1924 MS67 red through PCGS with CAC approval from the famed Whispering Pines collection sold for $11,400 in January of 2024. Graded MS67 red, it sits tied at finest known, one of only 2 red superb gems to earn CAC approval. The coin gleams with that frosty orange luster and a really striking sharpness. It's really a visual time capsule from a century ago. Only 14 examples exist at this level, with none graded higher. For collectors, that CAC sticker means more than eye appeal. It's validation of originality, color stability, and an untouched surface. In red designation, spots or streaks under a bright light are signs of unstable copper that can fade over time. Next, we head west to Denver, the source of one of the lowest mintage scents of the decade. The 1924 D had a mintage of just over 2.5 million. And while that number seems respectable, survival in full red mint state, nearly non-existent. This MS65 red 1924 D sold for $5,520 in February of 2025. It has a beautiful deep amber toning and a flawless original coloring across the entire coin. The color alone really sets it apart. It's rich, it's even, and really beautifully stable. I think what collectors crave most, though, is the authenticity of surface. Not over-dipped, not recolored, but naturally preserved the day it left the press. Only 19 coins have earned this grade through NGC, with just 2 finer. When buying 1924 Ds, you'll want to prioritize eye appeal and texture. Sharp wheat lines on the reverse and soft red luster to the overall coin will often beat out higher technical grades when it comes to long-term value. Finally, we reach the 1924S, perhaps the most dramatic story of all. Struck from worn dies, plagued with weak strikes, and limited to just 11.7 million pieces, the 1924S is a notorious challenge in any high grade. But when one surfaces in full blazing red, it is a showstopper. This MS65 red through PCGS from the Mershon Bender Whispering Pines collection sold for $66,000 in the beginning of 2025. This is tied for finest known with one of only 10 graded at that level and none finer. The surfaces really glow on this one with a sunset orange color. It has a delicate accent to it with flakes of that original carbon, the kind of thing that has toning collectors dream about. This coin's history also stretches through several legendary collections, adding pedigree after pedigree. Really, with any San Francisco scent, a strong strike and a consistent color is going to garner the best premiums. The 1924 Lincoln Scent series is really a masterclass in subtlety. It's a reminder, I think, that not every rarity screams from mintage numbers alone. First one is the Red Surprise. It sold for $134 in November of 2025. It's a 1925 MS65 red, and despite a mintage of nearly 140 million of them, high-grade red examples from Philadelphia are far scarcer than expected. This MS65 red is a perfect example of what a well-preserved 1925 Lincoln scent should look like. It has glowing surfaces, really crisp design, and no serious spots or carbon stains. It's a combination that is really surprisingly elusive today. With a wholesale value of around $100, this $134 auction price really reinforces one thing, I think. Bright red survivors from the mid-20s are going to command good price pretty much any time they go to auction. For 1925 Philadelphia scents, you'll really want to focus on the evenness of the red color, so it maintains that color across the whole coin. Many MS65 reds actually still show some patchy toning, but full, stable color across both sides narrows the population dramatically and really pops with that eye appeal, driving value up. Let's talk about the tough Denver brown version of this coin. It's a 1925 D MS63 brown through NGC. It sold for $104, a great price for a 1-cent coin, selling in November of 2025. Denver minted far fewer coins in 1925, and their strikes are notoriously inconsistent. This MS63 brown example is really one of just 67 graded at this level, with only 89 of them finer or so. The coin shows what you expect from a strong Denver strike. It has firm lettering, defined wheat lines, and a really smooth chocolate brown patina that's really beautiful. I think many collectors love it. For a brown coin, not red brown, to break the $100 mark tells you everything you need to know about how competitive this date is when it gets into the upper conditions. For the 1925 Ds, prioritize the jawline, the beard detail, really look at Lincoln for really good strike quality. Also look on the reverse for the quality of the impressions in the lettering. Weak areas here are extremely common for 1925 Ds, but any 1925 D in decent condition is worth holding on to. The third coin is the San Francisco Workhorse. It's a 1925S, graded at about uncirculated 58 through PCGS. It sold for $79, a really solid price in 2025, and the San Francisco Mint was really famous for tough strikes during the 20s, and 1925 is really no exception to that. This AU58 example really represents the highest, almost uncirculated tier a coin just shy of mint state with a great luster can still have. At $79, this sale shows how tightly people competed for pre-1930 S Mint survivors in even high AU grade. Look closely at the wheat stalks on S Mint cents. You want really sharp, raised kernels, and those are much rarer than you'd expect. And they separate those $20, $30, $40 coins from those $80 to $100 coins. The Philly Strike. Nearly 157 million were minted, and the vast majority of them spent decades circulating. When collectors talk about early Lincoln cents with great luster, the conversation usually sticks to the 23, 25, or some of the better struck teens. But every now and then, and I mean rarely, a 1926 comes along that looks like it just skipped history altogether. One of these surfaced this past November. It is a handsome MS66 red, graded by PCGS, and it sold for $312. Now, that's not pocket change money, but it's exactly what a top-tier, yet attainable example from this date could bring. It had solid color, clean surfaces, and really no major marks. This is the type of Philly strike collectors like to use as really a baseline, something to fill the hole while still feeling like you've got that quality coin without hitting the thousands of dollars. Now, speaking of thousands of dollars, let's talk about the one that stole the spotlight, and honestly, I think the entire year. In January of 2025, the market saw the finest known 1926 Lincoln cent, rated PCGS MS68 red. This one is out of the Whispering Pines collection. This isn't just a high-grade coin. It's a solo finest population of one with none graded higher. And you can see why just from these images in this video. It's frosty orange, it has almost an orange gold luster, razor sharp details to it, and not a single noticeable distraction on either surface. It's the type of coin that looks like it was plucked straight off the press, sealed in a time capsule, and then put into a collection. The hammer price, $36,000. Now, that's not a number you throw around lightly for a common date, but when you're dealing with a population 1 coin, the absolute top of the pyramid, so to speak, that's what happens. Collectors of registry sets fight for these, and they don't let them go quietly. The bidding was intense for this coin, and the value shows that. Next up, the Denver Gem. 1926D is one of those dates where strike quality varies wildly. Weak impressions, mushy details, and uneven color are the norm for 1926Ds. So when you see a Denver coin that breaks this pattern, I think collectors perk up. Earlier in the year, a beautiful MS65 red 1926D crossed the block from the MNO collection. Smooth satin luster to it, it has this beautiful lilac red toning, and Lincoln's portrait is really clean. This one brought $2,520, and that number really makes sense. PCGS has only a handful of red examples finer, For D-Mint Lincoln cents in the mid-1920s, a gem red is no joke. And because Denver's quality was hit or miss, finding one that looks this good is like finding an exception to the rule. Finally, let's talk about the troublemaker of the bunch, the 1926 S. Anyone who collects early S Mint Lincoln cents knows the deal. These things are beat up from the start. The strikes were soft, the dies were tired out, and clean, high-grade examples are genuinely tough. So when an MS64 red-brown example comes along with a CAC sticker, you know you're looking at something that passed 2 tests instead of 1. This particular coin sold in August of 2025 for $6,000, and that falls right in line with how difficult the 1926S is in any grade with good eye appeal. The CAC population, still tiny. The mint state survivors with strong color, smaller. The 1926S isn't one of those glamorous dates, but it's a date that quietly demands respect. Let's start with the good news for new collectors. If you want a coin that looks brand new, like it just fell out of a time machine from 1927, you don't have to spend a fortune. Take a look at this 1927 MS65 Red that sold in November of 2025. This is a gem coin. It has full red luster, sharp wheat stalks. It sold for $159. I want new collectors to really pay attention here. For less than $200, you can own a nearly 100-year-old coin in gem condition. This is the sweet spot, I think. It's affordable, but it separates your collection from the average bucket of Wheaties immediately. But if you want a coin that's just 2 points higher, this is where 1927 gets wild. On May 1st of 2025, this 1927 MS67 Plus Red crossed the auction block. Visually, it's stunning. The auction notes describe hints of rose and orange on the rims, with bright copper gold luster in the center of the coin. It's sharp, it's clean, and it has a tiny mark in the right field that actually serves as a pedigree marker. A fingerprint of history, so to speak. This one sold for $4,800. So we went from $159 to $4,800 just by moving from MS65 to MS67 Plus. Why? Because while 1927 is common, finding one this clean is statistically nearly impossible. There's only one single coin graded finer than this one at PCGS. This is a coin for the person who needs the best of the best. Now we have to talk about the West Coast. The 1927S is notorious. San Francisco strikes in the 20s were often weak, mushy, and plagued by bad planchets. Finding a red example is extremely difficult. That's why this next coin, which sold in April of 2025, brought such a massive number. This is a 1927 S MS64 Plus Red, and critically, it has a CAC sticker. It's not even a gem MS65, it's a 64 Plus, but because it has that luminous copper red luster and no carbon spotting at all, it sold for $7,200. Think about it. This MS64 coin is worth more than the MS67 Philadelphia we just looked at. That is the power of the San Francisco mint mark. In the world of condition rarity, a clean, red 1927S is a holy grail, and the price tag proves it. Finally, let's look at Denver. 1927D is another tough date, with a lower mintage of just $27 million. If you can't drop $7,000 on a coin, don't worry. Look at this sale from November of 2025 for a 1927D MS64 red and brown. Notice the RB designation. It means the coin has mellowed a bit. It's not blazing orange anymore, but because of that, the price was just $192. For a mint state Denver coin from the 20s, that is a steal. You get the detail, you get the history, but you save thousands of dollars just by accepting a little bit of toning. I actually like the toning. For a binder collection, this is exactly the kind of coin I love to see. So what's my take? What does the class of 1927 teach us? It teaches us about the gap. If you are just starting out, you can build an incredible set of 1927s for under $500 all graded. They look great, and they hold their value. But if you are a registry player, 1927 is a bit of a battlefield. That jump to MS67 Plus or finding a clean red S mint mark coin is where the serious money changes hands. So my advice, if you're new, grab that MS65 red Philly. It's an affordable piece of history that looks spectacular in your collection. The coin that defines the 1928 market dynamic, the 1928 S. This wheat cent is from a mint that had the lowest production of the year, at just over 17 million cents. Finding a beautiful, clean example is really a nightmare. They're hard to come by. That's why a sale from November 11th, 2025 brought such a massive number. A 1928 S, rated MS64 red and brown, sold for $504. Think about that for a moment. This coin isn't even a technical gem. It's an MS64, but because it has that crucial red-brown luster and it survived the often poor San Francisco strikes, collectors are willing to pay up. This proves the rule. Mintage beats grade when you're dealing with the S mint mark for 1928. Now let's travel back to Philadelphia and talk about an accessible gem. If you want a coin that looks brand new for a fraction of the price of that S mint, this is where you shop. Take a look at this 1928 MS65 red. It's sold on the very same day for $119. This is a certified beautiful gem MS65 red. It has blazing copper luster and the sharp detail you expect from all those Philly issues during this year. The contrast is really astonishing. You can buy this coin at MS65 red for just 1/4 of the price of that San Francisco coin. I think this is a sweet spot for collectors building a spectacular set on a budget. Now finally, we're going to examine the Denver Mint Brown Trade-Off coin. The 1928D had a tough mintage of just over 31 million, so it makes it really scarce compared to that Philadelphia issue. This specific coin demonstrates the market value of color trade-offs. This 1928D is rated MS65 brown and sold for $186. Now notice the key difference though. It's a gem MS65, but it's graded brown. The mellowed color means a lower price ceiling than a red example, but it still commanded $67 more than the Philadelphia MS65. That premium exists because the Denver mintage is significantly lower. This proves collectors will pay more for a scarce issue. So what's the key takeaway for 1928? It's the ultimate lesson in grade versus rarity. The San Francisco issue confirms that if a coin is rare enough, the grade number is almost secondary to the color and preservation. That $500 coin is a constant reminder of the power of the S mint mark for 1928. Now for the smart buyer, 1928 is also full of opportunities. You can get a gem coin for about $100. You can't beat that when it comes to old wheat cents. So whether you're hunting for the accessible gem or those higher dollar S mint marks, 1928 covers the whole collecting spectrum. We start with the Philadelphia issue, the Philly Perfection. Typically, the 1929 Philly cent is the most common coin of that year. Mintage numbers were really high, and they are generally available on the market. But availability changes when you demand perfection. On January 16th, 2025, a 1929 Lincoln cent, graded MS67 plus red, from the famous Whispering Pines collection, sold for $5,160. Why $5,000 for a coin with no mint mark? This is the definition of rare air. This coin earned the plus designation, meaning it is at the very high end of the grade. And the CAC green sticker, this certifies quality. The population report explains the price. There are 0 coins finer than this one. When you are building a registry set and competing for the #1 spot, you cannot improve upon this coin. In essence, you're paying for the statistical impossibility of improving your collection. This is what drives a common date into that 4-figure stratosphere. Now let's talk about the $10,000 Denver King. Next, we move to the heavyweight champion of the group, the 1929D. Now you can see a wide gamut of prices on these, from a few dollars and upwards of thousands. Denver coins from the late 20s are really notorious for strike issues. Now there are errors in the Philadelphia, Denver, and the San Francisco strikes, but I'll get to that in another video. Finding them with sharp wheat ears and defined hair details is exceptionally difficult. In August of 2025, a 1929D MS66 Plus Red sold for an eye-watering $10,800. So let me break that down on why this coin is double the price of the Philadelphia example, when that one, I called it the Philly Perfection. It is currently tied for the finest known at either grading service. There is not a single 1929D in existence that's graded MS67 at PCGS or NGC. The ceiling is MS66 Plus, and this ceiling is even lower at Annex. This specific coin is the gatekeeper for the finest possible set of Lincoln cents. So now you can probably get why it had such a huge price tag. That $10,800 price tag isn't just for the copper, of course. It's for the exclusivity. It is the ultimate barrier to entry for the elite collector. Now let's talk about the other mint and the San Francisco spread. A $154 coin versus an almost $8,000 coin. We arrive at the most critical lesson for your wallet, and you can apply this to really any coin. The San Francisco Mint comparison on these will show you what to look for. We have two 1929 S cents. These will expose the brutal reality of the red premium. First, look at the accessible option. On November 11th, 2025, a 1929 S MS65 red and brown sold for $154. Now that is an awesome price for a mid-MS grade Lincoln cent. This is a gem quality coin. It's uncirculated, it has history, but because the copper has mellowed to a brown tone, it is affordable. Now compare that to the following monster that sold on June 16th of 2025. This is another 1929 S, but this one's graded MS66 Plus Red and sold for $7,800. So look at that math. We're talking about a $7,600 price difference based on 1 point of grading and color of the surface. The MS66 Plus Red is a condition census coin. It is one of the top handful known to exist. This one's going to have that population and flash that the registry buyers demand. The lesson here is really a harsh but simple one. If you collect for history, buy the $150 coin. If you collect for investment potential and or status, you have to pay up that $7,800 entrance fee. The market punishes brown tone coins and rewards red tone coins. This will always be seen with exponential multipliers to the premiums. So what is the core lesson of the 1929 market? It proves that in high-end numismatics, scarcity is really relative. A 1929 penny is common. A 1929 penny in MS66 Plus Red is a bit of a unicorn. The $10,800 Denver sale proves that collectors will pay up to secure a finest known spot. That $5,000 Philly coin also proves that even common dates become rarities at the very top of the population report. We start with the most expensive 1930 cent ever sold. It illustrates the market's endless appetite for the ultimately perfect coins. Back in October of 2020, a 1930D Lincoln cent, graded MS67 Plus Red, sold for an astonishing $33,600. The Denver Mint only produced 40 million cents that year, and it's really a modest mintage for the time. But the challenge is really in survival. Coins from the 30s are heavily circulated during the Great Depression. This specific coin is the sole finest known at PCGS. The MS67 Plus grade confirms that it's basically flawless. It has vibrant copper red luster, and it has absolutely no carbon spotting. You're paying for a coin that statistically cannot be beaten. The $33,000 price is that ultimate validation of the condition rarity. Let's look at a more attainable but still high-end example from the same Denver Mint. On December 8th of 2025, A 1930D Lincoln Cent graded MS65 red sold for $240. This is a beautiful coin. It's confirmed by a CAC sticker showing strong original color like it came off the line at the mint. The drop from the MS67 Plus price is of course staggering, from 33 grand down to 200 bucks. This proves that the price increases exponentially, of course, as you approach perfection and the top end of the Sheldon grading scale. The difference between that 65 and 67 plus is the difference between a nice collectible and a record-breaking asset. The Denver Mint remains the toughest challenge for us collectors for the 1930 series. So finding any top quality condition coins is difficult. Finding that ultimate one that matches one like this MS67 Plus is almost impossible. Now we look at the other two mints, which set the more accessible base for the high-grade 1930 cents, I think. The San Francisco issue, this one's selling in November of 2025, which is a 1930S Lincoln Cent graded MS64 red, sold for only $79. The San Francisco Mint had actually the lowest mintage of the year, at just 24 million coins produced, but it is often found in slightly better condition than the Denver issue. This MS64 is, of course, really nice, but it's also an affordable piece of history. Now, the Philadelphia issue, this one's selling on November 11th of 2025, a 1930 Lincoln Cent graded MS66 red sold for $99. Here we have the Philly Mint, which had the highest mintage, and it's easier to find in high grades. An MS66 is a superb gem, and yet it is priced lower than the Denver MS65. This really confirms a pretty obvious thing, I think. The market pays a huge premium for the Denver coins from this year due to the challenge of finding high-grade ones. So what is your strategy for the 1930 Lincoln Cent? I think first you must recognize that the most valuable coins are going to be out of Denver. These are going to set the benchmarks for all values for this year. Second, if you're going to be roll hunting, going through old collections, focus on the details of the D mint mark. If you find really clean punches, it's worth more than a cleaner Philly or San Francisco coin. We'll start with the auction result that really sets a benchmark for the 1930 error coins. In 2024, a 1930 S over S repunch mint mark, or FS501, graded MS67 red, sold for an incredible $5,760. The repunch mint mark, or RPM, is really subtle. It is identified by the remnants of an undertype S that you can see just north of the main mint mark. But the reason for the price is really the grade. MS67 red is really high, and that red designation means that it has really beautiful color. For a coin struck in 1930, surviving 90 years with basically no carbon spotting, any abrasions, or toning is a statistical miracle. This coin is the single finest known of this variety. This $5,000 sale really confirms the fundamental law of error collecting. Condition rarity amplifies error rarity. Now let's look at the financial consequences of a small drop in grade on the exact same variety. In 2023, an identical 1930 S over S RPM graded MS65 red sold for a moderate $432. The coin is still a gem, but the drop from MS67 to 65 caused a price collapse from over $5,000 to a few hundred bucks. This is the price cliff in action. The market is fiercely competitive when you get to the top-end grades. The $5,000 collector is paying to win the registry set, while the $400 collector is still getting an absolutely beautiful example, but simply paying for a high-end red-toned coin. This proves that if you find a strong error, you must be meticulous in checking the surfaces. Even the tiniest of flaws can drop a price by thousands. Now we shift to the Denver Mint RPMs, where we see that there's a hierarchy of errors based on the coin's technical grade and the visibility of the repunching. We have two different Denver RPMs. First, the high grade example, a 1930 D over D, graded MS64 red that sold for $1,080 in the tail end of 2023. The D/D RPM is really popular. Many of you have probably heard about it, and you can jump in the comments and let us know if you have one. This $1,000 price for an MS64 shows that the Denver minted varieties hold strong value in general, especially when you get to gem grades. Second, let's look at that circulated example. A 1930 D/D repunch mint mark graded AU50. So I thought this one was actually quite a special coin to be on the list, because we normally don't talk about things outside of MS grades, and many other videos across YouTube always talk about just the superb gems, when it's important to talk about all conditions. Now, this one sold in the tail end of 2023 as well, but sold for only $43. So I would guess probably close to the cost to grade it. The $1,000 price gap between these two shows the immense penalty for circulation. That AU50 coin is worn heavily compared to the MS graded one, and that'll obscure the doubling and drastically reduce the value on the error. The lesson here is clear. The better the condition, the better the preservation, the higher the price. So what's your strategy for hunting 1930 errors? I think you should prioritize condition above anything else, but I think that's pretty logical and obvious for really any coin or any collectible. If you watch any of my other videos talking about collectibles outside of currency, this still applies. Like business, it's location, location, location. On coins and collectibles, it's condition, condition, condition. Now, there are those rare cases where the error is so rare that condition might not play such a factor, and they're still worth thousands of dollars. Before we get into straight up values for each of the coins, let's talk a little bit about the collectible side for both newcomers and people that need a reminder. While mintage isn't everything, if you look at, say, the Red Book, you'll see the 1931S has a mintage of 866,000. That is incredibly low. By comparison, Philly struck nearly 20 million of them. Naturally, you'd think the Philadelphia coin is worthless, and the S-Mint is a lottery ticket. But in numismatics, survival rate matters really more than the mintage in a lot of cases. Because collectors in 1931 knew the S-Mint production was low, they snatched up rolls immediately. That's why you can find 1931 S pennies in the MS grades all day long. The real challenge, and where the massive money is finding these coins in really high, great color grades. So that means red. Copper from this era was prone to spotting, and toning, and coins were thrown in big nasty canvas bags, leaving the mint, which left a lot of Lincoln cents really banged up. So to find a 1931 penny that still looks like it was struck yesterday is the ultimate hunt. Let's get to it. Let's start with some prices. The Philadelphia baseline. This is the workhorse of the year. This is a 1931 Philadelphia struck in MS65 red. It sold in 2026 for $119, with a mintage of over 19 million of these. This is the most common 1931 cent. However, look at that red designation. Most 1931 pennies you find in old collections, in those dusty old jars, have turned brown. At $120 almost, this is a perfect entry-level gem for any collector, especially one that wants a beautiful piece of Depression-era history without breaking the bank. Now, the next Philly coin is a matter of precision. This is a 1931 Philadelphia graded MS66 red with a CAC sticker. This one sold for $600. Now compare this to that other coin. Moving from MS65 to MS66 and adding that green CAC sticker took the price from $119 to $600. CAC confirms that for the grade. This coin has top eye appeal and is top tier in quality. There are only 25 coins finer than this one. This is for the collector who demands the best of the best for the year. But let's move over to the Denver Mint. This is a Denver sleeper, a 1931D graded in MS65 red. It sold on the same day for $915. Why is the Denver coin nearly 8 times the price of that Philadelphia one? It's mintage. Denver only produced 4.4 million cents in 1931. Unlike Philadelphia, these weren't saved in as high of numbers. Finding a full red Denver cent from 1931 is a major win. Notice the wholesale bid of around $870. The market for these is incredibly tight and aggressive right now. They are gaining value and a great coin to have. Now let's head over west from Denver and talk about the San Francisco Mint. This is the key date reality, the legendary 1931 S. This one in specific is graded MS64 red and brown, and it sold for $231 in the beginning of 2026. The key date is cheaper than the Denver coin. Yes, in this grade. Because so many 1931 S cents were saved in rolls, the MS64 grade is very populated. This is a red-brown example, meaning it has lost some of that original orange-copper luster. This is that blue-collar key date, attainable, iconic, and essential for every Lincoln collection. But what about when we get to the end boss, the big one, the $43,000 miracle? This is a 1931 S also, but graded an MS67 red. I wanted to add this on the end of the video because it is the sole finest example known, and it sold for a staggering $43,200 within the last year. Remember what I said about the S-Mint being common in MS65? Well, it drops off of a cliff after that. This is the only MS67 red certified by any grading service. It features glistening copper-orange luster and a beautifully sharp strike. There is even a tiny pedigree marker near Lincoln's shoulder that proves this is the exact coin used for PCGS Coinfax. This isn't just a penny, it's a straight-up trophy. It's the finest survivor of the lowest mintage year of the Depression-era coins. So what is the strategy and what's the wrap-up on this year? 1931 proves that rarity is about more than just numbers, I think. So my 1931 strategy is this. Look for Denver coins. The 1931D is, I think, the silent winner. Everyone looks for the S-Mint mainly, but the D-Mint, especially if it has that red coloring to it, can have some really high hidden value. Speaking of color, I think color is value. The 1931 S in brown, for example, is considered really common, but ones in red can fetch really good numbers. It might not be one of those $40,000 ones, but it can still be a great asset to your collection and have some great money behind it. Also, if you ever get a chance to pick up one that already has that CAC sticker, then even for a common Philly date, you can really have a good value, sometimes 5 times the normal premium. Let's start off with one in a PCGS Rattler. This one is a favorite among technical purists. This is a 1932 Philadelphia strike, graded MS65 red by PCGS. But it isn't just in any holder. It's in a Generation 1.2 Rattler. For those of you who follow any of my stuff, you know I have a soft spot for the old Rattlers. These were produced between 1986 and 89. The reason they're called Rattlers is because the coin isn't held tightly by a gasket. If you shake it, the coin literally rattles inside the plastic. So despite the fact that they can cause damage, I think they're one of those quirky holders from days gone by that I just really like. This coin sold in December of 2025 for $720. Why does a standard MS65 red bring such a high price? Because of grade conservatism. Back in the 80s, the standards for red was really strict. Many collectors believe that a Rattler MS65 can actually be regraded higher. When you buy this coin, you're not just buying the copper, you're buying the trust of a grade that has stood the test of time for nearly 40 years. If you notice the fields on this coin, they're really clean for a 65, indicating that people might be right. It might come back at an MS66 or higher if you were to get it regraded. The strike on the wheat stalks on this coin, on the reverse, are really bold, which is a hallmark of the Philadelphia Mint during this era. They had a lot of great striking. Now, for lesser condition coins, you're not going to grab that $700 price tag, but there's many of these 1932 Philly strikes in lower than MS65 grades that sell for well over $50 in a lot of cases. But now we move from the accessible to the elite. This is the superb gem in the Whispering Pines collection. This is a 1932 Philly cent also, graded MS67 Plus red by PCGS. But this one has an approved CAC sticker and is from the Whispering Pines collection. This one sold for a great amount, $13,200 in January of 2025. Now let's talk about that plus grade. In the world of high-stakes numismatics, a lot of you might know that the difference between an MS67 and a plus can be like $10,000. The plus signifies that the coin is in the top 30% of its grade category in terms of eye appeal. The Whispering Pines pedigree is also going to add significance. This was a collection built with an obsessive focus on luster and strike. Look at the surfaces of this coin on your screen. That isn't just orange. It's a vivid copper orange that looks like it was struck yesterday. PCGS has only seen 7 coins in this grade, 7 out of 9 million that were minted. And then there's that CAC green sticker, the green bean. This means that even after PCGS gave it a 67 plus, the experts at CAC agreed it was a premium example. When you have a mintage this low and a grade this high, you are looking at a condition census coin. It is one of the best in existence, period. Now, for lower grade versions, like I said, you can still get great value out of Philly. Let's head over to the Denver Mint, though, to talk about the 1932Ds. They had a mintage of 10.5 million, but it is notoriously difficult to find one of these with a really sharp strike. This is a 1932D graded MS66 red by PCGS. It sold in December of 2025 for $540. This coin represents what I like to call a registry sweet spot. For most collectors, an MS67 is out of reach, but an MS66 in this case is actually achievable. Now, I know for some of you, $500 is still quite a bit of money. You can get lower grade versions closer to MS60 for less than $100 all day, which are still really beautiful additions to your collection. This coin represents something different. The technical challenge with 1932D cents is what's called die fatigue. Because the Denver Mint was the workhorse and was trying to save money, they used their dies longer than they should have. This often leads to this mushy-looking detail on Lincoln's hair and across the portrait, and on the mint mark sometimes. This specific example, however, has a beautiful, consistent strike. It sits right at the wholesale bid of $500. If you're looking to invest in something copper, something quote mid-tier, but still a gem, this is the coin for you. Finally, though, we're going to get to the $14,000 monument, the king of the D issues. This is a 1932D graded MS67 plus red CAC. This is another one of those masterpieces from the Whispering Pines collection. It sold for a massive $14,400 in the beginning of 2025. This is the finest 1932D we have ever seen. While the Philadelphia 67 plus is rare, the Denver 67 plus is like a ghost. PCGS reports only 3 of these have ever been graded and 0 finer. When you are looking at a population of just 3, you can imagine that people are going to get crazy in the bidding for these types of coins. The visual appeal here is described as shimmering satin. There is a single tiny carbon speck in the right obverse field. Normally a speck would prevent that plus grade, but the luster and strike are so overwhelming that graders kind of look past it, and this coin overall is the nicest looking D ever found, and so it is a registry king. It represents the pinnacle of Denver's mint production from the Great Depression era. So what is my strategy? What's the wrap-up for 1932? 1932 reminds us that even in the toughest economic times, beauty and value can be created. Whether you're hunting for those old rattlers or you're just looking for ungraded coins, 1932 is a cornerstone of American numismatics, I think. My 1932 strategy is pretty simple. The RD rule. If you are buying for investment, you're willing to pull out some cash and invest in your collection, then only buy certified red examples. Brown or red brown are great for albums, but red is where the price appreciation is going to live. The Rattler hunt. Always look for those old school Rattler holders. They are frequently undergraded by today's looser standards. Lastly, the D-strike. When looking at a 1932 D, ignore the luster for a second and look at the beard and the wheat lines on the back. If the strike is flat, the grade's never going to hit that high MS value. You really want clean strikes for Denver minted coins from this year. Let's jump into the value of the 1933 wheat cent. Let's start off with the MS64 reality check. This is a 1933 Philadelphia wheat cent graded MS64 red by PCGS. It sold for $89 in December of 2022. Now that is a little bit older of a sale, but gives us a heavy dose of reality and a baseline for the top condition versions for modern roll hunters. This is an absolutely beautiful 90-year-old uncirculated red cent. The market is ruthless for these though. At MS64, there are still hundreds of these in the PCGS census alone. Roughly $90 is a solid price for a piece of numismatic history though. But it's not the retire tomorrow money a lot of TikToks and social media is going to promise you for these. One thing you need to know is you need to respect the grading scale. This applies to many coins and really across any type of collectible and numismatics. An MS64 means there are noticeable contact marks holding it back from higher grade. If this coin were to grade in a brown designation instead of red, it would still be worth pretty good money, but far less, around $30 to maybe $50 or $60. What about the 1-point jump though? This is another 1933 Philly wheat cent, but it's graded MS65 red by PCGS. And it sold for $154 in January 2026. Just look at that, a single point higher, and the price nearly doubles. And this is also an incredibly fresh sale from early 2026. MS65 is the true entry point, I think, for those gem uncirculated coins. The fields on this specimen are really clean, the strike is sharp, and registry set collectors are really going to start to take notice in the mid-MS grades. When dealing with copper this old as well, jumping from a 64 to a 65 is a massive hurdle because any carbon spotting in the slightest amount usually kills the grade due to killing condition. This is the tier where grading fees are going to really make sense as there's lots of value to be had for these coins. Let's talk about the top of the mountain though for Philadelphia. This is a 1933 Philadelphia wheat cent graded MS67 red by PCGS. It sold for $960 right at the end of 2025. Now we're talking elite tier copper coins, and another recent sale. Finding a 1933 wheat cent with basically zero flaws is a real anomaly. There are barely 100 or so of these graded in MS67 by PCGS in the entire world. At nearly $1,000, this coin proves that if you can preserve your finds, the market will really reward you handsomely. The jump from MS66 to 67 is where the price curve goes vertical. It's a game of microscopic margins, so you really got to look at your coins, really be a critic of the condition, because it can make all the difference when sending off to grade and coming back at a super high value for a Philly coin. Let's head over to the Mile High Mint though to talk about some value out of Denver. This is a 1933D Denver wheat cent graded MS66 red by PCGS. It sold for $317.20 in February of 2026. Now as we move over to the Denver Mint, Remember, only 6.2 million were made out of Denver for 1933. The mintage was super low, so finding a 1933D in gem condition is really tough. Notice that this MS-66 Denver Strike sold for double the price of the MS-65 Philly Strike. The market strictly follows the data here. The lower survival rate usually equals a higher baseline value. Even in AU or about uncirculated condition, 1933Ds with nice details can fetch easily $50-$60 or more. I've seen even ungraded versions sell for really good premiums. Speaking of good premiums, let's talk about the $1,500 masterpiece. This is another 1933D Denver wheat cent graded MS-67 red by NGC. It sold for $1,586 in March of 2026. So here it is, the absolute top of the mountain for the 1933D. This sale just happened too, and it perfectly illustrates the ceiling for this year. The NGC census shows only a few dozen of these in existence. During the worst year of the Depression, someone took this freshly minted Denver coin and saved it. Today, it's a $1,500 museum-quality asset and a beautiful coin. If a coin like this has even the tiniest little mark or fingerprint, the acid from those oils can ruin the copper. It drops the grade, and it wipes that $1,000 value off the board. When it comes to 1933 wheat cents, condition and color are really everything. The massive payouts really only happen when you have really good color combined with quality condition. So a few tips on hunting them are: look for red designation when it comes to buying graded 1933 wheat cents. If it's not red, it's really not worth the money unless you're looking for something specific, like rainbow tone coins or something. Also keep in mind the Denver scarcity. Always check for the Denver coins because they generally hold a higher value comparatively to the Philly counterparts. Lastly, strike is the key here. Look for strike sharpness. 1930s dies were often really overused. Look at the lines in the wheat ears on the reverse and on the obverse on Lincoln's hair. If they look mushy or flat at all, it's not going to hit a high MS grade, and it might not be worth the grading fees. Color usually isn't just the only factor here when it comes to 1933s. They really have to have a clean strike as well. Let's start off with the $3,600 masterpiece. This is a 1934 Philadelphia Lincoln cent, graded MS-68 red by PCGS. It sold for $3,600 in November of 2025. We're going to start at the absolute pinnacle of condition. There are only 37 or so of these known to exist in this grade, with 0 graded finer. This is a true top population coin. It has vibrant sun gold and rose hues, a booming strike, and 0 carbon spots. This is what you want your Lincoln cent from 1934 to look like. The collectors that are going to fight over these aren't just buying a Lincoln cent. They are buying the highest ranked slot in the PCGS registry set. Now, a note for the lower grade coins: do not let this $3,000 price tag fool you into thinking every single shiny 1934 is a lottery ticket. Let me show you what happens when the grade drops just slightly. This is the harsh reality of the MS-66. This is a 1934 Philadelphia Lincoln cent as well, graded MS-66 Plus red by NGC. It sold for $94 in March of 2026. This is why I tell you to be your own factual critic when going through your coins. This is, of course, an incredibly beautiful coin. It's a mint state 66 plus with full red color, just like it was minted. To the naked eye, it looks Pretty darn close to that $3,000 coin we just saw. But when you get under 5 or 10 times magnification, a microscopic bag mark or a little tiny hit on the surface, like this coin has, drops the value exponentially. Still at $94, it's a great value. After you pay the grading and shipping fees to NGC, you're still walking away with $30 or $40 of profit. Now, if you're buying raw 1934 cents, hoping to grade them for profit, you're really gambling against steep odds. The margins are razor thin for anything below MS66. Let's jump over to the Mile High Mint, though, and talk about the Denver scarcity. This is a 1934D Denver Lincoln cent, graded MS67 red by PCGS. It sold for a staggering $1,560 in July of 2025. So this is a recent sale that shows the power of the D mint mark. Denver minted so few cents in 1934, finding them flawlessly preserved is really hard. But what does that mean for us collectors? It means there's a lot more value to be had in the lower grades for Denver in this year. An MS67 like this one is elite though. PCGS is only graded around 74 or so in this grade, with none finer. When supply is this choked, registry set builders, high-end collectors are forced to pay a premium. Always check the reverse of your 1934 cents. 1934 Denver cents are notorious for having soft strikes on the reverse. Let's jump to the Denver baseline, though, to show kind of the regular value for the lower grades. This is a 1934D Denver Lincoln cent, graded MS64 red by PCGS. It sold for $73 in 2024. I wanted to show this one as a great reality check for vintage Denver copper. You still have to pull one of these out of one of those uncirculated rolls, but it is a great entry point if you're buying graded coins. It has the D mint mark, it has the original red color, but it has enough marks on it and chatter on it to restrict it down to the lower MS grades. At $73, this is an accessible historical asset for a mid-tier collector or any beginner that doesn't want to drop a ton of money and still get a beautiful coin. A note here is this is the break-even point though. I have seen some MS62s, 63s sell for higher than this one, but the lower MS grades are really going to be the break-even point for 1934D wheat cents. When you take into account the grading fees, you're really only walking away with a few dollars in profit here. Now the moment many of you have been waiting for, the error coins. There are many double die and repunch mint marks for 1934 wheat cents. Let's talk about the repunch mint mark. This is a 1934 D over D repunch mint mark FS503 rated MS64 red and brown by PCGS. This sold for $601.20 in November 2023. This sale may be a couple of years old, but do a little minimal research online and you'll see tons of these selling pretty regularly. We're now getting into the die varieties. Something that I absolutely love. This is where the smart roll hunters and the astute eyes are going to make their money. This one is an FS503 variety, featuring a clear D punched over another D. Notice that this coin is in an MS64, and it has faded to red and brown or RB. If this were a standard strike, it would be just a $20 coin. Because it carries the rare D over D variety, it exploded to over $600. This just shows you that these repunch mint marks are worth hunting for. Even lower ones below MS grades still sell for really good money, and this and the next coin are ones you can find in those old cherry picking baskets at shows and at shops and in old collections or heck, old jars that can sell ungraded for really good money. Let's get to the heavyweight DDO though. This is a 1934 double-die obverse FS101 graded MS66 brown by PCGS. It sold for $1,436.63 in December of 2025. We've made it to the king of the 1934 varieties. This is the famous FS101 DDO. It features a massive, undeniable spread on the phrase "In God We Trust" and the word liberty. Even though this coin has completely oxidized to a dark brown designation, the severity of the error drove the price over $1,400. This is the coin you are actually looking for, even in heavily circulated dirty condition. The 1934 FS101 can still be a multi-$100 coin. It is the true variety that you want to find on this year of wheat cent. Let's start off with the condition rarity. This is a 1935 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS68 red by PCGS. It sold for $5,520 in the end of 2025. So we're going to start with the ceiling. Out of over 200 million struck, PCGS has only graded 27 or so in MS68 red. There are only 3 in MS68 plus and 0 finer. This coin features really beautiful satin surfaces and a perfectly bold strike. There's also minimal die erosion. The $5,500 price tag is driven by elite collectors who are fighting tooth and nail for the #1 slot in the registry set. Now what about lower grades? This one is the definition of condition. Drop this exact same Philadelphia coin down to, say, an MS65, maybe even lower, and you're still talking a $30 to $100 coin. Now what about ones that are outside of mint state? Even those can sell for really good money, usually if they come from a set with Providence, or they have really cool toning, or sporting an old green label holder. Let's jump over to Denver, though, and talk about a reality check. This is a 1935D Denver Lincoln cent, graded MS66 plus red by NGC. It sold for $124 in March of 2026. This really recent sale is where we strip away the hype and look at the real math. This is a gorgeous Mint State 66 plus from Denver. It has the original red color and a great strike. But the market has determined that even MS66 Plus is simply too common to command a massive price. Now, $124, though, is an awesome value for this coin. Now, you'll have to factor in the $40 it took to grade it, but the seller still walked away with a bit of profit. If you are buying raw, ungraded 1935 coins, you have those rolls, and you're hoping to hit the jackpot, you have to be honest with yourself if you're going to send it off to grade. It has to be basically flawless. If you don't think it's going to hit MS67 or higher, it might not be worth it. What about the power of the green bean? This is another 1935D Denver Lincoln cent graded MS65 red and brown from PCGS. This one sold for $671 in January of 2026. Look closely at that data, because this is where the smart money plays. This coin is a lower grade at MS65 than that last one, and it has faded color to red and brown. By all standards, it should be worth less, right? But why did it sell for over $600? Because it holds a CAC sticker. CAC verified that this specific coin is in the absolute top tier for the MS65 grade. Eye appeal and market verification will routinely beat a slightly higher number on the slab. Now let's bring San Francisco into the mix. This is a 1935S San Francisco Lincoln cent rated MS66 red by PCGS. It sold for $240 in December of 2025. San Francisco had the lowest mintage of the year at just under 39 million. Striking issues were common at the San Francisco Mint during the 30s, meaning finding one with a sharp strike and clean fields that's going to hit mid-MS grades is already an achievement. This one at $240, this is a highly liquid, great investment coin, great asset, and even a mid-tier collection. You want to always check the wheat stocks on San Francisco strikes. Weakness on the reverse is really common, and it's going to end up killing the final grade. You're looking for at least a really strong strike if you want it to hit those MS grades. Let's finish up with an error coin for 1935. This is a 1935 double die obverse FS101 graded MS64 red by PCGS. It sold for $1,140 in the middle of 2023. I wanted to end with the Variety Hunter's Dream. This is a little bit older sale, but highlights an absolutely beautiful coin. This is the FS101. Look for a distinct, undeniable spread on the date and motto. Because this is a recognized major variety, the grade rules are completely rewritten. Even in a relatively modest MS64, the rarity of the die error drove the price over $1,100. Now, a note for lower grade coins is this is the coin you are actively hunting for in circulated albums, in those old canvas bags, even in your pocket change. A brown, heavily circulated FS101 is still a highly profitable find that you don't need to even get graded to sell. The main thing to consider with 1935 is navigating condition rarity. So I have 3 points to help you hunt them. First, the branch mint premium. Denver and San Francisco minted a fraction of what Philly did. So generally speaking, these help raise prices simply based on the mint. Next, if you're ever buying graded coins, CAC stickers on them really help heighten value because it proves the coin is premium for the assigned grade. Lastly, that awesome double die. Even if the coin isn't perfect, a verified variety changes everything. We are looking for specific, documented die spreads, not just machine doubling. If you want to know the difference, check out my other video under my courses tab or in my playlist that cover the differences between actual doubling and machine doubling. We'll start off by looking at the Philadelphia Trap. This is a 1936 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS67 red by PCGS. It's a beautiful coin that sold for $159 in March of 2026. I want to use this one to establish a recent baseline. This is, of course, a gorgeous coin. It's something you're looking for. You're looking for these red specimens that will hit at least mid-MS grades when you send them off. So if you're ever lucky enough to get a hold of an old, unopened bankroll of these, it's worth the look. Now the flip side is because Philadelphia pumped out over 300 million of these. The population of surviving MS67s is actually really big. If you're new to the hobby, then I want you to listen closely. High mintage means a coin must be flawless almost to be worth sending off to grade. Still at $160 almost, even after taking out the grading fees and the shipping, there's still a pretty decent profit here. So I'm not saying you have to have the top end of the Sheldon scale in order to get any value. Even some beat up ones, even when you go lower than MS grades, still sell for really good money. Now copper does oxidize, so you even see some of them with really cool toning sell for great money, hundreds of dollars in some cases. You do need to know about the Type 2 versions though, the brilliant mirror. So take a look at this 1936 Type 2 Brilliant Finish Proof, rated PR64 red by PCGS with a CAC sticker. It sold for $1,220 in March of 2026. So here we have another really recent sale that lets us step into the legendary proofs. The collecting note here. This is the Type 2 Brilliant Finish. When collectors complained the early 1936 proofs were too dull, the mint switched to this highly reflective mirror-like surface. This specific coin carries a green CAC sticker, verifying it is premium for the grade, meaning it has very little to no flaws under ×10 magnification. A proof is a method of manufacture and not a condition, of course. The Brilliant Finish is easy to spot. It will literally reflect light like a mirror compared to a standard business strike. They are really neat looking. But let's talk about the invisible proof. This is a 1936 Type 1 satin finish proof, rated PR64 brown by PCGS. It sold for $823.50 on January 20th of 2026. So I bring you this third and also recent sale of a 1936 wheat cent. This is one of those dreaded satin Type 1 finishes. Why do I say dreaded? This is because it looks so much like a normal coin. Massive amounts of them were spent or mishandled over all of these decades. Even oxidized to dark brown, the extreme scarcity pulled over $800. You want to look at the rims. A standard penny has a slightly rounded rim. A satin proof has a sharp 90-degree squared-off rim. That tiny detail could make you $800. Let's jump over to the Mile High Mint, though, and talk about Denver. This is a 1936D Denver Lincoln cent, rated MS67 red by PCGS. It sold for $196.42 in March of 2026. Now we've headed out west to take a look at the branch mints. Denver struck just 40 million coins that year. Finding an MS67 red, especially with full luster and no real carbon spotting, is way harder than any Philly strike. It commands a solid liquid premium. Make sure to always flip your coin over too. Denver in some cases had weak strikes on the reverse. If you have a really sharp looking Denver coin from 36, you could be sitting on really good money. Let's talk about a choke point though, out of San Francisco. This is the 1936S San Francisco Lincoln cent, rated MS67 red by NGC. This one sold for $312 on November 11th, 2025. This is where the scarcity really starts to impact the charts. With a mintage of only 29 million, the 1936S is the lowest production circulation cent of that year. Getting a really bold strike and clean fields in an MS67 commands a solid price. S-mint marks in the 1930s are your best friends. Lower production numbers mean consistent, reliable premiums in uncirculated grades especially. But even beat up 1936 S wheat cents have seen some really good values. I've even seen some ungraded ones sell for $10 to $20. Speaking of money, let's talk about an $8,000 heavyweight. This is a 1936S San Francisco Lincoln cent, rated MS67 plus red from PCGS with a CAC sticker. It sold for $8,400 in July of 2025. Now this is the absolute pinnacle of 1936 copper. Look at this beautiful coin, and look at the jump in value. This coin is tied for the finest known in existence. It carries the coveted plus grade and a green CAC sticker. It has beautiful blazing red surfaces and zero striking weaknesses, Elite registry collectors clearly fought an absolute war over this piece. We have to understand the grading cliff, though. The difference between the last coin we talked about at $300 and this coin for $8,400 is truly microscopic. It is a tiny plus designation and a CAC sticker. To hit this money, you are hunting for impossible, absolute perfection. Let's talk about the Generation 4 Premium. This is a 1937 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS67 red by NGC in a Gen 4 holder. It sold for $268.40 in March of 2026. I think this is a great coin that establishes a baseline for high-grade plastic holders. In raw, circulated condition, a 1937 Philly is worth about 5 to 10 cents. Even raw or BU examples can be found in old paper rolls for around $2 to $4. This massive $268 value isn't just the coin. It's the NGC Generation 4 fatty holder. Market makers hunt for these old holders because many believe that you can get an upgrade on grade if you send it in to get regraded. Next, let's take a look at the Generation 5 drop. This is a 1937 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS67 red in a Gen 5 holder. It sold for $149 in March of 2026, so same grade, same year, same mint, and sold on exactly the same day. Raw circulated examples are still worth 5 to 10 cents. Raw BU is around $2 or $3 maybe. Look at the price drop for these coins. Because this was in a slightly newer Gen 5 slab rather than that older Gen 4, it pulled $120 less. So it just goes to show that the actual grading slab matters quite a bit sometimes. Never assume two coins with the same exact grade will sell for the same price. Eye appeal, the specific holder, and the pedigree, like who owned it beforehand, can change everything. Let's jump over to the Mile High Mint, though, to talk about the Denver Dead Zone. This is a 1937D Denver Lincoln cent graded MS67 red by NGC. It sold for $54 in November of 2025. So a very recent sale that brings us out west to the branch mints. Raw circulated D mints are worth 10 to 25 cents sometimes. A raw BU 1937D can be sold for around $3 to $6. At $54, this sale was a loss. After paying for the grading fee, shipping, and auction house cuts, the submitter lost money on this MS67 modern slab. So what's the note here? Just because a coin has a lower mintage, around 50 million versus Philadelphia's 300 plus million, doesn't guarantee a massive payout. There's actually a high population of modern slabs for this year and mint of 1937 Lincoln cent. Out of 1937, Denver actually had a lot more quality strikes comparatively to the mass minted amount out of Philly. What about a rebound out of Denver? This is another 1937D Denver Lincoln cent, graded MS67 red by NGC in a Gen 5 holder. It sold for $94 in March of 2026. So again, the plastic flexes a muscle here. Raw circulated examples are around 25 cents maybe. BU, you can maybe see a few bucks. Another MS67 red Denver strike, but this one isn't an older Gen 5 fatter holder. This is also from the Westchester collection. That old plastic almost doubled the price realized compared to the coin that we saw earlier. When buying already graded coins, look at the older slabs if you can. They hold liquidity better when it's time to sell. But what about the San Francisco Mint? Let's talk about the San Francisco Standard. This is a 1937 S San Francisco Lincoln Cent, rated MS67 Red by PCGS. It sold for $256.20 in March of 2026. So this extremely recent sale is where scarcity and grade finally align, I think. Raw circulated San Francisco minted coins are worth between 10 and maybe 50 cents. A beautiful raw BU37S will cost you an upwards of $5 or $10 in some cases. San Francisco had the lowest business strike mintage of the year at 34.5 million. Getting a clean strike from the S-Mint in a PCGS MS67 red slab is going to be one of those great solid returns all day. Always check the reverse of your coins when you're looking through wheat pennies. You want to look at the wheat stocks. You want your S-minted Lincoln Cent to have a truly clean strike. You can really tell this in the wheat stocks on the reverse if you can see them being really clear, straight lines, and a hard strike across the whole obverse and reverse of the coin. You're really looking for perfection in these coins to garner the hundreds of dollars. Lastly, let's talk about the Elite Proof Heavyweight. This is a 1937 Proof Lincoln Cent, graded PR67 Red by PCGS. This sold for $2,280 on May 4th of 2025. So this May the 4th be with you day coin is an absolute pinnacle for 1937 copper. Even if you found a raw, ungraded proof from 1937 that had been lightly mishandled, it can still be worth a couple $100. With a tiny mintage of only 9,320, these were made exclusively for collectors. This specimen hit a staggering PR67 red. It has flawless mirror fields and a blazing red color that makes it really beautiful, but also drove elite registry collectors to a bid war. For newcomers out there, a proof is not a condition. It is a specialized method of manufacturing using polished dies and planchets to create a perfect coin. This coin is an absolute beautiful, beautiful example of really any proof coin, but the top of the line out of 1937. I think 1937 Lincoln Cents are absolutely phenomenal. They're great to look for when you're looking through those old baskets and old rolls of Lincoln Cents. And I have a couple of points for you that might help you in your treasure hunt for them. First, if you're looking at graded coins, remember that plastic premium. A lot of the times when you see older generation slabs like the NGC fat holders, the old green label holders, those can generally be sent in or busted out of the slab and regraded at a higher grade in a lot of cases, and are great pickups, but you'll generally pay kind of a heightened premium for those when you buy them from coin shows and stuff. Also remember the branch mint advantage. Philadelphia minted 309 million coins. Denver minted 50 million, and San Francisco minted just 34.5 million. So if you're going to spend your money on grading fees, you want to target lower mintages in a lot of cases, and of course, you want to focus on proof coins if you can find it, due to the resurgence of proof coins in 1937. Now there's only a little over 9,000 of those, but they are the ultimate prize for the year. Let's talk about some really cool error coins to look for the same year. So these are really cool error pennies that can be worth anywhere between about $20 to $30 just in raw form. But we'll see some certified auction sales, so you know I'm not making prices up, and I can really break down what you're looking for. If you want to pull real enjoyment and a little bit of profit out of your coins, you're going to need to know the cherry picker's margin. So let's talk about 3 points before we get to some actual sales. First, you have to understand that 1937 is known for minor double dies. These can happen both on the obverse or front, or the reverse or back of the coin. Now, you're not going to see some dramatic, naked eye, overlapping doubling. You're not going to see something crazy like the 1955 double dies or 72s, and you're going to need a 10 times loop or a USB scope and a little bit of patience to catch the spread on the lettering and the date on these coins. Another thing to keep in mind is the annex advantage. You will notice in this video that all three of our auction examples are graded by Annex. Annex is absolutely wonderful for this. For minor varieties, Annex is often preferred by many people that collect coins because they attribute almost everything for a reasonable fee, whereas PCGS and NGC really have strict cutoff lists for what they consider to be errors or what they will actually attribute. Lastly, we gotta understand the profit threshold for these. The hardest lesson in error collecting is knowing when a coin is worth the grading fee. These are really great examples, but they're not going to add thousands of dollars to your bank account overnight. So you got to know when to grade it or when to keep it raw in a flip. And we're going to look at the hard math today. So let's get into the sales. First up, we have a 1937 Philadelphia Lincoln cent with a DDO 001 graded MS64 red by Annex. This sold for $51.89 right at the end of 2025. I wanted to start with this one to establish the baseline for the obverse variety. Now, there are examples of this that have sold for much more, but in general, this is about the average price. This is the die 1 double die obverse for the Philly coins. Look for light extra thickness and notching in the phrase "In God We Trust" and on the date. Ungraded values can kind of vary. In raw, uncirculated condition, you can still buy or sell these for around $15 to $25, which is pretty awesome. The verdict on these, though, is to hold on to them raw. Why? Because grading and shipping to Annex is going to eat up pretty much any of your profit at a $51 sale like this one. The auction houses, if you do it online or physically, are going to take an upwards of 15% of a cut, and that's going to leave you around $43 in this case. When you subtract out the grading fees, you basically made zero profit or even lost a little bit of money. So if you're going to get it graded, do it to preserve the condition. Otherwise, if you find one of these great errors, I suggest you put it in a 2x2 cardboard flip. I always tag plastic and cardboard flips in every video, and then just enjoy it. Down the road, it's going to gain value. Now, if you find one that's way more flawless than these featured in the video, you could be sitting on hundreds of dollars, and it could be worth grading immediately. Let's talk about the reverse doubling trap, though. This is another 1937 Philly Lincoln cent with a double die reverse graded MS66 red from Annex, and it's in an older holder. This sold for $51.75 in November of 2025. So we're going to flip to the back of the coin here, in a very high grade actually of MS66. This is a double die reverse. It's housed in an older Annex white soapbox holder. You're going to want to look for doubling on the wheat stalks and the phrase "E pluribus unum." Raw versions of this coin are still incredibly hard to accurately self-grade, but if you think it would come back from grading at, say, MS66 or higher like this one, it could be worth preserving the condition by getting it certified. Even raw examples, though, of these uncirculated or high condition, even AU almost condition DDRs can still trade for like $20 to $30. So it may not even be worth the grading, and you can sell it raw to someone. My opinion is either buy it already graded and hold on to it, or just hold on to it if you find it in raw form. Even at a really high grade of this MS66 red, it only pulled in like $50. The market simply does not assign massive premiums to these minor reverse doublings. And that's just sad as it is, but the way it is. The person who originally graded this did so years ago, and likely lost money on the process unless they held on to it all those years. For you, as a collector, buying this already slab for $50, though, would be a fantastic way to acquire a high-grade error without taking the financial risk of grading it yourself. Let's take a look at our third example, the San Francisco minor error. This is a 1937 S San Francisco Lincoln cent with a double die obverse, die 1, graded MS64 red by Annex, and it's also in an old holder. It sold for $42 in November of 2025. So we're going to head out west to talk about this variety. This is the S-Mint DDO die 1, and again it's in an old Annex soapbox holder. Ungraded values for these really vary. A raw uncirculated example typically trades for around $15 to $20, but even good condition, slightly worn pieces can sell for $10 to $15. My opinion on these is to sell or trade them raw. If you're able to buy one graded, of course, then you could get a really good addition to your collection for not a lot of money. If you cherry pick this coin from a roll, from a set, from an old album, your best move is to keep it, hold it, or if you really want to flip it, you're going to want to go through private Facebook groups or a local store for around $20. Then again, you instantly turn a 3-cent piece of copper into a $20 pure profit without tying up your money for 2 months waiting on the grading company. Also, with these older holders, a lot of people buy them, they can send them back into Annex, and generally they'll come back a little higher graded, thus increasing the value. The modern variety market requires you to be really ruthless, though. Just because a coin is an error does not mean it belongs in a slab necessarily. Get you a loop and hunt for those 1937 DDOs and DDRs, though. They are definitely out there in standard rolls, in those old jars. But if you find one, I'd suggest overall to leave it raw and ungraded. Put it in an archival flip, label it, and either hold it for your personal collection or to grade it later, or sell it for a quick $20 if you can. We're going to take a look at why a 38 penny sold for about $70 and why another one from the same exact year sparked a bidding war that ended at over $5,000. So if you want to stop guessing what your coin collection is actually worth and know the real values, then let's get into the values of the 1938 wheat cent. First, let's start with the volume trap. This is a 1938 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS67 red from NGC, and it sold for $69 right in the end of 2025. This is going to be our baseline. And it's a real reality check for a lot of us new collectors. Now, a collector's note here is that an MS67 red is a phenomenal grade, of course. The coin is blazing red, it looks like it was minted yesterday, basically. Why did it only sell for $69 in late 2025? This is because the Philly Mint pumped out over 150 million of these. The survival rate is actually pretty massive. This is a beautiful coin, but in the whale market of a ton of them out there, supply dictates the ceiling. It's the same for any collectible, of course, and you know that. You aren't getting rich off of one of these standard 38 Phillies, even in this higher MS grade. The gem grade just doesn't equal massive value. When you take out the grading fees, it's still a little bit of a premium, but nothing to call home about. Let's talk about the entry-level proof, though, from 38. This is a 1938 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded PR64 red and brown from PCGS. It sold for $129, and now we're stepping into the proof market. The mint only struck a little over 14,000 proof cents in 38, so that's a super low number. But this coin only pulled about $130. Why is that? Because the grade is a lower PR64. Now we're still in decent grades, but proof coins were struck to be perfect. This is where a little bit of age to this coin does play into value, but really the condition is what factors in most. This one carries that red and brown or RB designation. It's still a really beautiful coin, but in the high stakes copper game, any fading of that original mint red color instantly bleeds the premium. It is a rare coin, it is a beautiful coin, but it's an entry-level price for a collector who wants the date without paying that massive full red tax. What about that massive tax, though? This is a 1938 Philadelphia cent graded PR 67 red cameo from NGC. It also bears a CAC sticker. It sold for $5,368, and this one is a monster. This is why we look at our coins deeply, we check the data, and we stay on the hunt for these really rare proofs. Look at the exact same coin as the last one, but elevated to absolute perfection. This is what you want a coin to look for regardless of whether it's a proof or not when you're penny hunting. This is not just a PR67. It has the ultra-rare cameo designation for the frosted devices against those beautiful mirrored fields. And it holds the CAC green bean sticker. The NGC census only shows about 9 of these. 2 exist in 67 cameo, so you can guess now why the price went so high. This is known as a registry set contender. When elite buyers are fighting to have the literal best collection in the world, $5,000 as a price tag is just the cost of admission. Let's hop over to the Mile High Mint, though, to talk about the Denver Plus Grade Multiplier. This is a 1938D Denver Lincoln cent, graded MS67 Plus with a red designation from PCGS. It sold for $610. So we're moving out of those proofs, and we're heading to the Denver Mint, where the mintage drops from 156 million for the Philly circulation coins down to 20 million. This coin carries a massive pedigree from the D.L. Hansen collection, but the real star here is that little plus sign. That plus indicates the coin is at the top tier of the MS67 grade, bordering on an MS68. In the vintage coin market, that tiny plus sign acts as almost a 5 times multiplier in your profit. If you're ever able to get a hold of a plus grade coin like this, you better strike while you can. But what about the brutal reality of the standard grades? This is a 1938D Denver Lincoln cent graded MS67 red by PCGS. It sold for $104. If you want proof of how ruthless the high-end coin market is, then you want to look at this sale. This is the exact same coin from the exact same Denver Mint run in the exact same MS67 grade, but it doesn't have that little plus sign. Losing that tiny symbol on the slab cost the seller $500. It's a game of millimeters, and the buyers know exactly what they are looking at. A plus grade indicates not only that it's at the top end of its grade, but also it has the possibility of being a higher grade if recertified. Let's move over to San Francisco, though, to talk about the premium. This is a 1938S San Francisco Lincoln cent graded MS67 red by PCGS. It sold for $219.60. Now we hit the West Coast here. The San Francisco Mint produced the lowest number of business strikes for 38. Notice the jump. A standard MS67 red from Denver, like the last coin, brought around $100. That same exact grade from San Francisco pulls in over double. That S Mint mark automatically doubles your money in most cases for these high gem condition coins. This is because the surviving population in high condition S Mint coins from 38 is significantly smaller. So supply equals demand equals higher value. The vintage copper market isn't about finding an old penny. It's not about finding that coin in a jar and getting rich. It's highly calculated in the game of supply, absolute color, and knowing exactly how grading tiers are going to act as financial multipliers. If you're going to be buying or selling any pre-World War II wheat cents, you cannot guess. They need to be graded to really maximize value. Even lower grades than one seen in this video can still turn a really good profit
even at your local show. A Philly strike might be worth a dinner, while a cameo proof from the same year buys you a used car. Look for the S mint marks. Protect the original copper color, and understand in the modern auction room that little plus sign and any CAC stickers are going to be where the real value pays up. The $36,000 coin. This is a 1939 Philadelphia Lincoln cent, graded MS68 plus red from PCGS with a CAC sticker. That long-winded title sold for $36,000. This is the apex predator of the wheat cent series for 39. So first let's look at the grade, MS68 plus. This isn't just the finest known 1939 penny. By the margin of that tiny plus designation, this coin sits at literally the very top of the condition census for all wheat cents graded by PCGS. Every one of them. There is only one wheat cent in existence graded higher than this one. It boasts vivid copper orange luster, it's absolutely beautiful, it has zero spotting, and it's secured with a CAC sticker. It hails also from a prestigious Whispering Pines collection that really gives it provenance. So in this case, when a coin is statistically the best in the world, the price tag becomes kind of irrelevant to the buyer. $36,000 is the cost of owning the crown. But let's get a little reality check. What about a regular 1939 Philly cent that's still graded pretty high? This is a 1939 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS67 red by NGC, and it sold for only $104. So if you want to know how extreme the high-end market is, look at this same exact coin. We just looked at an MS68 Plus that sold for over 35 grand. This coin is an MS67 red, an absolutely stunning, highly preserved gem condition coin. But why did it only pull $100? Because the Philly Mint struck over 300 million of them. An MS67 is of course beautiful, it's of course a really high grade and hard to attain, but it's simply not unique in the grand scheme of 39s. The drop from an MS68 Plus to an MS67 cost the seller 34,000% of their premium. The whales only pay for top population, and the market is oversaturated with mid to higher, somewhat MS grades, like this MS67. Not to say this isn't still a good value and still a little bit of profit, it's just considered a collector's placeholder, unfortunately. What about the Mile High Mint, though? I did say earlier that pretty much all 39s can be found with some value. This is a 1939D Denver Lincoln cent graded MS68 red by PCGS. It sold for $11,400. So now we're moving over to the Denver Mint, and we're stepping right back into that really rare atmosphere. This is also from the Whispering Pines collection too. This coin is tied for the finest known. PCGS has only recorded 14 or so of these in MS68 red. There are 0 graded higher currently. But rarity on paper is one thing, as you know. Rarity at an auction is another. Before this crossed the block, a top-tier MS68 red hadn't been seen in public auctions since around 2019. When a ghost coin, so to speak, like this just comes to the surface, registry set builders, big hunters, deep pocket collectors, you name it, go to war. The result is an easy 5-figure payday like this. Let's talk about the color crash. This is another 1939D Denver Lincoln cent, graded MS65 red and brown from PCGS. It sold for a solid $195.20, but this is the trap most collectors fall into, I think, especially new collectors. You see the D-mint mark, you know it's a lower mintage, and you think, man, I've hit the jackpot. I found a pretty clean 39D right in my collection, right in my old jar of change. But take a look at this label. It's an MS65 red and brown. It dropped 3 points in grade from our last coin, but more importantly, it lost its original fiery red color. In the vintage copper market, Brown is a death sentence for your profit margins in most cases, unless it's a really cool tone coin or something. An $11,000 premium vanished simply because the copper oxidized over the last 80 years, and this color of coin is not as desirable as the other high dollar ones we've seen in this video so far. Speaking of high dollar though, let's talk about the Silent S Mint in a $5,000 coin. This is a 1939 S San Francisco Lincoln cent, graded MS68 red from PCGS, that sold for $5,520. San Francisco strikes are notoriously difficult to find flawless in 1939, and I think this sale proves that. Now, other 1939 S's of other grades that are lower still sell for really, really good money. PCGS lists only 6 of these in MS68 red, so I wanted to show you kind of the high end of things. What's even crazier about it, these almost never come up for public sale. The auction house noted this was the first PCGS MS68 red they had ever seen cross their desk, and we're talking about heritage auctions here. Tying for the top of the condition census always guarantees heavy bidding, of course, and at $5,500, the buyer secured a pristine, spot-free masterpiece that most collectors will never even see in person. If you ever find a truly flawless 1939 S like this, then you are sitting on good money. Get it graded, because you yourself could have a multi-$1,000 asset in your hands. We can't talk completely about 1939 though without talking about the proof coins. This is a 1939 Philadelphia Lincoln cent, graded PR 65 red, from PCGS with a CAC sticker. It sold for $207.40, and it really lets us close out with the proof market where the rules completely change. The mint only struck 13,500 proof cents in 39. That is incredibly rare, incredibly low. This coin even secured that green bean CAC sticker. So why is it only sitting at around $200? This is because in the proof world, as many of you know, a grade of 65 is actually considered pretty average or even a little low. PCGS has recorded over 120 examples graded finer than this one. So this is considered average for the year and for the proof coins, and sadly carries a still great but lower value of around $200. You can see ones with just one grade point higher selling closer to $500, but any of them really are great pickups. Even 1939 Philadelphia proof coins that are ungraded are worth good money. The 1939 wheat cent market is the ultimate lesson in the perfection premium, I think. It isn't about having a shiny old coin, it is about having the only shiny old coin. But don't let that deter you. Like I said throughout the video, you don't need one of these crazy rare, super one-off coins from 39 to have good money. You can sell wheat cents all day long. They're copper coins, they're great, and a wonderful, wonderful addition to any type of collection. Let's get into the real data, the real values, and the real fun behind the 1940 penny. First, let's talk about that unimprovable rule in Philly. This is a 1940 Philadelphia Lincoln cent, rated MS68 red. It sold for $7,500. This is what we call an unimprovable grade. In the PCGS census, there are only about 10 of these in MS68 red. There are 0 finer. That is the ceiling. When a coin literally cannot be improved upon numerically, it stops being a penny, and it starts being a real financial asset that you can invest in. This specimen features a dazzling, beautiful patina with rose and lime toning. It's a visual flex that elite registry set owners will pay a massive premium to own. At $7,500, the buyer wasn't just buying copper, they were buying the right to say they own one of the best. But let's talk about the Denver volume trap for 1940. This is a 1940D Denver Lincoln cent,
graded MS67 red, and it sold for $99. Now let's take a look at the Denver Mint. 81 million were struck, and this result is a warning for every collector getting into Lincoln cents. Now $99 is a great price, but taking into account grading fees, there wasn't too much of a premium to be had here. It's still a gorgeous high gem coin, of course, but it sold for less than the $100 mark, and this is because MS67 is the survival floor for the Denver cents in 1940. Thousands of these exist in this grade actually, so they're not as rare as you would think they would be. If you aren't hitting that MS68 tier, you are swimming in an oddly massive pool of common inventory. This is the difference between a placeholder in a collection and a real profit coin breaking the $1,000 mark. Speaking of thousands of dollars out of Denver though, let's talk about a Whispering Pines monster. This is a 1940D Denver Lincoln cent as well, graded MS68 red with a CAC sticker. It sold for $10,800. This is the same 1940D that we were just looking at, but elevated to the next dimension. A collector's note here is that this coin is the absolute heavyweight. Hailing from the legendary Whispering Pines collection, it is one of only 8 in MS68 red at PCGS, and it is the sole example with a CAC sticker. So I wanted to show you pure perfection. That green sticker acts as a financial laser, identifying this as the finest of the fine. That single grade jump and that tiny bit of green turned a $99 coin into a $10,000 payday. This is why we get coins graded. Let's head even further over to the San Francisco Mint to talk about a fatty. This is a 1940S San Francisco Lincoln cent graded MS67 red. It sold for $79. Even with 112 million struck, the S Mint usually carries a small premium. This coin is housed in an NGC Generation 5 fatty holder, a favorite for vintage slab enthusiasts. Even with the cool holder though, it still only pulled $79, but this was probably graded some time ago, so the grading fees would have been less, and there's still a premium to be had. It reinforces the 1940 rule. In this decade, if it's a business strike, it's gotta be near the top end of the Sheldon scale to really pull in that crazy value. It's a beautiful piece of history, but it's not a crazy investment here. What about the proof coins though? We can't talk about 1940 without talking about proofs. This is a 1940 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded PR66 red. It sold for $317.20, and finally, we're looking at the proof market. Now please take into account, there's others sold in just the last couple of years that have broke the $1,000 mark by far. These can be crazy valuable, as many people want the proofs out of 1940. These have elite numbers, 15,872 coins, struck specifically for us collectors. A PR66 red is of course a strong grade, but in the proof world, people are really hunting for cameo and deep cameo contrasts, but that's hard to find on wheat cents. This coin is a consistent performer like I said though. It sells regularly for 300 to even 1,000 times the face value. It's a solid play for anyone who wants rarity without getting into those crazy 5-figure prices yet. It's the smart entry point for the proofs out of 1940 and really proofs in general from the wheat cents. 1940 is the year where the line between collector and investor is gonna be drawn in the sand. You either own the high population 67s or you hunt the unimprovable 68s. Or you're like me and you're in it for just the good-looking coins and the copper. Stop looking for old and start looking for perfect when you're looking through your 1940 Lincoln cents. These wheat cents are where it's at. Whether you collect coins, currency, or really anything at all, if you ever come across a 1941 Lincoln cent in an old collection, in that old jar, heck, in your pocket change, they can be worth far more than the 1 cent face value. These are copper coins worth taking a second look at. So let's talk about some really valuable ones. Let's start with the Whispering Pines Legend. This is a 1941 Philadelphia Lincoln cent, graded MS68 red by PCGS. It's sold in the beginning of 2025 for $15,600. You heard that right, $15,000 for 1 penny. This isn't just a high-grade coin, though. This is likely the finest known of the date. This is from the coveted Whispering Pines collection. It is the only MS68 red with a CAC endorsement. Now, to put this in perspective, a 1941 Philly in a grade like MS65 or 66 is worth about $10 to $20. Move to MS67, and you're already up to over $100. This jump to MS68, and with that green CAC sticker, would represent an over 10,000% increase in value. What about high-volume gems, though? This is another 1941 Philadelphia Lincoln cent, graded MS67 plus red from NGC. It sold recently in January of 2026 for $237.90. This is an absolutely beautiful coin. Just look at the colors, look how clean it is, but it also shows that plus premium. Even with a mintage of almost 900 million, a plus designation on any of these 1941 wheat cents really heightens values. Usually ones in higher MS grades with that plus will really hold a firm price in the mid-hundreds. Now for lower grades, and ones without that plus sign, a standard mid-MS grade usually hovers around $100 still. Now that's still a really perfect looking coin. Ones that are going to grade lower than this, say in the AU grades, can still be worth $10 to $30. But you have to take into account the grading fee. You're going to come out even right now, but they would be a great coin to get certified, get graded, and hold on to. Let's head over west to the Mile High Mint, though, and talk about a Denver fatty. This is a 1941D Denver Lincoln cent, graded MS67 red by NGC. It sold for $104. It also hails from the Westchester collection. This coin has another great thing about it. It's in a Generation 5 fatty holder. Myself included and collectors abroad love these old slabs for their nostalgia and the belief that the grading was tighter back then. Sometimes these can be sent in and get higher grades, so that's a big plus when you buy these graded coins. Now in grades like MS65, a 1941D drops down to about $10 to $30. In MS66, this heightens a little bit, until you're at the top of the Sheldon scale for 1941D wheat cents, you're not going to hit that $100, $200 mark. We have to hit all mints, so let's talk about the San Francisco Elite coin. This is a 1941S San Francisco Lincoln cent, graded MS68 red from NGC. It sold for $1,800. San Francisco usually has lower mintages, and in a hugely high grade like MS68, this coin is a monster. With only 6 or so known at NGC in this grade, this almost $2,000 price tag is actually a bit of a steal compared to the Philadelphia prices. When you get into grades like MS67 or lower for 1941Ss, they sell closer to the $100 mark. That's still a great premium, but nowhere close to this $1,800 tag. Now, ones that are even lower grades than that can still sell for really good money, so don't be deterred if you find one with a few little scratches on it. If we're going to talk about all of the values for 1941, we can't forget the proof coins. Before we get to the actual proofs, we have this 1941S Lincoln cent, graded MS65 red, proof-like, from PCGS. It sold for $4,800. This is where you need to put a little attention. This is an MS65. Usually this would be a $20 to $40 coin maybe, but this is the sole proof-like example at PCGS. It has a mirror-like reflectivity usually reserved for proof coins. This is a technical anomaly that collectors will pay thousands to own. You can see these across all years of Lincoln cents, and they are great to look for. I have a video that breaks down proof-like coins, so make sure to check that out. For perspective, a standard 1941S is worth about $10 to $20 as I said before. So since this one was designated proof-like, and it also has a CAC sticker, it sold for 480 times its standard value. Let's jump to those proof coins though, so you really know the values of 1941. Here's the budget proof. A 1941 Philadelphia Lincoln cent, graded PR65 red and brown from NGC. It sold for $84. We know that proof coins are meant to be perfect, but this one is red and brown, meaning it has actually begun to tone. At $84 though, this is a perfect way to own a low mintage proof with only about 21,000 of them made without jumping into a crazy price tag. A PR64RB can usually be found for $50 or lower also. This is one of the most affordable ways to get into the 41 proof market. Lastly, let's talk about a proof trophy though. This is a 1941 Philadelphia Lincoln cent, graded PR67 red from NGC, and it sold for $1,647. So now we see the red premium. This is a top of the census coin with only 55 or so graded this fine. It is stunning, it has full red colors, and it just really shows what a proof coin is intended to look like. The jump from PR65RB at around $80 or $100 to this PR67 red at over $1,600 is massive. It shows that for proofs, color is everything. 1941 is one of my favorite years of Lincoln cents to search for. Now you don't need these high-grade, crazy value coins. You can build a wonderful collection right out of your pocket change. Wheat cents are all copper, they're already worth more than their face value, so you should hold on to every single one of them when you come across them. Also keep in mind a few things. The plus hunt. If you're looking at graded coins and you're able to find ones that are absolutely pristine and have that plus designation, then pick them up. If you're ever grading and you're able to get that plus designation, then you might have easily doubled your money. Also make sure to check 1941S business strikes for how reflective they are. If the fields look like a mirror, you might have found a proof-like rarity that could be worth hundreds, over $1,000 maybe. If you're able to secure a really high grade on one of these 1941 cents, it doesn't matter which one it is, you got yourself some good money. We all know the famous 1943 steel cent that followed, but 1942 was a key date. It was the final glorious stand for the 95% copper alloy. So let's get into these really great coins. First up, we start with the workhorse for the year. This is a 1942 Lincoln cent, graded MS67 red by NGC. It sold in February of 2026 for $149. These had a massive mintage of over 650 million, so you might think an MS67 is pretty common, but it isn't. It's actually really hard to find 1942 Philly cents that are in really good condition. Now the bids went kind of crazy for this. Originally they expected it to sell for around $100, but the almost $150 price realized shows that collectors are paying a 35% premium for coins with eye appeal. It has beautiful color and a really clean surface. This is the registry value at work here. If you want to be number one on the leaderboard, you have to win these types of auctions for hard-to-find coins. But what about Denver and the plus factor? If we move over to the Mile High Mint, we see the power of the plus sign. This is a 1942D Denver Lincoln cent, graded MS67 plus red by NGC. It sold in September of 2025 for $264. Now, even MS67s without the plus sign can sell for over $100, so all Denver coins are great to look for. Denver in the early 40s was known for producing some of the cleanest strikes for that year. This tiny plus sign represents a coin that is technically a 67, but has the eye appeal of a 68. With over 200 million minted, only a handful survive with this level of surface preservation. So this is literally a trophy for any Denver Mint specialist and a beautiful coin. Just look at the color. Let's head further away from Philly, though, and go to San Francisco and talk about the premium there. We're all the way west here. The San Francisco Mint has always been the darling of the penny world, I think. This is a 1942S San Francisco cent, graded MS67 plus red by NGC. It realized $390.40 in the beginning of 2026. It's a recent sale, so let's discuss that jump in price. Purely, it's mintage. San Francisco only struck 85 million cents in 1942. While that sounds like a lot, it's a fraction of what Philadelphia's output was. The S Mint mark combined with the plus grade makes this one of those great condition rarities. It's the lowest mintage hub of the year, and the price reflects that scarcity. Even lower MS grades, even some AU grades for 1942 S Lincoln cents can be seen selling well over $100. So these again are a mint from 42 that you gotta pick up. We can't talk completely about 1942 though without talking about the proof paradox, the beautiful proof coins. This is the coin that breaks the rules. Let's take a look at this 1942 Lincoln cent graded PR65 brown by PCGS. This proof coin sold in April of 2026 for $427. What a great price for a proof coin. But wait a minute. A brown coin sold for more than the red San Francisco one we just looked at? You betcha. Only 32,600 proof sets were made in 42. This would be before the Mint shut down proof production to focus on the war effort. Because the mintage is so low, collectors will fight over any high-grade proof, but really any proof, from 1942. Even beat-up ones can sell for the hundreds. This PR65 brown shows that rarity and strike type trumps color every time. Let's end off with one of my favorites from 1942, the Variety Hunter's Payday. This is a 1942 D/D re-punched mint mark. It's graded MS64 red by Annex. It sold for $159 in April of 2026. This is a recent sale, and this is a top 100 variety. If you look at the D mint mark, you can see a clear secondary D shifted to the south of it. Even in a lower MS64 grade like this, the variety carries this coin to a triple-digit price every time. Even beat-up ones, even ungraded ones, can sell for good money. 1942 D/D repunch mint marks, even ungraded, are a $20 to $50 coin in a lot of cases. This is why you gotta audit your coins. This could have easily been spent as a common penny or thought of as just a beat-up old cent if the owner hadn't been looking for the RPM. So knowing your varieties, knowing your errors is really important. so make sure to check out every one of my videos on Lincoln cents so you can learn all about them. 1942 is an absolutely awesome year. If you're hunting these pennies, you're going to see 3 letters everywhere: RD, RB, and BN. Red is always going to be the best to look for. It means the coin still looks like it just dropped out of the die in 1942. For a coin to stay red for over 80 years, it had to be sealed away almost immediately. Red and brown, or RB, and brown, or BN, occur when oxygen reacts to the copper and it begins to oxidize. 1942 is again the ultimate hunting ground for the detail-oriented collector like you. My strategy's really easy for them. Mainly look for the S mint marks. The San Francisco business strikes are the safest bet for long-term value growth. We've seen this for many years. Of course, keep an eye out for proof coins. They're always wonderful, and even ones that are a bit beat up can be worth really good money. And lastly, I love me some errors. Scan for the Ds. If you see a double D or that D over D repunch mint mark, you're sitting on some really good money. Since every scrap of copper was needed for shell casings and communication wires, the US government and US Mint changed over to a steel cent for 1943. But there is a catch. Because these steel cents were plated in zinc, they are actually a nightmare for collectors today. They rust, they zinc rot, and most of the ones you find in jars and pocket change have been reprocessed, meaning someone spray painted them or recoated them or cleaned them. Today we're going to take a look at certified sales from auction houses so I can explain what you need to look for and how much these coins can be worth. So let's get into it. First up, we have the Philadelphia baseline. We start out with the Philly business strikes. This is a 1943 Lincoln cent graded MS67 by NGC. It sold in May of 2026 for $207.40. A massive premium for this beautiful coin. Philadelphia produced over 680 million of these. Despite the high mintage though, hitting MS67 is a technical challenge because the steel planchets were harder than the copper, causing the dies to wear out really quick. A collector's note here is that in lower circulated grades like VF or XF, a raw 1943 Philly cent is usually worth about 10 to 25 cents, but if you were to come across a lot of beat up ones, that money can add up fast. If it's a nice, raw, uncirculated version, you can actually get up to $3 or $5 for this. You only hit triple digits though when the grade is certified at MS65 or higher. Now when we shift over to the Denver Mint, where the strike quality was significantly better, we see a rise in values overall. This is a 1943D Denver Lincoln cent graded MS67 plus red by NGC. It sold for a whopping $463.60 in the beginning of 2026. Now notice that jump from the Philly coin. That plus designation indicates superior eye appeal for this coin. You can see that in the color and the fields of this coin. Denver coins often have the best frost of the 3 mints. At nearly $500, this coin is a mandatory piece for any top-tier registry collector. Ungraded 43D cents in average condition are pretty common actually. They generally retail from 25 to 50 cents, and you can pick them up at any local coin shop. Even a raw, high-end, uncirculated specimen rarely breaks $5 to $10. It's not until you get to these upper grades, or you see these plus designations, that you see really high values for Denver. But let's talk about a dead zone for Denver. This is a 1943D Lincoln cent as well, graded MS66 by PCGS. It sold for only $79 in the end of 2025. Now we have seen prices start to trend upward in 2026 and going forward, but look at the difference. An MS67 Plus brought over $400. but dropping just 1.5 points down to MS66 crashed the price under $80. After grading fees, after shipping, the person who sold this barely broke even probably. A note here is this is the most common gem grade. If you find a very shiny 1943D in an old collection, it's likely an MS64, 65, and can still sell for an upwards to $30 to $50, but raw, they're like a $2 coin. It's not until you hit the higher end of MS grades that you really see good values out of Denver. Let's move further over though and talk about the San Francisco gem entry. San Francisco is usually the premium mint, but not always at the lower gem levels. This is a 1943S San Francisco Lincoln cent rated MS66 by PCGS. It sold for $64 in May of 2026. This is a really recent sale and a fantastic entry point for any of you new collectors. It has that original satin luster, but hasn't reached the stratospheric top pop levels yet, so it's an affordable coin. Circulated 1943 S cents carry a very tiny premium over Philly and Denver due to a lower mintage. They usually sell for around 50 cents to $1. In uncirculated condition, sometimes around $3 to $7. Let's take a look at a masterpiece, though, out of San Francisco to talk about one of the most valuable coins for this year, though. This is a 1943S San Francisco Lincoln cent, graded MS68 by PCGS, also sporting a CAC sticker. It sold for a staggering $4,758 on May 1st of 2026. This one is legendary. From the Lalonde family collection, it features frost white surfaces and a hint of reflectivity. It's absolutely beautiful. PCGS has only seen about 6 coins finer than this. When you combine a 68 grade with that CAC green endorsement, you aren't just buying a penny. You're buying a literal trophy in the numismatic asset world. Don't get confused though. Your raw, shiny penny is not this coin. To hit MS68, the coin must have been handled with surgical precision, one tiny scratch, and this $4,700 value would drop to like $100. Let's finish out the video with a really cool overdate variety so you know about at least one of the errors, and then keep an eye out for my other video that explains every single 1943 error to include that bronze error. This is a 1943/2 San Francisco double die obverse FS101, graded MS67 by PCGS. It sold for $2,562 in March of 2026. Let's look closely at the 3 in the date. You can actually see the tail of a 2 underneath it. This is a classic overdate variety. In MS67, there are only about 28 known to exist. This is literally the top treasure for 1943 variety hunters. If you find this variety in circulated condition, so raw, it is still worth $100 to $300 or more. This is one of the few 1943 pennies where condition is secondary. The variety is where the value is. This Lincoln cent is super important, so check every S mint mark date to see if you find this valuable error. 1943 is one of my favorites. I think many people love the steel cents in the steel cent market, but it's a game of technical exactness, I think. So forget the shiny ones. If it looks like a mirror, it's probably cleaned or reprocessed, but you'll want to take a closer look under a loupe or scope to really see that satin, zinc white frost that you're looking for. Also realize in 1943, unless you're sure that it's going to grade at the top of the Sheldon scale, MS65, 66 or higher, then you don't want to eat your profits by sending in a coin that's beat up. You are not going to grade high enough to really make a premium, but of course, if you're just trying to preserve something for your collection, then go for it. Lastly, every 1943S should be checked under a loupe or a scope. You want to look for that FS101 overdate. If you find one, you could have that $2,000 lottery ticket just hiding in plain sight, cash in, and have a great payday. You probably know the story. Copper was needed for World War II munitions, so the US Mint switched to zinc-coated steel. That's how we got the 1943 steel pennies. Transitions are rarely flawless, though. Planchets to make these coins got stuck in the bins. Dies are reused, and sometimes the mint produces anomalies that defy explanation. I'm going to talk about things from common die varieties you can find with just your eyes or a loupe, to a unique proof-like steely, all the way up to the one you probably want to see, the legendary copper alloy errors that command $250,000. So let's get into the values of error and variety coins for the 1943 Lincoln cents. Let's just start with the king of the crop. This is a 1943 bronze cent graded AU55 by PCGS. It also sports a CAC sticker. This coin also hails from the Whispering Pines collection. It sold for $264,000 in January of 2025. How does this happen? The most likely theory is that a handful of 1942 bronze planchets were left trapped in the feeder or transport carts. When the 1943 production began, these stray bronze blanks were struck with the new 1943 dies. This specific piece has a beautiful golden brown color and it weighs 3.11 grams. This is definitive proof that this is a true bronze planchet, not a plated fake, which are very common out there. It is one of perhaps 20 or so known out of the Philadelphia Mint. A beautiful coin. But let's move from the off-metal errors for a second to the die varieties. Let's take a look at this 1943/42S double die obverse FS101, graded MS67 by NGC. It sold in March of 2026 for $2,013. This is one of those phenomenal overdate errors. I have another video previous to this one that covers another one, so you know they're out there. The San Francisco Mint used a working hub that bore the 1942 date, and then it was impressed again with a 1943 hub. You can actually see the remnants of the 2 beneath the 3. It's really cool. In an MS67 grade, the zinc-coated steel surfaces are impeccably preserved. This is one of those beautiful coins that has that crystal clear doubling to it. Not every major variety costs thousands of dollars though, but they're all really neat to hunt for. Let's take a look at a 1943 D/D repunched mint mark, specifically the RPM2. This one's graded MS66 by Annex, and it sold in April of 2026 for a really good price of $139. So during this era, mint marks were still punched into the working dies by hand. The punch bounced or was struck twice, leaving a distinct secondary D offset from the primary mint mark. It's a great, affordable piece that any advanced wheat cent collector can add to their set. It's a beautiful coin and a really cool error, and one that you can find in pocket change. Speaking of which, let's take a look at another variation of that repunch mint mark, but from Denver. This is a 1943 D/D FS501 Lincoln cent graded MS63 by PCGS. It sold for $341.60 in March of 2026. I think cherry pickers and coin collectors alike love the FS501 because the spread between the punches is really noticeable and prominent. Even in a lower uncirculated grade like MS62, where some of the original zinc luster might be slightly subdued compared to like a gem version, the mechanical error is still undeniable. So always check your 1943 D cents under a magnifier, under a loop, because you could be sitting on $200-$300. Now let's jump back though and talk about another crazy sale of the bronze cent. When you're tracking market history on high tier coins, you find another really cool auction event for a 1943 bronze cent. This one graded AU55 with a CAC sticker. This sale took place in April of 2021, which I know is a while ago, but I wanted to show you the consistency on how expensive bronze cents can get. This coin realized $240,000. It is incredible to see how the market commands premiums for these problem-free choice AU examples of this transitional alloy error. This is one of those pieces that if you find it in the weight of 3.11 grams, it still requires XRF metallurgical testing. Fakes are everywhere, like I said before in the video, so if you ever were lucky enough to find one of these bronze cents, and like I said, there's only 20 or so out there known, you have to get it tested entirely and certified. Let's close out with one of my favorites though, and it's not an error. It's an anomaly of striking quality. This is a 1943S San Francisco Lincoln steel cent rated MS68 Plus proof-like by PCGS. It sold in January of 2026 for a crazy amount of $21,960. Steel cents are almost never proof-like. PCGS recognizes 0 proof-like examples from Philadelphia or Denver, and only 10 or so from San Francisco. This piece is the sole finest, so I wanted to end the video on it. It has beautiful reflective fields that are the result of intense die polishing, creating a subtle cameo effect against the frosted devices. Just take a look at the obverse and reverse of this masterpiece of wartime minting. It's beautiful. We've looked at bronze planchets, overdates, and repunch mint marks, but the 1943 penny has other major errors out there, other anomalies to look for that you can really strike gold with. Look for broad strikes, off-center strikes, die breaks or cuds, as well as super rare occurrences of wrong planchet errors. With over 2 billion struck across all 3 mints, the 1944 Lincoln cent is one of the most common coins on the planet. It's a great wheat cent that you can pick up in those dusty old bins at your local shop and even in some pocket change. But common doesn't mean valuable in all cases. In some cases, it does. We're stripping away the hype and looking at exactly what it takes for a billion mintage cent to command serious value. We'll start with the 1944 Philly baseline. This is a 1944 Lincoln cent in MS67 red, graded by NGC. It sold on March 17th of 2026 for $149. Now that's a great premium for this coin. Philly produced over 1.4 billion of these. Hitting an MS67 requires pristine surfaces and beautiful color like this coin has. It has a lot of that original red luster from the mint. For $150, you are buying a technically brilliant survivor of a massive production run. But keep in mind a collector's note. In lower circulated grades, a raw 1944 Philadelphia cent is usually worth just the copper melt value, usually a few cents. Even a nice, raw, uncirculated coin will sell for around $2 to $5. You need to certify an MS65 or better to start seeing real premiums over that grading fee. So keep that in mind. You're looking for really, really good luster and red-colored coins. Let's talk about the single finest Philadelphia coin, though, so you know exactly what perfection looks like. This is the ceiling for Philadelphia strikes. This is a 1944 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS68 red by PCGS with a CAC sticker.
It sold really recently in January of 2026 for the astronomical price of $24,400. So why this massive jump? It's really population mechanics. While MS-67s are available, MS-68 is a major condition rarity. PCGS reports only 4 or so in this grade. What sets this specific coin apart is that CAC green endorsement. Not only is this coin absolutely beautiful, it is the only MS-68 red with a CAC sticker right now. It features flawless copper pink hues and a perfect strike. Just look at this wonderful coin. Do not assume your shiny 1944 penny is an MS-68 though. A single microscopic carbon spot or bag mark drops the grade immediately, and the price plummets from this crazy $24,000 back down to a couple $100. Higher grade ones in MS-66 or higher can be seen selling for easily $100 to $300 in a lot of auctions. Let's move out west to the Denver Mint so we can look at our benchmark piece. This is a 1944D Denver Lincoln Cent graded MS-67 red by PCGS. It sold on March 17th of 2026 for $159. Denver struck over 430 million of these. The strike quality is generally sharp. It's a highly liquid, predictable asset in the market. You see these selling steadily. Ungraded 1944D cents in average condition are bulk bin coins, though. Despite that mintage being a lot lower than Philly, you just see a lot of them in beat-up condition, but they are retailing for a few cents over face value, even over that copper melt value. Now, if you find one in a roll or an unopened roll, then you could be sitting on good money if they're in good condition. We need to talk about the 1944D condition census, though. This is what happens when a Denver strike achieves near perfection. So like that perfect-looking Philadelphia coin, this will give you a good example of what you're looking for when you're searching for flawless coins. This is a 1944D Denver Lincoln Cent graded MS-68 red by PCGS. It sold on January 16th of 2025 for $9,300. Just like that Philly issue, the MS-68 grade is a massive choke point. PCGS and NGC report only 5 or so 1944D cents in this grade. This piece is from the Whispering Pines collection and was struck from fresh dies and has 0 spotting. It's absolutely gorgeous. Remember that copper is highly reactive. Finding an 80-year-old copper coin with completely unspotted, frosty orange luster is like a statistical anomaly. That is what the $9,000 premium is paying for here. Let's move further west from Philadelphia and hit the San Francisco Mint and talk about the entry level. This is a 1944S San Francisco Lincoln Cent graded MS-67 red by NGC. It sold in September of 2025 for $64. Now, a stark difference in price compared to some of the coins we've talked about so far. San Francisco struck over 280 million of these. Interestingly, MS-67 red examples from the San Francisco Mint are actually trading lower than their Philadelphia and Denver counterparts. At $60, this is a highly accessible entry point though. I urge any of you to purchase these types of coins when you see a sale like this. I mean, the grading fees are almost the same as the sales price, and this is one sharp coin. San Francisco coins from this era can sometimes suffer from mushy strikes and weak luster. When hunting raw coins, always check the sharpness, especially in Lincoln's beard, and the wheat stalks on the reverse. If they're really clear, then you might want to get it graded. Let's round out the video looking at the power of the plus grade and the plus factor in San Francisco.
This is a 1944 S San Francisco Lincoln cent rated MS67 Plus Red by PCGS. It sold in December of 2025 for $660. Notice the jump from the $64 MS67. That single little plus designation indicates superior eye appeal that flirts with that MS68 threshold. For any collector fighting for the top slots, that half-point difference is going to justify 1,000% price increase. The difference between MS67 and MS67 Plus is going to be invisible to the naked eye. It will require 5 times to 10 times magnification and a deep understanding of grading standards to see the difference. 1944 is an absolutely wonderful year to collective Lincoln cents. There's even a ton of valuable errors which I'll cover in another video, so hit the notifications button so you get notified for that. Ignore the clickbait telling you that every single one of these 44 pennies is a gold mine. Of course, pick up and keep any wheat cent you can. They are worth copper value, but it's a few cents. If it has brown spots, it's not a gem red, so it's also going to be worth just a few bucks. If you want to play in the high-tier market, you have to really focus on eye appeal, strike preservation, and if you're in the market for buying graded coins, you're going to need to look at professional grading registry numbers to see where those coins fit before buying them. Even though there was over 1 billion minted in Philadelphia alone, 1945 Lincoln cents can be really rare and really valuable, but you need to know what to look for. The rarest thing here is finding one that survived the metallurgical laws of its own creation. I'll show you exactly what the values are and what to look for. So let's jump into it. Let's start with the Philly baseline. These are the business strikes out of Philadelphia. This is a 1945 Lincoln cent graded MS67 Red by NGC. It sold in September of 2025 for $104. Now that's a small premium over the grading fees, even with Philly producing a staggering 1 billion of these. Despite the massive supply, an MS67 Red requires highly preserved luster and clean fields like this coin. At around $100, this is the accepted baseline for a premium, registry quality World War II cent that would be great to grace any collection. Now, a collector's note here is that you shouldn't confuse this with a circulated 1945 penny. In low grades like VF or XF, a raw 1945 Philadelphia cent is worth about 5 to 10 cents max. Uncertified, uncirculated rolls are actually common, meaning raw BU examples rarely break the $2 or $3 mark. You only see triple digits when the coin secures an MS66 or higher grade. What about the Philadelphia plus factor? Let's look at what happens when you push that grade by just a fraction of a point. This is a 1945 Lincoln cent graded MS67 Plus Red by PCGS with a CAC sticker. It sold in January of 2025 for $6,054. Notice the jump from that $100 baseline. PCGS has awarded the plus designation to around 24 examples, indicating superior eye appeal and a phenomenally sharp strike under 10 times magnification. So this coin straddles that MS68 grade. Now combine that with a green CAC sticker, verifying it as high-end for the grade, and the price explodes by nearly 6,000%. The difference here is microscopic though. A single tiny fleck on the E in Liberty is the only thing keeping this from an MS68. Grading at this tier is an exact science, so never assume a raw coin is going to get one of these plus designations. Let's head out west though and talk about the Denver Mint and the baseline there. This is a 1945D Denver Lincoln cent graded MS67 Red by NGC. It sold in March of 2026 for $104. So the same price as a couple of coins ago, and a really good premium still, albeit small, for this coin. Denver minted 266 million cents that year. Like the Philly baseline, an MS67 Red from Denver provides a highly liquid, stable asset for us collectors. The strikes here are generally really strong, and the market consensus firmly anchors this coin right around $100. Now keep in mind that because 1945D cents are actually pretty plentiful on the market, submitting one for grading is really a risk unless you're absolutely certain it will grade MS66 or higher. An MS65 will cost you more in grading fees than the coin is worth. The market is simply flooded with decent Denver cents. Speaking of decent Denver cents, let's talk about the absolute peak for the Denver Mint. This is a 1945D Denver Lincoln cent graded MS68 Red by NGC. It sold in June of 2025 for $8,700. Why nearly $9,000? Out of 266 million struck, PCGS and NGC report only 10 or so examples tied for the highest grade. The recycled shell casing alloy was highly susceptible to spotting and streaking. Finding a 1945D with bold, flawless golden amber luster without a single carbon spot like this one is a statistical anomaly, a needle in a haystack. When dealing with MS68 copper, you are paying for the complete absence of any environmental reaction. Even keeping a coin like this stable requires strict humidity and temperature control. Let's head further west, though, and talk about San Francisco. This is a 1945S San Francisco Lincoln cent, graded MS67 Red by NGC. It sold in September of 2025 for $49. Now I know what you're thinking. What a stark drop in price compared to any of the other coins. Mintage in San Francisco dropped to 181 million because the San Francisco Mint was busy striking coins for the Philippines. Despite the lower mintage, the MS67 Red baseline trades at half the price of Philly and Denver. It is one of the most affordable points of entry for a gem red S Mint wheat cent. I implore any of you to jump on these if you get an opportunity. San Francisco dies were really heavily used, often leading to mushy strikes. When hunting for any coins out of San Francisco for 1945, really prioritize the sharpness of the wheat stalks and Lincoln's profile. Those are the ones that are going to get the best value. Talking more about value out of San Francisco, though, let's talk about a benchmark. Finally, we push the S Mint to the top tier. This is a 1945S San Francisco Lincoln cent, graded MS68 Red by NGC. It sold in November of 2025 for $2,160. With only 9 coins recognized in MS68 Red, this is a major condition rarity. Just look how beautiful this coin is. The pristine red surfaces and vibrant mint luster prove that San Francisco was actually capable of producing spectacular strikes amidst a heavy wartime workload. The collector's note here is that the pricing gap between the 1945D MS68 at $8,700 and the 1945S MS68 at a little over $2,000 highlights a crucial market reality. High-end demand heavily dictates those ceiling prices. So always check census populations before dropping a lot of money like this on a coin. There's a jump from an accessible $150 baseline to a near $10,000 condition rarity that you can find in 1946 cents. So let's break it down. Let's start off with the Philadelphia baseline. We're at the Philly Mint. This is a 1946 Philadelphia Lincoln cent, graded MS66 Plus Red by PCGS. It sold in October of 2025 for $154. Philadelphia produced just shy of a billion cents in 1946. Because the quality control on the final batch of shell case alloy was erratic at best, achieving a true high MS60s grade is much harder than in previous years. That makes an MS66 Plus Red the stable, accessible baseline for a premium registry build. This Plus designation also lets it sit right on the grade of MS67, and you can tell from the beautiful colors and surface on this one why it got just shy of the next grade up. Now don't confuse this with a circulated 1946 penny. In average circulated condition, a raw 1946 Philly cent is worth about 5 to 10 cents tops. You only see triple digits when the coin secures high-end slabbed grades. The alloy is highly prone to oxidation and spotting, more so than other years of wheat cents. So if you come across one of these 1946 Philly cents and it's truly clean looking, you might want to consider getting it certified and graded. What happens when you hit the absolute pinnacle out of Philadelphia, though? Let's talk about that ceiling, and it's an expensive one. This is a 1946 Philadelphia Lincoln cent, graded MS67 Plus Red by PCGS, sporting a CAC endorsement as well. It sold in the beginning of 2025 for an incredible $9,600. So why this huge premium? It's going to be population rarity. PCGS has awarded the MS67 Plus grade to only 3 or so examples of this coin. This pristine, spot-free, pumpkin orange lustered coin that you see here is a statistical anomaly. Finding a 1946 shell case cent with 0 environmental reaction or spots after 8 decades is the primary driver for this 5-figure valuation. So again, if you come across a clean cent out of Philly from 1946, then you might be sitting on really good money. Let's move west to Denver, though, and talk about how the standard shifts slightly. This is a 1946D Denver Lincoln cent, graded MS67 Red by PCGS. It sold at the end of 2025 for $169. Now, with a mintage of 315 million, Denver had slightly better quality control, meaning the market baseline for a registry grade or high grade example comfortably hits MS67. This doesn't mean lower grades aren't valuable, though. We still see lower MS grade Denver coins sell for good money, about $40 to $80 sometimes. For just under $170 here, you are getting a top-tier gem red coin. This thing's really stunning. Anything below this, for the Denver issue, might top out at about the grading fees right now, but are still worth picking up. Just like we did with Philadelphia, here is the condition ceiling for Denver, though. This is a 1946D Denver Lincoln cent, rated MS67 Plus Red by PCGS. It sold in January of 2026 for $2,928. Now notice how a simple plus designation awarded for superior eye appeal within the MS67 tier drove that price up nearly 1,600% over that last coin. In the high-end copper and wheat cent market, you are paying for strike sharpness in fields free of any contact or bag marks. This coin proves that even for non-key dates out of the wheat cent series and Lincoln cent series, the plus grade acts as a massive multiplier at the absolute top of the population. We can't talk about 1946 without talking about every mint, so we head further west from Philadelphia to the San Francisco Mint. This is a 1946S San Francisco Lincoln cent, graded MS67 Red by NGC. It sold in March of 2026 for $244. San Francisco had the lowest mintage of the year at just shy of 200 million. Because of the lower relative mintage, the San Francisco MS67 red baseline trades a lot higher than both Philadelphia and Denver. So San Francisco is really one of the great mints also, and I think the top one right now that you should look for out of 46. If you're building one of those gem red sets, or you're just into really beautiful looking coins, the S Mint is your highest barrier to entry at the baseline level though. They are a little more pricey, but we see them historically gaining value more steadily than the Philly and Denver counterparts. 1946 Lincoln cents closed the book on the World War II shell case era. Now there's other anomalies in years after this, but 46 is one of the best years to hunt for. The lesson's really simple in my opinion. When dealing with those unstable alloys, pristine condition is everything. The cleaner the surface, the cleaner the strike, the cleaner the fields, and the better the color, the more money you're going to get out of 1946. A single carbon spot can drop a coin from $9,000 to $100 or $200. Still a great profit, but a lot of loss. If possible, look for those coins that are already graded and slabbed, because those are stabilized and kept from further oxidation. Really focus on strike and eye appeal. That's the biggest thing for 1946. Wartime die anomalies. What do I mean? I'm talking about great errors that you can look for on 1946 cents that can be worth really good money. So let's get into it. First, what the heck is a repunched mint mark and an inversion? We gotta go a little bit beyond the surface here. If you're new to variety hunting or you just need a refresher, then this will really help you out. Looking at a mint mark can be a little overwhelming sometimes. So what exactly are we looking for? Well, that's important if you want to understand the values of these errors. Back in 46, mint marks weren't part of the master hub design like they are today. They were hand-punched into individual working dies by mint employees using a mallet and a steel punch. If the worker slipped up, hit it twice, or grabbed the wrong punch entirely, which believe it or not that happens, an error is born. To identify the 1946 S over D over mint mark error, also known as the FS511, you need to look closely at the upper and lower loops of the S. You'll need to do this under a good loop or a magnification that's at least 5 or 10 times. You will see the crisp, distinct corners of an underlying D peeking out from underneath the curves of the S mint mark. It looks like a little shadow box effect. For the inverted mint mark, known as the FS501, it's a completely different puzzle. The worker actually held the S punch upside down. On a standard 1946 S, the top loop of the S is slightly smaller than the bottom loop. On the inverted variety, the large loop is on the top and the small loop is on the bottom. It looks really top-heavy basically, like it's about to tip over. To spot these, magnification is going to be your best friend. Really, 10 times or 20 times jeweler's loops might even be mandatory. You don't need a scale for these alloys since they are all a standard 3.11 grams made out of former shell cases, but you do need the sharp eyes and a clear understanding of what I just explained to know what a normal San Francisco S looks like, so you can tell the difference. Now that you understand what you're looking for and what you're hunting for on these varieties, let's talk about those 3 examples so you know the values. Let's start with an example that shows how accessible a major variety can be if you target the right grade. This is a 1946 S over D Lincoln cent over mint mark error, variety FS511, graded MS64 red by PCGS. It sold in May of 2025 for $360. So what a premium for this coin. At MS64, this coin represents an excellent entry point for serious variety collectors. The PCGS report sits at around 14 examples in this grade, with 46 of them finer. Because it's a full red color coin as well, it maintains that stunning copper orange color as you can see here. If you really look closely at the mint mark area under the magnification on your screen, the underlying Denver D is really cleanly visible beneath that San Francisco S. So for us collectors looking to add a certified cornerstone error, this is without a doubt a great way to not get into four figures and get something that, yes, is a few $100s, but gonna gain value over time, as they are just wonderful varieties for any collection. Let's jump to that other error though and talk about our next example, where we see a mechanical blunder that often goes completely unnoticed in searching rolls. This is a 1946 S San Francisco Lincoln cent with an inverted mint mark error, also known as an FS501, graded MS63 red by PCGS. It sold in May of 2026 for $139. So you can see here, even the lower MS grades for these types of errors can sell really well, and this is a really recent auction sale out of Heritage Auctions. The FS501 is an incredibly scarce coin in terms of those pure numbers. PCGS has graded only like 5 examples in MS63 with around 40 finer. Yet because inverted mint marks don't always capture that same casual media attention as over mint marks, the price has remained highly reasonable, and here it's only about $140. It features full original mint red luster here too. I mean, this coin's really pretty for a lower MS grade coin. When you look at that S, the top heavy distortion is really undeniable. This is a pure connoisseur's coin. It's like the toned ones that I love. Highly rare by population, but still affordable for those niche collectors. Let's hop back to that over mint mark error so we can talk about an insane value with those before we close out the video. We're now getting into the absolute ceiling for the year, a trophy coin that commands an elite premium. This is a 1946 S over D Lincoln cent with an over mint mark error, variety FS511, graded MS66 plus red by PCGS. It sold in November of 2023 for $1,200. Now I know this sale was about 18 months ago, but look at that massive price jump from the MS64. We went from $360 all the way up to $1,200. This is because conditional rarity at the gem level is going to be really brutal. PCGS shows a population of only 13 in 66, with only a single coin graded higher with this error, and it's alongside a mere 2 examples securing that crucial plus designation. The lustrous color here on this piece is really blinding too. It's a stunning and beautiful coin, and the strike is remarkably sharp for an S-Mint die of this year and era. It features no carbon spots, preserving that flawless red surface very beautifully. This is one of those pure registry plays here. When two collectors are fighting to have that top spot, you're gonna see skyrocketed prices like this. 1946 San Francisco varieties really show us that the finest details hold those greatest values. So study the punch geometry, because before you buy or submit your 1946S, look at verified examples of what the FS501 inversion looks like. Don't take this video for the truth. Go do your own research and make sure you get familiar with it. Also, you want to demand attribution. Sometimes annex is the better way to go when it comes to varieties and errors, so keep the grading company in mind. Also, go with color over grade. When it comes to copper varieties, a pristine MS64 red will always be more liquid and desirable than an MS65 red and brown. Protect the red surfaces, get it certified and graded and preserved so your coin can stay lustrous and beautiful for years to come. Mainly, you can really preserve that value. Some of these coins can be worth a ton of money. A bar for perfection has been raised when it comes to 1947 wheat cents. Since the strikes were cleaner and the surfaces were more stable, millions of these coins were saved in near perfect condition. That creates a massive divide in the market, showing a really brutal cliff between common coins and staggering prices for those registry grade condition rarities. We're going to also dive into a really fun repunch mint mark error that you can look for on your wheat cents that can be worth an upwards of a few $100s. So let's get into it. Let's start with the absolute ceiling for the Philadelphia business strike. This is a 1947 Philadelphia Lincoln cent, graded MS67 Plus red by NGC, sporting a CAC green sticker. It sold right at the end of 2025 for $4,320. Philly produced over 190 million of these. Look at the NGC census though. There are only around 54 coins graded MS67, and only 4 with that plus designation. There are 0 graded finer, and this CAC sticker confirms that for the experts, this coin's eye appeal sits at the very top of the curve. Now, a collector's note here is that in lower, circulated grades, a raw 47 Philly cent is worth around 5 to 10 cents. Even a raw, uncirculated coin will bring around $2 to $6. You only hit the massive 4-figure returns, though, when the coin is certified at the top of the population report. Now let's take a look at what happens when you drop down just a point and a half, though, for 47 cents. This is a 1947 Philadelphia Lincoln cent, graded MS66 red by PCGS. It sold on December 23rd of 2025 for $74. That's a stark difference from the previous coin, of course. This is that volume rarity sweet spot, but it is also a value trap for sellers. After grading fees, shipping, and auction cuts, the person who submitted this coin probably lost money. It's a beautiful, high-grade coin, but because there are so many of them on the market right now, it remains an affordable entry point for buyers rather than a payday for sellers right now. This is the most common gem grade. If you are building a budget set, though, buy this coin already slabbed immediately if you see them for sale around this price. Don't waste your own $40 in a grading fee and hoping that it comes back at MS66 or higher. Let's hop over to the Mile High Mint, though, and talk about the Denver Plus factor, where we're going to see the power of the plus grade in action again. This is a 1947 Denver Lincoln cent, graded MS67 Plus red by PCGS. It sold for $2,040 in November of 2025. Now, Denver produced 194.7 million cents this year, and their strikes were typically strong. The wholesale value for a standard 67 is around $180, which is still pretty strong. By adding the plus designation, though, the auction price jumped to over $2,000. The market heavily rewards those rare examples that exhibit superior blinding luster. Ungraded 1947 Denver cents in average circulated condition are really common, though. They usually retail around $5 to maybe $15. What about the Denver benchmark? This is a 1947 Denver Lincoln cent in MS67 red, graded by PCGS. It sold for $252. It also comes from the MNO collection. This piece adds a bit of pedigree to this video. It illustrates exactly what the market expects for a standard Gem Denver issue. This one has a clean, well-struck surface without those massive multipliers of the plus grade though. If you're building a high-end set on a realistic budget, an MS67 is the exact target that you're looking for to fill that 1947D slot. It offers premium quality without the exponential cost of the registry grades. We can't talk about 47 without talking about San Francisco, though. San Francisco had the lowest mintage of the year at just shy of 100 million, but they don't carry the premium that you would expect. This is a 1947S San Francisco Lincoln Cent in MS67 Red from PCGS. It sold in December of 2025 for $159. Despite the lower production, San Francisco cents from 47 were heavily hoarded in original rolls. Because of that massive hoarding, true gem examples are actually relatively easy to source even now. Circulated 1947 S cents carry almost no premium over Philly or Denver. They usually sell for between 5 and 20 cents raw. The roll hoarding phenomenon means the uncirculated market is actually pretty flooded, keeping prices really accessible if you're on the buying end. Now, a little less accessible is a really cool variety that you should be hunting for, and that's the RPM variety. This is the FS504, a 1947 S over S San Francisco Lincoln Cent with a repunch mint mark error, graded MS66 Plus Red by PCGS, and it realized $276 in November of 2023. You can also see other sales that run the gamut between around $50 and upwards of $400 or $500, and even more recent sales across other auction houses. Take a look closely at that S mint mark. You can clearly see the secondary S punched slightly offset. In an MS66 Plus Red slab, you're also getting a high-grade surface combined with the added technical value of the variety. So this one's a real banger. This is an error you have to actively hunt with a loupe or a scope. If you find this FS504 variety in a raw, circulated condition, it still carries a great premium. You can sell them ungraded for $15 and upwards of $50. So always check the mint marks on your San Francisco issues. If you're a new collector, you have to look beyond the surface. When you are dealing with late 1940s copper, you are fighting a population pressure. Because these coins were struck really well, an MS66 isn't the trophy it used to be in the earlier decades we talked about in previous videos. It's just the starting line. To find the big money, you need to look for plus designations on graded coins, and when you're hunting through your own collections and your own change, those old jars of coins, you need to look for absolute razor-sharp strikes and original, untoned orange-red luster. This is where you're going to see the big bucks. You're going to really be hunting for the highest end you can, because especially in San Francisco, you can pick up MS66, 67s for really, really good money. Right now is a buyer's market for some of the 1947 coins. So look for those sharp strikes and that really blazing orange-red luster. Everything you need to know about 1948 wheat cents. Let's get right to what to look for and why they're valuable. We start off with the Philadelphia baseline. Let's look at that entry point for a gem Philly strike. This is a 1948 Philadelphia Lincoln Cent in MS66 Red graded by NGC. It sold on December 16th of 2025 for $64. You're probably like, what the heck, Kyle? You just said they're valuable. $64 barely covers the grading fees. Now in a moment, you'll see why we're starting here. With 317 million of these bad boys minted, an MS66 is pretty common as you can see. It possesses the original copper-orange luster, but it probably has those microscopic ticks, or in this case, a slightly softer strike that keeps it out of the 67 tier, where you start to see that value. You want to know about this coin, though, because it gives you a good visual example to compare yours to before you send it off to grade. This is still an excellent entry-level gem, but it is not a profit vehicle for submitters once the grading fees are factored in, like I said before. The major collector's note here, though: in lower, circulated grades, a raw 1948 Philadelphia cent is usually worth about its face value and upwards of a few cents for the copper value. Even a nice, raw, uncirculated coin still only sells for around $1 to $5. So they're worth holding on to, but not necessarily getting graded unless they look absolutely flawless. Now watch what happens when we climb the population report and the condition census. This is a 1948 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS67 Plus red by NGC. It sold in the middle of 2025 for $1,680. Now this is the exact same mint and year as the coin we just looked at, but we are looking at a 2,500% increase in value. That plus designation means this coin sits at the very top end of the MS67 grade, boasting a superior eye appeal under 10 times magnification. The NGC census shows only around 100 of these coins in MS67 and only around 8 with the plus. You are paying for the statistical rarity of that preservation, but you can never guess that a coin's going to get a plus designation. That's really going to be up to the grading gods. The price jump here between the MS66 and this 67 plus is where the entire game is played for common date wheat cents. If your raw coin is not flawless under a 10 times loop, it is not going to hit this bracket of 67 or higher, let alone a plus designation. So it may just be worth holding on to rather than sending in and losing your grading fees. Now let's move out to the Denver Mint, where production was lower but still massive at 172 million Lincoln cents. We're going to talk about the Denver benchmark. This is a 1948D Denver Lincoln cent in MS67 red graded by NGC. It sold on January 27th of 2025 for $336. Denver is known for providing a relatively strong, consistent strike during this era. This consistency really made achieving the base MS67 grade a little bit easier compared to the Philly coins, which keeps the price point accessible for basically all of us, especially set builders. Ungraded 1948D cents are really common. An average uncirculated example only sells for around $2 to $5. Really, in these coins, not to advocate for grading everything, but grading is really necessary for 1948D coins to really compare them with market values and get the most value out of them when you go to sell it. They have a wide range of values. Ones that are in lower MS grades only really trade and sell for around the $50 to $100 region. But when you get in upwards of MS67 or higher, you can really see the values of 1948D Lincoln cents climb into the hundreds and sometimes the thousands. So if under magnification, your Denver cent is truly flawless, then of course, get it certified and get that money. Let's take a look at how color designations impact value, though, with a red and brown anomaly. We're heading even further over to the San Francisco Mint. This is a 1948 San Francisco Lincoln cent rated MS65 red and brown by PCGS. It sold on November 3rd of 2025 for $114. Keep in mind, San Francisco had the lowest mintage of the year, only around 81 million. Normally, an MS65 is a very low value grade for this era as a whole, but this coin has a really specific look, and a beautiful one at that. Red and brown, of course, indicates that the coin has begun to tone, If you watch my videos, you know I love tone coins. This one shows traces of mahogany and kind of a chocolatey color. It also still kept a little bit of that original copper. Some collectors specifically build RB sets or tone sets for their unique, organic look. This has created a really niche market that sometimes can see good values, like this one. Even with a color designation like RB, this coin broke $100. While RB coins have their fans, keep in mind that they never reach the stratospheric prices of the full red coins. So of course, buy them if you're into it, get them graded if you're into it, but if you're on the selling end, don't take a risk on RB coins getting back your money. Next, let's talk about a coin that perfectly illustrates the San Francisco hoarding effect, though, with this San Francisco gem. This is a 1948 San Francisco Lincoln cent in MS67 red, graded by PCGS. It sold on January 20th of 2026 for $104. Now wait a minute, an MS67 red for barely over $100? Despite having the lowest mintage of the year, San Francisco rolls were heavily hoarded by the public. You saw this in other years of wheat cents as well, and in more recent releases from Lincoln cents. The market is saturated. It has a ton of high-grade examples, and an MS67 from San Francisco is actually cheaper than an MS67 from Denver or Philadelphia. Really, a note here is to always check the mintage versus survival rates. A low mintage means nothing if everyone saved them. The 1948S is the easiest high-end gem to acquire for this year, so it is a buyer's market for these San Francisco coins. Finally, we arrive at the absolute ceiling, the PCGS masterpiece. This is a 1948 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS67 Plus red by PCGS. It sold on January 16th of 2025 for $5,280. Out of 317 million minted, PCGS has only graded 6 examples at this level, with 0 finer. This specific coin comes out of the Whispering Pines collection and the Stephenville collection. It features flawless copper orange surfaces, that intense luster, and the heavy dye polish that registry buyers just covet. Anybody with deep pockets that wants one of the top-end coins is going to drop a bid on this one. The pedigree, the perfect color, and the top population status drive this into the $5,000 range and into masterpiece status. Keep in mind here, though, that the pedigree matters a lot. When a coin comes from a famous collection, it adds a layer of provenance and confidence that aggressive bidders will always fight for. A few notes for the new collector. When you're dealing with coins that have mintages over 100 million, the baseline for what constitutes good is extremely high. You are not just looking for a coin with no wear. You are looking for absolute perfection under 5 or 10 times magnification. So get a good loupe or a good scope and you're ready to start hunting. For 1948, the most critical factor is gonna be color designation. Copper is chemically reactive. Over decades, it oxidizes from original red to red-brown or RB and eventually to fully brown or BN. If you want those big level money payouts, your coin must be designated as red if you get it graded. Furthermore, you need to look at the dye state. The absolute top tier coins from this year exhibit what we call heavy dye polish. These are striations on the surface of the die itself that transfer to the coin. It creates an intense, scintillating luster that's absolutely beautiful. When you combine perfect original color with a razor-sharp strike from a fresh die, the value multipliers go exponential and you always see them sell for big money. Some of these are worth thousands of dollars. Some of them, not so much. So it's important that you know what to look for on your 1949 pennies that makes them worth keeping. The catch with 1949 is that finding one in pristine, immaculate condition is a real challenge. What to look for and how to spot valuable 1949 pennies. Let's get into it. First, let's start off with the old holder baseline, a cheap penny from 1949, and a real reality check. This is a 1949 Philadelphia Lincoln cent, graded MS63 red by Annex, and it's in an old green label holder. It's sold right at the end of 2025 for just $28. Now, I know we just got into the video, you were all excited for big values, and you're like, Kyle, what the heck is this? A less than $30 coin? I'm wasting my time. Now, this coin has original red luster. It's a beautiful coin, but that low MS63 grade indicates how it has surface chatter, those contact marks, and even a little bit of minor spotting. This is something you want to avoid, and the sub $30 value really proves it. So I wanted to start off here with what not to hold on to. At least, what not to get graded right now. In lower circulated grades like VF or XF, a raw 49 Philly cent is worth around 2 to 5 cents. You're really paying for the copper in it. If it's really nice, raw, and uncirculated, you might get $1 to $5 sometimes, which isn't too bad for a 1 cent face value coin. You only hit serious money when the grade is certified in 65 or higher. So let's watch what happens when we jump up the grading scale and add expert endorsements on top of that. Let's talk about the plus grade and the CAC factor. This is a 1949 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS66 plus red by PCGS, featuring a green CAC sticker. It sold in May of 2025 for the healthy price of $765. Now notice the jump from that measly $28 earlier. That plus designation indicates superior eye appeal, and the CAC sticker confirms that this coin is flawless under 10 times magnification. When you clear that MS65-66 hurdle, and you get that CAC nod as well, the value instantly goes way up, as you can see. So you're really looking for coins that have no spotting and retain all of that really hard and good strike. This is a highly liquid collector's grade, so if you have something in the MS66 to 67 range, which is really high, but it is worth holding on to and has great resale value for you in the long run. Next, let's head over to the Mile High Mint to talk about the Denver color shift. This is a 1949 Denver Lincoln cent graded MS65 red and brown by PCGS. It sold for $134 in April of 2025. Instead of the blazing orange red, this coin's actually began to oxidize, but it didn't pull much away from the resale value despite the fact the condition wasn't as nice as that previous coin out of Philly. While some collectors, like me, hunt for nicely toned coins, usually they inherently carry a massive discount compared to those fully red counterparts. The red and brown designation limits your financial ceiling a lot. If you are submitting coins to any grading company, only send the blazing untoned red examples if you're looking for pure profit. What about the N-Boss out of Denver though? The ultimate heavyweight of the year. A $7,000 penny. This is a 1949 Denver Lincoln cent graded MS67 plus red by PCGS. Also CAC approved. It realized $7,800 in January of 2025. This is tied for the finest known example. It's absolutely gorgeous. It also carries the elite dual pedigree of the V.E.R.A and Whispering Pines collections. The 1949D is notoriously challenging to find in really perfect condition like this, especially making a plus grade CAC approved specimen a real treasure. Bold motifs and that unblemished luster really drove the price to nearly $8,000 for this coin. A main note here is the provenance. Of course, the Stuart Blay and Whispering Pines names attached to this slab are going to guarantee high bidding from those deep pocket registry builders. This is the best of the best. Pedigree is of course a massive value driver here, but the grade of MS67 Plus is really what sent this thing into the stratosphere. Next, let's head further west from Philadelphia and talk about the San Francisco hoard effect. San Francisco had the lowest mintage of the year, only 64 million, but watch the price tag. This is a 1949 San Francisco Lincoln cent, graded MS67 red by NGC. It sold for $159 in November of 2025. Now this is a fantastic entry point for any of you. Why is it so cheap though? This is because, like many other wheat cents that we've talked about, especially through the 40s, the 1949 San Francisco rolls were heavily hoarded by the public. The market is saturated with high-grade examples all the way to today, keeping the MS67 price actually suppressed compared to the Denver and Philly counterparts. Keep in mind that low mintage does not equal high value if the survival rate of the asset is massive. 49S is one of the easiest gems to acquire, so pick them up if you ever see them at a show or a local shop for a good price. Let's talk about the absolute peak out of the San Francisco Mint though, the S Mint ceiling. This is a 1949 San Francisco Lincoln cent graded MS67 Plus red by PCGS with a CAC sticker. It sold for $1,680 in the beginning of 2025. Even with that massive roll hoarding, finding an S Mint that deserves the Plus designation is really tough, and something that us submitters can never bank on. This one also came from the Whispering Pines collection, which added a lot of provenance to it as well. This coin really separates itself from that $160 hoard coin through the uniform, softly frosted luster, and it has absolutely zero blemishes. It's beautiful, under 10 times magnification, and is absolutely flawless. 1949 is a really great year to look for. It closes out the 40s. It's a wonderful wheat cent that's approaching the end of them in the last decade of the wheat cents before the transition. So hunting for them is something I love, and I have a small strategy for you. Always reject the ones with carbon spots. If your 1949 cent has even a microscopic black speck under your loupe, under your magnifier, I would personally suggest just sticking it in the album, holding on to it, and not sending it in for grading right now. If you're on the buying end, if you're ever able to grab something up like one of those San Francisco coins that has some pedigree to it, know that you're getting something with a serious premium just because it was from a previous collection of note. Like I said before, and speaking of San Francisco, they are the hot ticket item for 1949 on the market right now and are really affordable. So pick them up if you can, because I think they're going to gain lots of value over the years to come. Let's establish the floor for the historic return of the proof strike. This is a 1950 proof Lincoln cent, graded PR66 red by PCGS. It realized $94 in March of 2026. The total mintage of 1950 proofs was a mere 51,386 pieces. Despite that low mintage, a standard PR66 red lacks the visual contrast and the preservation needed to break into the high dollar brackets. This coin's still brilliant. It's clean, but it is still accessible at this grade. This is going to be your entry-level target if you want a piece of historic mid-century proof coinage. For under $100, you can own a beautiful proof coin from 1950. It does lack the cameo contrast, which is going to sell for double if you have one of those. Don't ever pay top dollar for a 1950 proof unless the contrast is undeniably stark. Now watch what happens when you introduce that elite contrast to that exact same proof coin. This is a 1950 proof Lincoln cent graded PR67 red ultra cameo by NGC. This is from the Monomoy collection and sold in January of 2026 for $1,952.
The NGC census shows only around 28 examples, achieving the Ultra Cameo status. There is a mere 2 coins, graded finer across the board. The deep contrast really separates this coin from that $94 one we just looked at. The main collector's note here is that Ultra Cameo designations on 1950 proofs are really rare. This is because the minting technology at that time couldn't sustain the frosted look across a long die run. The first few coins struck off the fresh die got that frosty cool look. The rest became standard proofs. So if you hunt for the frost, you're going to find the real value out of 1950 proofs. Let's head over to the Mile High Mint though, where production numbers surged to over 300 million coins. This is a 1950 Denver Lincoln cent graded MS67 plus red by PCGS. It sold for $1,281 in January of 2026. Now, Denver generally produced bold, sharp strikes for this year, but finding a specimen that qualifies for the half-point plus tier is the grind, and something you can never bank on when you send a coin off to grade. Out of hundreds of millions struck, PCGS has verified only about 20 coins, with the plus designation at 67, with only one single lone example sitting finer right now. Never rely on the raw volume to judge scarcity. Even with that high mintage of 300 million, the condition scarcity at the MS67 and 67 plus level forces advanced set builders to pay 4 figures just to secure a top-ranking spot. Now, when we're talking about lower-grade Denver cents, they can still be really valuable. There's many instances of MS64, 65s selling for hundreds of dollars, as finding a high-condition Denver cent from 1950 proves to be really challenging. Heading further out west to San Francisco, we find the classic trap of high-grade volume. This is a 1950 San Francisco Lincoln cent graded MS67 red by NGC. It sold in September of 2025 for $144. San Francisco had the lowest business mintage of the year, about 118 million, but rolls were heavily hoarded by the public like many other wheat cents from the 40s. As a result, standard MS67 gems are common even until today, keeping prices locked into a really affordable tier though. I mean, at under $150 to get an MS67 red coin is stellar. The 1950S is the ultimate budget gem. If you want a pristine, blazing red 1950 coin without draining your bank account, buy any standard certified MS67S mint all day long. For these coins from 1950, I really suggest just going for graded if you don't have one, unless you're really looking to send off that pristine, red luster 1950S to grade. If you have one of those, you could be sitting on really good money. Speaking of really good money, let's talk about if you have one of those, and look at an absolute ceiling for San Francisco. This is a 1950 San Francisco Lincoln cent rated MS67 plus red by PCGS. It also features the coveted CAC sticker. This one smashed through expectations in January of 2026, selling for $1,403. Like I said, standard MS67s are everywhere. The CAC population shows only around 57 examples, reaching true high-end solidity for the grade with 0 finer though. That half-point plus and that green sticker multiply the value exponentially. This is how you exploit the market. The average uncirculated roll of 1950S cents is filled with MS65 and MS66 coins. But if you pull a coin that is completely immaculate under high magnification at least 10 times, with that premium, you could be sitting on one of these $1,000 plus coins. So keep your eyes peeled for really lustrous coins with that bright mint red color. Remember with 1950 that business strikes were built for speed. They were slammed out of the dies at lightning velocity and dumped directly into these nasty, ugly, giant canvas bags. This is why many of them, and most of the ones you find right in your rolls or pocket change, are going to have ticks, scuffs, and a standard satiny luster. The proof strikes, however, were treated like fine art. The planchets were burnished, the dies were polished to a mirror shine, and the coins were struck twice to ensure razor-sharp, square rims and liquid reflective fields. The real money for 1950 hides in clear color and cameo designations. When a brand new die hits a polished planchet, it leaves frosted details against those mirrored fields. If that contrast is really beautiful, it's absolute, any buyer is going to go crazy for it. 1950 is one of my favorite years of Lincoln cents to search for. It's a key date, they returned with the proof sets, and every one of them can hold really good value, but you have to know what to look for. Let's kick things off with a beautiful, blazing red example of the Maine Philly Mint. This is a 1951 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS66 red by PCGS. This one even scored a green CAC sticker. This really clean coin brought in $180 in 2025. Even though the mint made over 280 million of these, most of them went straight into circulation and were beat up immediately. This one was probably saved early, so it kept its original bright orange-red glow like it was just freshly minted. This is what you're looking for, and this is why it received a CAC sticker, which means the experts looked at it more than once and agreed under 10 times magnification that it is top tier for the grade. Now this is the perfect target if you want a beautiful, high-grade coin without breaking the bank. For less than $200, you get a coin where the population report shows only around 70 of them at the same level, and only 18 or so in finer grades. So when you're looking through uncirculated rolls, look for original luster like this, and make sure there aren't any distracting dark spots or dings on Lincoln's portrait at all. Now earlier in the video, I mentioned the other half of the Philly Mint, which was proof coins. So let's take a look at a couple of those and the crazy values they can get to. First, let's start off with more of a standard proof, but a really beautiful one. This one's also from the famous eye-appealing collection. This is a 1951 Lincoln cent proof graded PR65 red cameo by PCGS. And it sold for $99 in May of 2026. So this is a super recent sale. This coin is incredibly cool because it managed to get that coveted cameo designation. You can really see the frosty details on Lincoln on this one against those shiny fields. However, because it graded out at a PR65, it has a few minor hairline scratches that you can see and also some slight imperfections to the surface. This is what kept the price just under $100 and really affordable if you're on the buying end of something like this. Getting a certified 1951 cameo proof for under $100 is really awesome. The total mintage was only 57,500, so these are naturally scarce. It's a great example of how you can buy an incredibly rare coin with awesome visual contrast for really a reasonable price. Watch how fast the money jumps though when a proof coin is just a tiny bit cleaner and grades 1 point higher. Also from the eye-appealing collection, this is a 1951 proof graded PR66 red cameo by PCGS. It sold for $280.60 on May 12th of 2026. It is the exact same type of coin as the one we just looked at, but because the polished surfaces are noticeably cleaner and freer of flaws, it cleared the PR66 hurdle. When you look at any of these coins from the proof series from 1951, grading PR66, they all sell for really good money like this.
The PCGS population report shows only 52 examples right now at this grade, with a tiny handful of just 20 or so sitting finer across the board. A single grade point nearly tripled the price of the coin. This is why grading is really important for these in particular. For proof coins from 51, the grade really makes the value. However, raw coins can sell for really good money as well, sometimes $20 to $50 in really good condition. Let's head out west to the Denver Mint, though, where they were making pennies at an absolutely mind-boggling scale. This is a 1951 Denver Lincoln cent, graded MS66 Plus, read by PCGS. It sold via Great Collections on August 24th, 2025 for $68. Denver hammered out a massive amount of Lincoln cents, 625 million for 1951. Now I know what you're thinking, $68 is a really low sales price. When you account in the grading fees and all that, you count in the auction fees, the buyer probably broke even or even lost a few dollars here. Even with a half-point plus grade for extra eye appeal, the high supply keeps the price locked at an affordable double-digit range. So don't fall into the high-grade trap with Denver. For 1951, even higher MS grades like this really don't command a huge value. Denver put a ton of coins out, and there's just a ton of them on the market and have been for a long time. Denver is one of those great coins for 1951 that if you find one out there in the wild, in one of those old albums of yours, I would say hold on to it, get it into an encapsulation or a 2x2 flip at minimum, preserve it and hold on to it for now. Unless it is absolutely flawless under 10 times magnification, I would not take the chance on grading. Now, something you do want to grade, and speaking of those really flawless Denver cents, let's talk about the ultimate treasure for 1951, and that's also out of Denver. This is from the legendary Whispering Pines collection. This is a 1951 Denver Lincoln cent, graded an unbelievable MS68 read by PCGS. It completely shattered expectations, selling for a staggering $8,100 in January of 2025. Out of 625 million cents made from Denver, this is one of those miracles. PCGS has only ever graded 3 coins at this level in history, and this is the only one that actually hit public auction. It features gorgeous rose red and sun gold colors that sweep across the flawless surface. This is a prime example of absolute perfection and what you're looking for on really any Lincoln cent when searching through them. This one has absolutely 0 spots, 0 scratches. It's absolutely beautiful. This one is considered an absolute museum piece. The buyer wasn't just paying for copper here, of course. They were buying one of those elite trophies. This proves that if a coin survives mass production flawlessly, it becomes a high-value asset that wealthy collectors will fight to the death to own during auction. We can't talk completely about 1951 without talking about San Francisco. So let's head further west from Philadelphia and Denver, out to the West Coast and the San Francisco Mint. This is a 1951 San Francisco Lincoln cent graded MS67 red by NGC, and it realized a strong $207.40 in May of 2026. So this is another great and recent sale and shows the real value for San Francisco, which had the lowest business mintage of the year with only 136 million coins made. Collectors immediately knew these would be scarce, so they hoarded them like crazy. While standard uncirculated examples are pretty easy to find, hitting a true MS67 gem like this one brings a very nice $100 plus premium all day long. The 1951S is an awesome coin. It's budget friendly, for any person trying to get into a gem grade coin without getting into the thousands. These have beautiful, sharp strikes that San Francisco is famous for. And hitting that MS67 tier really gives you a pristine coin if you're on the buying end. If you're on the hunting/selling end, you're going to want to look for really beautiful, clean strikes on your San Francisco Lincoln cents from 1951. The cleaner the coin, the higher the value. 1951 is one of my favorite years to hunt for, but then again, all of them are. So I have a pretty basic strategy for 1951. Ignore the common look and grades. For high volume dates, like the Denver coins, don't waste money on grading coins that aren't absolutely perfect, have flawless strikes, and still have that mint color. If there's any blemishes, then just put it in the keep pile or throw it in an album, but it's not worth grading and eating the fees. If you're looking at proof coins, if you're on the buying end, the collecting end, whatever, hunt for the frost. On 1951 proofs, always check that beautiful cameo contrast. Standard red proofs are affordable as well, so if you're on the buying end, pick those up because you can usually get them for around the $100 mark. Let me know what you think about 1951 Lincoln cents in the comments. Drop images across social media and into the community tab on YouTube of your finds. I'll see you in the next video. But until next time, happy treasure hunting. What if I told you that one of the most common pennies sitting in that old coin jar could secretly be worth the price of a brand new car? Most people stumble across a 1952 wheat cent, see a little bit of shine, and assume they've struck gold, or the opposite, that it's just a regular old penny. In the world of high-stakes coin collecting, though, almost perfect isn't good enough, and sometimes those old beat-up cents can actually be worth really, really good money. In 1952, the US Mint was cranking out copper by the hundreds of millions. Since that volume was massive, collectors today aren't paying for standard uncirculated coins. They are paying absolute top dollar for the statistical miracles that survived without a single scratch. In this video, we're going to break down some certified auction sales for 1952 pennies. I'll explain what to look for and why these coins sold for their values. So let's jump in. Let's kick things off with the absolute beauty made specifically for us collectors, the proof coins. This is a 1952 Lincoln cent graded PR67 red cameo by PCGS, coming from the famous eye-appealing collection, and it brought in a gorgeous $701.50 in May of 2026. Proof pennies were polished to have mirror-like backgrounds, but this one landed the highly sought-after cameo designation. That means the frosted details on Lincoln pop off the background like ice. The PCGS population report shows only around 36 of these in this specific grade that also have the cameo contrast. The main collector's note here is that proof sets from the early 50s are an awesome place to hunt for value. Not only are regular proof coins in higher grades worth really good money without any issues, but you also can find errors on proof coins from 52. If you find a proof coin with this level of frost to it, it is absolutely worth getting graded, because if you hit anything like PR66 or higher, you could really be sitting on good value. Now let's take a look at a prime example of a coin you should probably just keep raw though. This is a standard 1952 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS66 red by PCGS. It sold for the modest price of $46 in August of 2024. More recent sales are actually even lower for this type of coin. This is still a gorgeous, uncirculated coin with full red color.
But at $46, you're probably wondering, why is it even on this list? I thought we were talking about treasures here. Remember that massive mintage of over 180 million? Because there are so many of these preserved in old rolls, an MS-66 simply isn't rare enough to command a premium. By the time you pay for the grading, shipping, and any auction fees, you're losing money on a $46 sale. So the key takeaway here is, although this is a beautiful coin, it is not worth grading. When it comes to the Philadelphia Standard business strikes, you would have to have absolute perfection under 10 times magnification in order to pull any real value. You do not want to slab any coins from 1952 that have any sort of chatter, any sort of scratches, or any weak strikes. Now, speaking of worth it though, look at the insane value jump when a coin is virtually perfect. From the legendary Whispering Pines collection, this is a 1952 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS-67 plus red by PCGS. It hammered for a massive $6,000 in January of 2025. So we just looked at an MS-66 that sold for sub $50. Just 1.5 grade points higher on the scale, and the price explodes to $6,000. PCGS shows only 7 coins that have ever hit this MS-67 plus plateau, with absolutely none graded finer. It is a fire red masterpiece with a carbon-free and spot-free surface. This is where the real wealth building happens. The mid-level jump between an MS-66 and even an MS-67 is staggering. MS-67s can sell for hundreds of dollars. Wealthy collectors will pay anything for the absolute top of the population, making condition the ultimate king for these coins in the market. Let's head out west to the Mile High Mint, though, and talk about a great Denver coin. This is a 1952 Denver Lincoln cent graded MS-67 red by NGC. It sold for just $94 in April of 2026. Denver struck over 46 million of these, and while that is way lower than the Philly amount, a ton of them were hoarded in pristine condition. The market is simply flooded with these Denver coins. Getting an MS-67 grade is usually a huge win, of course, and this is a gorgeous coin. But for this specific Denver issue, it's still common enough that it doesn't even break $100 at auction. The 1952 Denver coins prove that even in a higher MS grade, it doesn't automatically mean you have a jackpot. It is a fantastic coin for a collector on a budget, so on the buying end, it shows that you can find really high quality coins out of 1952 for an affordable rate. But it does show that you need extreme statistical rarity to see any real investment value from the Denver Mint. So what does Denver value really look like? It's the plus grade and a green sticker. This is a 1952 Denver Lincoln cent rated MS-67 plus red by PCGS. It's backed by a CAC endorsement. It's another gem from the Whispering Pines collection, and it sold for $1,620 in January of 2025. That tiny half-point bump from 67 to 67 plus completely changes the math. PCGS has only seen 23 of these in 67 plus red, and a CAC sticker has only been approved on a small handful. The vibrant color here and the rose hues really pop on this coin. It also has a totally spotless surface that pushed this from a $90 coin into that 4-figure territory. Now collectors, listen up. If you are going to grade a 1952 Denver coin, you have to be hunting for the absolute perfect coin. Look closely under magnification for any microscopic spots or contact marks before sending it in. Those old 50s coins were thrown into big canvas bags before they ever made it into circulation. Even if they come out of a roll, they still had to survive the hoppers and getting banged up during the minting process.
So you're looking for absolutely flawless coins in order to see great values. Now we arrive at the absolute emperor of 1952. Another one from the Whispering Pines collection. This is a 1952 San Francisco Lincoln cent rated a mind-bending MS68 red by PCGS. It sold for an unbelievable $22,800 in January of 2025. San Francisco struck over 137 million pennies for 1952. You can buy a gorgeous MS67 red for around $100 all day long. This specific coin is the sole finest known to exist. Now, I normally do show ones in much lower grade, or lower MS grades at the minimum, to show you the regular kind of market values. But this coin is so gorgeous and so valuable, I wanted to make sure I showed it to you in this video. This is one of those once-in-a-lifetime coins. When a collector wants to be number one on the registry, they have to buy the sole finest known, and they're willing to pay the price of a new car basically to get it. This proves that out of 137 million coins minted, perfection is the rarest thing on earth for 1952. If you want to make actual money in the mid-century penny market, you really need to understand the reality of the grading scale. In 1952, the mint produced over 186 million business strikes in Philly alone. Because of that, a standard mint state coin is actually super common. The massive money doesn't kick in until you hit the MS66 tier or higher. We'll kick things off with an absolute stunner from the main Philly mint. This is a 1953 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded an exceptional MS67 red by PCGS. It shattered expectations and sold for a massive $1,952 in the beginning of 2026. So this is a really recent auction sale for a Philadelphia minted coin with over 256 million of them made. Because they were tossed into those massive canvas bags and banged together, it's really hard to find one in a high grade like this. This one has practically flawless surfaces, and as you can see, that really beautiful blazing original red luster like it just came out of the mint. It's an absolute statistical anomaly and a beautiful coin. The coin market recognizes this scarcity, which is why a wholesale bid jumps straight to a premium four-figure valuation. Now on the collector's note side, this is one of those textbook examples of condition rarity. An MS64 or 65 version of this coin is pretty common and affordable, but hitting anything above MS66 or 67 turns it into an elite asset. You really want to look for immaculate surfaces with zero carbon spots and any chatter on Lincoln's portrait or the reverse of your wheat cent in order to get the highest grades and the biggest values. Really take a close look at the wheat stocks on the reverse for clean strikes. Now let's look at a fascinating proof variety coming straight from a notable collection. This is a 1953 proof Lincoln cent featuring the rare re-engraved design variety cataloged as FS401, graded PR67 red by PCGS. It sold for $104 in June of 2026. So this really recent sale is out of a small amount of proofs minted, 128,800. A few dies required, manual re-engraving to sharpen the details. The PCGS population report shows only 21 or so sitting at this premium 67 tier, with a tiny handful of just 2 right now graded finer. This is an awesome target for variety hunters. Look closely under a loupe at the lettering and design lines on the obverse of your proof coins. You can see these even if they're still in the set case. If you spot the crisp, re-engraved tool lines on a high-grade proof, you've successfully cherry-picked a certified $100 coin. Now watch what happens when you combine an ultra high grade with that elusive cameo frost we all love. This coin also hails from a notable collection, the eye-appealing collection, and is a 1953 Proof Lincoln cent graded PR68 cameo by PCGS. It brought in a strong $1,525 in May of 2026. Just take a look at this beautiful coin. It is an absolute powerhouse. Not only did it achieve a nearly perfect PR68 grade, meaning the mirrored fields are essentially flawless, but it also secured the ultra-rare cameo designation. The census shows only about 8 examples that have ever achieved this high of a grade and this contrast, with 0 finer known to exist. A collector's note here is that the early 1950s cameo proofs are a rock-solid alternative asset. Because the mintage was really low and the cameo frost faded really quickly, collectors will aggressively outbid each other on these. If you ever get a chance to pick up a high-grade proof, especially with a cameo contrast, for a reasonable rate, then jump on it. Let's head out to the Denver Mint, though, to look at a coin that proves you can still hit triple-digit values even without a perfect red color. This is a 1953 Denver Lincoln cent graded MS64 red and brown by PCGS. It sold for $119 in the beginning of 2024. Now, I know this is a bit older sale, but Denver absolutely dominated production in '53. They turned out a staggering 700 million pennies out of Denver. The metal has naturally toned over the last several decades on this coin, and it received a red-brown designation. While a standard 64 red coin from Denver is a pocket change item, certain die characteristics and specific registry needs can drive motivated buyers really high on values. And I think you can see why with this coin, with its beautiful toning. If you know me, you know I love toning. Color is everything, but I'll take a cool rainbow tone coin all day long. This is the perfect coin to study for raw flipping as well. You don't have to grade these types of coins with crazy toning to get really good value out of them. So I think these are great to look for in 1953. They're great to flip, ungraded and raw, for $20-30 all day long. Let's stay at the Mile High Mint, though, and see what happens when you take that high mintage and find a copy with absolute museum-level perfection to it. We'll see that the price explodes. This is a 1953 Denver Lincoln cent rated MS67 Plus red by PCGS. This is a registry-grade masterpiece that sold for a staggering $4,148 in January of 2026. While a standard MS67 red is occasionally seen going across the auction block, the moment PCGS adds that elusive half-point plus, the coin immediately graduates into that elite condition rarity tier. This specific coin has a really bold, heavy strike in a lively copper-orange luster. It's really pretty and devoid of any of those ugly carbon spots or distracting blemishes. At the time of the sale, there were absolutely 0 finer pieces reported anywhere in existence. If you're searching original uncirculated rolls of Denver 1953 Lincoln cents, you're hunting for perfection. You can pick up lower grade coins for pretty affordable out of Denver, but when you see these ones that are absolutely flawless hit the auction block, you always see them sell for hundreds of dollars. So that's what you're looking for when hunting through your Denver coins. We can't talk completely about 1953 without talking about all the mints, though. We arrive at the undisputed king of 1953, the San Francisco cent. A true collector's dream. This one's from the Whispering Pines collection and is a 1953 San Francisco Lincoln cent graded MS68 red by PCGS. It commanded an unbelievable $18,000 in January of 2025. The San Francisco Mint struck over 180 million cents for that year. This coin is in a completely different universe of rarity, though. This one is the single, sole finest 1953S ever verified by any grading service. It boasts a massive, bold strike with rich copper-orange color. This is the perfect example of what you're looking for in your Lincoln cents to command the most value. And it doesn't matter if you sell it graded or not. Of course, graded and certified will command the most value, but even raw, something that looks this pristine is worth the premium. 1953 is one of my favorite years to hunt, just like every Lincoln cent. So I have a few tips that you can add to your strategy. Only hunt for perfection. Unless it has that crazy toning, then perfect coins are where the value's at for 1953. There's simply a ton of them across the market and have been for many years. You're really looking for that bright orange-red luster and perfect strikes. Also keep in mind that you can cherry pick the re-engraved designs. The FS401 re-engraved design is accessible, so take a look at your proof coins under magnification to see if you have those tooling lines and have yourself a re-engraved proof coin. Let's talk about an incredible proof strike from the Philadelphia Mint. This is a 1954 proof Lincoln cent graded PR65 Deep Cameo by PCGS. It hails from the eye-appealing collection, and it secured a solid sales price of $439.20 in June of 2026. So this is an incredibly recent sale for a coin with a mintage of only 233,300. The Deep Cameo designation makes this one of those absolute condition rarities. The PCGS population report shows that only 5 or so sit at this PR65 tier with Deep Cameo contrast. These really beautiful frosted devices on this coin against the mirrored fields give this massive eye appeal. This one easily beats the standard wholesale bids for regular 1954 coins. A collector's note here is that proof sets from 54 are notorious for fading frost. So if you examine an original set, tilt the coin under a strong light. If Lincoln's portrait looks like a solid white snow against a jet black background, you have a major premium asset on your hands and you want to get it graded. Let's discuss another proof, though, showing the difference between a high grade and absolute heavy contrast. This is a 1954 Lincoln cent proof graded PR67 Red Cameo by NGC. Also from the Eye Appealing collection, it closed at auction for $144 in June of 2026. This coin grades a full 2 points higher than our previous example, reaching PR67. It's absolutely gorgeous. However, because it secured the standard cameo designation rather than that deep cameo, the market prices are lower. This perfectly illustrates how visual contrast will often trump a higher numerical grade when it comes to early proof coins across all Lincoln cents. You can see this in a ton of different certified auction sales over the last few years. Now let's transition into the business strikes, meant for everyday circulation. This is a 1954 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS66 Red by NGC. It sold for $124 in May of 2026 and really sets the baseline for Philly coins. With a mintage of over 71 million, standard circulated 54 Lincoln cents are actually pretty common. Finding one that survived an MS66 Red, meaning it has exceptional luster and minimal bag marks, actually pushes it into a strong triple-digit asset. Ones that are seen in MS63, 64, and 5 generally sell for around the $50 to $60 mark and upwards to maybe $90. When searching those original rolls, target coins with unbroken original red color. A clean MS-66 equivalent is fantastic. It will serve as a staple in any high-quality uncirculated collection and hold its value for years to come. Let's see what happens when the exact same Philly business strike achieves absolute perfection. This is a 1954 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS-67 red by NGC. It commanded a staggering $1,647 in March of 2026 when it sold through Heritage. This is just one grade point higher than the one we just talked about. The value explodes by over 10 times though. The NGC census records about 80 coins at this specific tier, with absolutely none finer known. This is a true top population condition rarity that set builders aggressively pursued. This is the power of condition scarcity. It's also a prime example of how flawless a coin needs to be to really command value for 1954 Lincoln cents. A single microscopic flaw separates a $100 coin from a $1,600 asset like this. You want to use a 10 times loop or decent microscope to ensure the cheek and jawline are completely devoid of any carbon spots, since those locations are known for those. Also look for contact marks before submitting any of your 1954 Philly coins for grade. Let's head over to the Mile High Mint in Denver though, which produced the massive bulk of pennies for 1954. This is a 1954 Denver Lincoln cent graded MS-67 red by NGC. It sold for $159 in March of 2026. Keep in mind, Denver pumped out an incredible 251 million Lincoln cents in 1954. Because of this massive production volume, a superb red gem from Denver is far more common than its Philly counterpart. However, it still holds a solid premium over standard wholesale values. It makes it a highly accessible, high-grade asset that doesn't break the bank. If you are seeking a registry-level coin without getting into the hundreds or the four-figure prices, this is one of those top-tier, visually perfect coins that you're going to want to pick up. Let's head further west from Philly, though, and talk about the San Francisco Mint, which often produced very high-quality business strikes. This is a 1954 San Francisco Lincoln cent graded MS-67 red by PCGS. It closed for a highly accessible $64 in January of 2026. So albeit low, this is a recent sale for a coin with over 96 million minted. They are known for having relatively sharp strikes and excellent luster. An MS-67 like this is actually widely available. The price point remains low, making this a perfect budget-friendly, uncirculated coin that you can buy. So on the buying side, these are great to pick up and low cost on the market right now. On the selling side or the grading side, I would definitely consider this a hold. Do not send it in for grade right now, even if it looks great, because even flawless-looking San Francisco coins are just not commanding great values, as this sale shows. Unless you hit top-tier perfection, you are not going to break the $100 or $200 value mark. On the subject of value, let's talk about how a single plus designation will transform that affordable San Francisco coin into a really valuable asset. This is a 1954 San Francisco Lincoln cent graded MS-67 plus red by NGC. It realized a wonderful $402.60 in March of 2026. Now, while a standard 67 from San Francisco is pretty easy to come by, the moment NGC assigns that elusive half-point plus designation for exceptional eye appeal and pristine surfaces like this coin has, the coin leaps into a higher echelon of rarity and value. Never settle for average. This is what this coin proves. If you are submitting 1954 San Francisco cents, like I said before, you want to be very careful before paying up those fees. Inspect the fields for blinding, unbroken luster. You want them to be beautifully red. You can never bank on getting that plus designation, but you can focus on the superiority of condition that really drives value. 1954 is a really wonderful year of Lincoln cent for you to search for. There's tons of different things to look for on them that can make them valuable. Not to mention, there's errors in them that you can look for also, and I have another video on those, so check it out. My strategy for 1954 cents is really simple. Target deep cameo proofs and proof sets. If you can get a hold of proof coins, ungraded, graded, it doesn't matter. I think that you should grab them up because 1954 proof Lincoln cents are really awesome. Also, take in mind the strike location. Understand that Philadelphia coins are an elite rarity in high conditions, while Denver and San Francisco coins are a bit more accessible. We'll kick things off with a monster business strike out of the main mint in Philadelphia. This is a standard 1955 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded in absolutely spectacular MS67 Plus red by PCGS. Now this crushed the auction block. It brought in a massive $6,468.75 in January of 2026. So this is a super recent sale from a verified auction house, which is Heritage, from the Philly Mint that made over 330 million pennies for 1955. Finding one that avoided heavy bag marks, carbon spots, and nasty finger oils like this one is insanely rare. Also look at that little plus sign. That half-point plus means PCGS recognized that specific coin as having museum-quality eye appeal for the grade. That tiny symbol is the difference between a $100 coin and this $6,000 asset. Now, this is pure condition scarcity in action. You're seeing it right now. When hunting raw 1955 rolls, so those old, unopened ones that you can pick up on eBay and across the internet, you aren't just looking for a shiny coin. You are looking for absolute perfection. So really take a look for a razor-sharp strike on Lincoln's coat lapel and across his jawline and hair. Also flawless fields, completely free of distracting microscopic contact marks. So you're going to want to pick up a good jeweler's loupe or a microscope to really check these out. Now let's look at the power of eye appeal over a numerical grade, because that's one of the favorite things I like about this hobby. Sometimes tone coins can sell for great money. This is a 1954 Philadelphia business strike graded MS64 red and brown by PCGS. With its incredible, vibrant, natural toning, it commanded a strong premium at $225 in January of 2026. Now normally, a regular 1955 MS64 like this is really common actually. It's usually pretty affordable and sells for around $20 to $50. Because this piece secured a spot in a specialized toning collection and sports that gorgeous colorful look, people aggressively bid it up. Like me, many people love toning. Toning is a highly liquid submarket for these types of assets, because people really love the rainbow colors that can come up on some of these coins. If you find a 1955 Lincoln cent that has developed beautiful blues, purples, or even a really cool wood grain toning, don't clean it. You should never clean coins. You should get it preserved and possibly graded. Sometimes tone coins like this can sell for really, really good money. Now let's jump into the ultra slick world of the mid-century proof coins so we can see the values of those. This is a 1955 proof Lincoln cent graded PR66 red deep cameo by PCGS. It sold in May of 2026 for $427. The proof mintage was actually pretty substantial for 1955, but securing anything with a deep cameo designation means that the coin was struck really early in the die's life cycle before the frosted finish wore away. The PCGS population report only shows like 15 of these that have ever reached PR66, making this a really tight census group and making all of them pretty valuable. If you find even a coin in lower PR grades with a really nice red coloring to it, it can be worth well over $100. Also keep in mind, outside of grading, early 1950s proofs are a great area for raw flipping. Many casual collectors are not going to know the difference between a standard proof and a deep cameo proof unless it's graded. If you have a stark, heavy contrast where Lincoln's head looks intensely frosted in white, then you might be sitting on a really good quality proof coin that you can flip ungraded for $50. Let's head out west to the Denver Mint to see how eye appeal carries over to the high mintage branch. This is a 1955 Denver Lincoln cent graded MS65 red and brown by PCGS, and it features beautiful custom toning. It sold for $112.50 in the end of 2024. It's a little bit older sale out of the Denver Mint that struck a massive 560 million pennies in 1955. An ordinary MS65 usually is not worth too much in the grand scheme of things, but once again, the presence of really attractive, beautiful, and natural toning really elevated the premium on this one. This coin proves that you don't need a perfect red grade to make money roll hunting or cherry picking and flipping coins. If a coin has outstanding eye appeal and clean surfaces, it can sell really well all the time. Let's head further out west from Philly, though, and take a look at the San Francisco Mint, which wrapped up standard wheat penny production for a long period right after this year. This is a 1955 San Francisco Lincoln cent graded MS65 red by Annex. It carries a beautiful natural toning as well, and again, this is the key takeaway for 55. Toned coins from 55 that aren't those crazy errors are worth great money. This one sold for $94.60 in the beginning of 2026. Now you might be saying, $100 is really not a lot. But the grading fees were probably around $50 for this coin, meaning that's a pretty good profit, $30 to $50 on a 1 cent face value coin and a few cents worth of copper coin. San Francisco turned out a smaller run of about 44 million pennies in 55. It was the final year the S-Mint cent production was going to be used for over a decade, so many people hoarded rolls. That's why this price is not too crazy, but still a solid sales price. While standard red gems are pretty common, toned specimens like this are really good for collectors that still appreciate those unique color profiles. They are always seen selling for really good money. The 1955 S is, I think, a fan favorite because of its historic status as the last year issue, but also because of so many beautifully toned examples that are out there on the market and are just able to be viewed in collections. Navigating the 1955 copper market really requires solid data, so hopefully these certified auction sales really helped you. I do have a video covering the 1955 errors, so make sure to check that out as well, but look past the double die. Don't spend all of your time hunting for this impossible error. Standard 55 pennies can sell for really good money if they're in great shape or they carry really good rainbow toning. Always monetize the toning. Always check those old albums, those cherry picker baskets at the local coin shop. I mean, heck, some tone coins from 55 have sold for thousands of dollars, and I hope that you're the next treasure hunter that finds one of those. We'll begin with a highly illustrative piece from the Philly Mint. It will show where the premium tier starts. This is a 1956 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS66 red and brown by PCGS. It's backed by a CAC sticker as well. It sold for $114 in April of 2026. With a mintage of over 420 million, getting a 1956 cent in even a decent grade is tough to do. Even an MS-66 is considered a modest coin. However, this piece stands out because it secured a CAC sticker, with a population of just 18 or so in this exact grade tier. The red and brown designation means that the coin has actually developed a beautiful, natural patina, but has begun to oxidize a bit. When it comes to 1956 Philadelphia Lincoln cents, color really has a lot to do in overall valuation. Next, we move to a historic piece that broke new ground for late-date wheat cents, one that sold for an astronomical amount. This is a 1956 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS-68 red by PCGS, and it hails from the famous Whispering Pines collection. It shattered records in 2025 with a final realized price of $24,000. This coin represents an entirely different level of collecting, of course. While lower grades are plentiful in roll quantities, the 1956 issue is surprisingly scarce in anything above MS-66, making high-end registry sets a massive challenge. If you want the top population coins for 1956, the most beautiful ones, you gotta pay up. This coin was the first ever appearance at auction in this grade, boasting a pristine, basically flawless copper-orange luster and strike. It runs deep around the borders and lighter golden colors are seen throughout the interiors. This thing is gorgeous. It is the definition of a population 1 condition rarity. When a coin is confirmed as the single finest known specimen at any grading service, collectors with deep pockets will compete fiercely to add it to their collection. You may never find one in this high of condition, but this is a great example of the pure perfection and the color that you're looking for on any one of your Lincoln cents that you're considering holding on to or getting graded. Let's move out west to the Mile High Mint in Denver, though, to examine a superb gem from a massive production run. This is a 1956 Denver Lincoln cent graded MS-67 red by NGC. It sold for $139 in September of 2024. I wanted to use this coin as a great example of kind of the entry level, believe it or not, for Denver cents for 1956. There were a ton of Denver cents produced for 56. 1.09 billion. You heard that right. 1 billion cents made out of Denver alone for 1956. Because hundreds of obverse dies were needed to hit this volume, many minor varieties like repunch mint marks and double dies exist for these coins, and I have a video that covers those also, so check it out. While finding a 1956D in grades like MS-66 red are very common, the supply drops off sharply when you hit an MS-67 or higher. For a coin with a billion-plus mintage, the MS-67 red grade is an affordable way to secure a high-quality example. It shows pristine copper luster and sharp details on this coin, making it a staple piece for any high-grade collection. And you can pick this coin up at such a high grade for less than $150. It doesn't break the bank and is a beautiful coin for any of your albums. Let's look at how a single plus symbol and a sticker will amplify value by 50 times. This is a 1956 Denver Lincoln cent graded MS-67 plus red by PCGS, carrying a CAC endorsement. This also has elite pedigree from the Whispering Pines and Martin Bender collections and sold for $5,040 in the beginning of 2025. This coin is tied for the absolute finest, certified at PCGS. It has a population of only about 14 pieces in 67 plus red, with none known to be finer. The strike is incredibly bold and frosty. This has vivid copper red luster. It shifts to a bright gold around the peripheries. This one is one of those great examples of a coin that perfectly highlights the power of condition scarcity. If you move into those plus designations and CAC stickers, when it comes to buying graded coins, you'll see a huge jump in value over their base grade counterparts. Collectors will always pay the ultimate premium for those microscopic differences at this tier, and it shows in this coin. This also shows you the pristine example of a Denver Lincoln cent from 1956, so you know exactly what to compare it to when you're looking at your coins. We can't talk about 1956 entirely without talking about the proof coins. So let's talk about the proof staple out of Philadelphia. This is a 1956 proof Lincoln cent graded PR66 deep cameo by PCGS. Originating from the eye-appealing collection, it sold for $257.42 in May of 2026. So we end off on a super recent sale for a beautiful proof coin. One that's actually graded lower than a lot of other proofs you see across the auction block. Proof coins from this era were struck on polished planchets, using polished dies for collectors. To get the deep cameo designation, there has to be an intense, frosted contrast between the raised design and the mirror-like fields, and you can see that on this coin. PCGS has certified only 20 or so examples in PR66 deep cameo, with about 60 finer. Mid-century proofs really suffered from foggy or brilliant surfaces and zero contrast. So finding a deep cameo specimen really requires diligence when searching through those old proof sets or those old albums. This one in particular had a few small abrasions and marks that kept it from a higher PR grade. When looking at 1956 pennies, remember a few things that can help your hunt. For both Philadelphia and Denver business strikes, you really want to get perfection. It's going to be the high MS grades when you send it off that are going to garner the most values. You can pick up really nice proof coins and Denver minted coins for pretty affordable rates. For between $100 and $250, you can own a literal piece of history in a 1956 penny where the San Francisco Mint was completely silent. We'll start our adventure with a beautiful example of how affordable and exciting historic collector coins can be. This is a 1957 Philadelphia Lincoln cent proof strike graded PR69 red by NGC. It sold for $129 in March of 2026. So this is a really recent sale with a great grade. A grade of PR69 means this coin is a hair's breadth away from absolute perfection. The fields are like mirrors. It's absolutely beautiful, and it looks exactly as it did the day it left the mint nearly 70 years ago. The best part? The mint made over 1.2 million proof sets this year. An elite, near-flawless coin like this is highly accessible. For just over $100, any collector can own a stunning piece of American history, and that could be you. If you inherit or buy a vintage 1957 proof set, you are holding on to an incredible preservation piece. These are a perfect centerpiece for young collectors. They're affordable, they're easy to get into, and it shows you exactly what a flawless historic mint strike looks like without breaking the bank. Speaking of breaking the bank, though, we do have to talk about the ultimate treasure and prize hidden inside some of the most vintage proof sets. This is a 1957 Philadelphia Lincoln cent proof strike graded PR68 plus red cameo by PCGS. This comes from the famous eye-appealing collection, and it reached a phenomenal $5,368 in May of 2026 at auction. Now this one's an absolute stunner. This is because of its cameo designation on top of its flawless surfaces and really deep strike. Look at how Lincoln's portrait has that thick, frosty white appearance that contrasts against a dark, mirror-like background. That's what you're looking for on proof coins. This is what happens when the minting dies were freshly polished and only the first few dozen coins struck got this beautiful high contrast effect. The dies would quickly wear out and that frostiness would go away for subsequent coins. Finding a cameo and then getting a Premium Plus designation on the grade is a massive win here because it proves that treasure is still out there and it shows that this coin sits at the very highest echelon of the 68 grade. Now let's look at a regular penny made for everyday pocket change that managed to survive in pristine condition. This is a 1957 Philadelphia business strike graded MS67 red by NGC, and it sold for a staggering $870 in March of 2025. The Philly Mint struck over 283 million regular pennies in '57. Most of those went straight into circulation and got beat up. A few were saved in original mint rolls, and those original mint rolls you can still purchase online today. They're your best chance at finding the highest quality coins. To get an MS67 red grade, a coin has to have survived decades without getting a scratch, spots, or getting tarnished. It still retains its original, blazing bright orange-red copper glow as well, and this one is an example of all of that. A collector's note here is that finding a full red, scratch-free 57 penny is really about careful storage. If you find an uncirculated penny in an old collection, keep it safe from moisture and fingertips to preserve that brilliant red color, because that's what keeps the collector value really strong on your coin. Let's talk about what happens when your uncirculated penny from the Philadelphia Mint ages and changes up on color a bit over time, and how that affects value. This is another 1957 Philadelphia strike, graded MS65 red and brown by PCGS. This sold in auction for $84 in November of 2025. Now don't get me wrong, this coin has incredible eye appeal. It's uncirculated, and it's a mid-MS grade, so it's really high. But it has developed a beautiful, natural blend of red and brown copper patina. Although I love that color, it does affect the value quite a bit. It isn't 100% bright orange anymore, and that's what you're really looking for 1957 pennies when it comes to standard strikes. This is exactly the kind of beautiful, high-quality look you can find when searching through those old folders, or if you're lucky enough to find a really high-condition 1957 Philly cent in your pocket change or your old jar. Red and brown uncirculated pennies are some of the most beautiful coins you can collect. They show that natural, historic aging process while remaining completely affordable. So it isn't that $900 coin we just saw, but it's a beautiful, gem quality coin on a realistic budget. So I think they're a great entry-level point for anybody trying to get into graded coins and adding them to their collection. Also, if you send one off to grade and it comes back similar to this, then don't be shamed. It's worth great money, it'll gain value over time, and it's an absolutely beautiful specimen to add to your album. Let's head out west, though, to the Denver Mint to look at a coin from a truly historic, record-breaking year. This is a 1957 Denver Lincoln cent graded MS65 red and brown by PCGS, featuring a green CAC sticker. It sold for $84 in April of 2026. Now I know what you're thinking. You went, wait, you just said record-breaking year, and we're going to get to that in just a moment with the counterpart to this coin. This one's a really important example in this video. In '57, the Denver Mint did something incredible. They struck over 1 billion pennies for the very first time in history. Because they made so many, thousands of uncirculated rolls were saved by lots of people, so that explains this bit lower price. This specific coin has that green CAC sticker though, which means experts verified that it is an exceptionally beautiful example for its grade. This is one of those fantastic premium additions to any collection for a really affordable price that's gonna gain value over the years to come.
Now, why does this add into what I said earlier with 1957 Denver minted coins being a record breaker? Well, let's get to that in this next coin. We'll see what happens when a coin from that historic billion mintage run survives in top-tier pure perfection condition. This is a 1957 Denver Lincoln cent graded MS67 red by NGC. It brought a strong price of $390.40 in March of 2026. So another really recent sale for a Denver coin, and this 1957D shows an absolutely strong strike in really brilliant colors. Because over 1 billion of these were made, you can find 1957D pennies in coin rolls, in jars, pocket change, all the time. Finding one that completely avoided getting nicked or dinged in the heavy mint sorting bins and in those big nasty canvas bags that they were shipped in is really hard. It's a true hunter's highlight. This coin is flawless, it has blazing red surfaces, and a wonderful strike. It is a beautiful survivor from the 1957 Denver Mint. When you are coin roll hunting or checking those old jars, look closely at the clean areas of your 1957 pennies. So check out the fields around Lincoln's profile, the detail in his hair and his jawline and on his lapel. Also check the wheat stalks on the reverse of these Lincoln cents. If they're really, really clear, you have a good strike. You could be sitting on really, really good value. Collecting 1957 pennies is all about the joy of the hunt and appreciating history, which is one of my favorite parts of this hobby. So remember that every pre-1982 penny is made of copper. They're worth holding on to, and they're automatically worth more than the face value of 1 cent. When you're looking through your old proof sets, check for that beautiful, high-contrast cameo frosting. Lastly, the 1957 cent is one of the most accessible historic coins in the world. It's the perfect coin to share with your friends, kids, grandkids, to show them that history is hiding right in their pocket. Let's kick stuff off with the Philly Mint. We'll take a look at a perfect example of an elite yet highly accessible survivor from '58. This is a 1958 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS67 red by NGC. It sold for a very solid price of $228 in January of 2025. So this is a really recent sale for a coin with a mintage of over 253 million. Philadelphia made plenty of these. Getting a standard business strike to survive in a high grade like MS67 is really tough. This is because these coins were originally shipped in big, ugly canvas bags. They all clanked together and got super scratched up before they even reached our hands. This piece somehow escaped those bags with a clean, pristine strike and beautiful fields that retain their complete, vibrant red color. This is what you're looking for on any standard strike from 1958. For just over $200, you can own a superb gem example of the final year of wheat cent. This is an incredible historical asset that doesn't require a 5-figure budget to get. Now let's see what happens when the preservation is just a tiny fraction clearer and how that affects value. This is a 1958 Philadelphia Lincoln cent graded MS67 plus red by NGC. Just 1 year later, in the beginning of 2026, it sold for $854 through heritage auctions. That little plus sign carries a massive amount of weight. It means the coin sits at the absolute top end of the 67 grade. The surfaces are even smoother than the last coin, and the luster is a bit deeper. The strike is also razor sharp. This is that perfection in '58 that you're going to want to look for on your Philadelphia cents. When searching through original old bankrolls, look closely at the highest points of Lincoln's cheek, jawline, and the details in his hair. Also, in the finest details of the wheat stalks on the reverse.
If you see 0 bag marks, you might be holding a great condition rarity that multiplies the standard value by 3 or 4 times on one of these coins. Let's talk about another Philadelphia strike, though, to really understand the values. This one having high eye appeal and a little green sticker. This is a 1958 Philadelphia Lincoln strike, graded MS67 plus red by PCGS, and it's backed by a green CAC sticker. It sold for a towering $7,015 in January of 2026. Now, this is a crazy cool coin. PCGS reports 0 coins finer than this one. The sharply struck devices are really complemented here. It has satiny, fiery copper red surfaces, a really clean strike. It's just beautiful. The CAC verification confirms that it is an exceptional top-tier representative for this grade. It's one of the finest known examples in existence of a Philly 58 cent. This is the true ceiling of the Philadelphia run. While it is rare to find a $7,000 coin, it proves that the very best survivors of common date coins hold immense, serious value for us collectors. Let's move west to the Mile High Mint in Denver to take a look at a coin from a massive 800 million piece production run. This is a 1958 Denver Lincoln cent graded MS67 red by NGC. It realized an incredibly affordable $129 in March of 2026. There were a ton of Denver cents made and saved from 58. Finding one in a really high, uncirculated grade like this is actually pretty common. It's a real joy for us collectors. You can get into a really high grade Denver cent from 58 for a really affordable rate. You can also find these in pocket change and rolls and old albums. The 1958D in MS67 red is really one of the smartest buys in the entire hobby if you're looking to purchase already graded coins. For slightly over $100, you get an immaculately preserved piece that looks exactly like it did the second it was minted. You can't beat that. Let's take a look at the ultimate peak of that massive Denver production, though. This is a 1958 Denver Lincoln cent graded MS68 red by NGC. It crossed the auction block for $1,560 in April of 2025. So another really recent sale for a beautiful coin. Finding an MS68 red for the 1958D is the difficult part. NGC shows only about 4 in this grade. To get a perfect 68 from a high-speed minting process that churned out nearly 1 billion coins is kind of like a miracle. This coin's luster is booming, and it has fields that are entirely unblemished. The jump from $100 in the last coin to $1,500 is purely because of the population scarcity. There is just not many of them out there, in fact less than a handful, that are at this high a grade and have this perfect of a look with this great a color. So this is a wonderful example of exactly what you're looking for out of Denver for 1958. Now we leave the regular pocket change behind and enter the specialized world of proof coins, the one struck for us collectors. This is a 1958 proof Lincoln cent graded PR68 red cameo by NGC. It hails from the eye-appealing collection, and it sold for $104 in June of 2026. Now, these had a mintage of over 875,000, a lot more than other proof sets from previous wheat cents. These were, of course, sold directly to collectors in protective sets, so you won't find these in regular change jars or singular albums usually. This specific piece earned the cameo designation. That means that it has a lovely frosted contrast on all the raised details, against that really pretty mirror-like background. Proof coins from 58 are actually really affordable, as you can see. If you want to gift a young collector a coin that will get them into the hobby, this is it. It's a key date piece, it's really beautiful, and it's like a frosty piece of jewelry. It's a cameo PR68, which is breathtaking, and gets people right into collecting from just its beauty. When we get into the deeper visual contrast, though, we can see how that actually overpowers a lower numeric grade. This is a 1958 Proof Lincoln cent graded PR66 Red Deep Cameo by PCGS. Also from the eye-appealing collection, it sold for $329.40 in May of 2026. So this is a super recent sale. Notice that the grade here is a 66. It's lower than that previous PR68, of course. The price is 3 times higher, though. Why is that? The Deep Cameo designation. The mint dyes were freshly prepared, resulting in an intense, snow-white frosting on Lincoln that violently contrasts with that deep, dark field. When looking over proof coins, contrast is really king. A lower graded deep cameo will usually outsell a higher graded standard proof. So always hunt for that heavy frosting when you're looking into those proof sets. Let's close out the entire wheat cent era with an absolute masterpiece. This is a 1958 Proof Lincoln cent graded PR69 Red Ultra Cameo by NGC. It brought an incredible $4,920 in February of 2025. So another recent sale for this razor-sharp specimen from the final year of the V.E.R.A reverse. NGC has graded only 34 pieces at Red Ultra Cameo. This is across all proof grades for this year. This near-perfect PR69 is tied for the finest known in existence. The seamless straw gold color, the flawless mirrors, and the explosive cameo contrast make this thing the ultimate tribute to the end of the line. It's purely beautiful. A top-tier registry proof like this is a crown jewel of any serious collector. It perfectly represents the artistic beauty and historical weight of the wheat penny's final chapter, and just really encapsulates the beauty of American coinage.